what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. When we fall to our knees and you just level me. Best thing I recall of you is that you can kill me in one glance and then you love to move on to so bigger and better things than the fame and the highlights. It all begins. I could stand here all day and tell you the truth out with nothing to gain, but it all to lose. It seems like just a way. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't get you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. We fall to our knees as you just level me. I could stand here all day and tell you the truth, how we've nothing to gain, but it all to lose conversation. It seems like it's your own crime, but it's worth it for 2 seconds of your time. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. When true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you to look over at me, and it's why you do that for someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. When we fall to our knees and you just level me, best thing I recall of you is that you can kill me in one glance, and then you love to move on to so bigger and better things than the fame and the highlights. It all begins. I can't stand here all day and tell you the truth out with nothing to gain but it all to lose. It seems like just a way. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the European Unity League UK Nationals tournament. My name is Lucy Fair. I'm joined with Raoul Zimmerman, and we will be your tour guides as we navigate what could quite possibly be one of the very last standard tournaments where the VV Cauldron deck is legal. We have 5 rounds of standard with 22 players, all here willing and ready to give the VV deck the send-off that it truly deserves. We have Nuno on the left and George on the right. Nuno is playing mono red, which is something that I find very surprising. I've known Nuno for a while, and he's been pretty much ride or die with the mid-range decks. So it's a big surprise to see him playing mono red in this tournament, and we've got a treat for you. George on the right hand side is playing the VV deck, the boogeyman of the standard format. Probably not going to survive the ban announcement.
Yeah, and this is kind of the archetypical matchup of the format as well, or it was up until most recently, because Mono Red had the reputation of actually doing well against VV, though that's also actually changed after the most recent round of tournaments, where I think VV posted a positive win rate in literally every matchup it was playing, so even against Mono Red with some adjustments. So we'll see how this goes, yeah.
It really showcases the VV Cauldron deck's ability to adapt to any metagame. I mean, is it in this format right now? You have so many choice answers in the format in red to answer any problematic permanent you have. You have Torch the Tower to answer pretty much every single early game threat in the format. Probably one of the best removal spells in standard right now. Exiling as well is also relevant against multiple different decks, especially ones that care about the graveyard. It's okay in the VV mirror, although a lot of VV decks has been sliding that out in order to tech for the mirror. You've got Into the Floodmoor, which is probably, just one of the best blue cards in standard. Just being able to answer anything you want, and giving a tap fish really isn't a cost to get rid of a Cauldron or, say, a Proselytic Memory or any sort of Planeswalker on the battlefield that's going to cause a lot of problems for you. You just have access to pretty much any
tempo play, basically. Yeah.
It's one of the best tempo cards in standard, probably one of the best bounce spells ever printed as well. Just an absolutely insane 1-cost instant speed answer anything. Yeah. George won the die rollers going first. He's going to start us off with a Spy Bluff Canal into Mako. Probably like the best turn 1 play that you want.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what list George is playing, because there's also some variation in the VV lists, right? Some people don't play this Mako card. And they go...
Absolutely, yes.
But George seems to be happy to go on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We should talk about Proselytic Memory as well. We should talk about Proselytic Memory. It's just like one of the best cards. Again, like the VV deck is just full of some of the best cards in standard at the moment. Proselytic Memory, 1 and a blue enchantment, draw a card, and then if you draw more than 1 card in that turn, you add +1/+1 counters to a creature equal to the difference. Warrior Mako is going to go up to a 2/2, which means it's going to be able to swing past that Hired Claw that Luno's got on the battlefield. And despite playing against the most aggressive deck in the format, it's George now who's got the advantage going into this game and is applying the pressure.
Yeah. I mean, Props looks kind of inconspicuous, right? It's not a card you would on first glance think is going to be that defining a card, but it does just output really quite a lot of damage instantly by you just advancing your gameplay and otherwise, which is what makes it so good, especially with all these creatures that randomly draw cards. Now it has like Tursa and Quantum Riddler as well, Steam Score,
Absolutely.
Scholar. So yeah, you just advance your game plan with the profits in play. Suddenly, you guys are all huge.
Yeah, pretty much
Right,
every
Nuno.
single card in the VV deck either synergizes with the deck or some way or replaces itself automatically. So no matter what Nuno does, any removal spell that he casts, we saw him shock that Marauding Mako there. Now we're going to see Fear of Missing Out come down. That's going to put a relevant card in the graveyard. It looks like George is eyeing up a land here. But no, he discards another Fear of Missing Out. Draws an Agatha Soul Cauldron, one of the key cards of the deck. For the uninitiated, I'm sure you've heard this multiple times by now, but if you can get a Cauldron on the battlefield and exile a Vivi Ornithia from it, every single creature with +1/+1 counters on it, that currently includes Marauding Mako, is going to have the ability to add mana equal to its power in any combination of red or blue. And that's just going to give George as much mana as he needs to do whatever he wants, essentially. Just create this massive board out of nowhere that Nuno's going to really struggle to deal with. But here's Screaming Nemesis. And that is a card that could be a problem for George if he doesn't have an answer for it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because the Fear of Missing Out did grow to 3/4, so it can just eat the Nemesis here. Which looks like what's happening. But it does push some damage. It also gives Nuno the opportunity to either trade off or deal more damage to the face.
Yeah, you've got to feel like if you're Nuno here, that you're pretty happy with that exchange. As we see that Screaming Nemesis is going to go to the bin.
But it looks like we did go face with it. Or is he thinking
like went face? I find that very interesting because I don't see how he's going to answer this Fear of Missing Out regardless. I think this was his one opportunity to get something off the battlefield. As we see Vivi drawn for the turn from George, if George has a Fear of Missing Out, which I think he does, he can get Cauldron and Vivi online immediately.
You think there's a third one? I was sort of surprised about him discarding the second one.
Yeah, he did discard Fear of Missing Out, but I think he's got a third.
Right. Yeah. So that's why the discard actually does make sense. And yeah, now Vivi gets discarded.
Draw card. He drew in a Braid, which is gonna solid answer for something, but I think we're gonna see Cauldron come down, and here it is. Vivi Ornithia is under the Cauldron, and now George is in a very strong position.
Just put out a counter on the same fear just to get an extra mana there. Kind of weird, no?
Interesting. He only wants the one extra mana as opposed to pumping up the other Fear of Missing Out. Though I guess
he's gonna pump it with the profits after combat, during combat, right? So maybe he wants extra mana after.
That's very interesting. Here we go with Profs. Profs is going to go on the other creature as we talked about. We're going to see what he is going to choose to attack here with the Fear of Missing Out. That's 4 damage coming at Nuno there.
He has land and some... Oh, the Braid, yeah. So there's actually no point in using much mana. Okay, he can activate his Soul Stone Sanctuary.
He's going to activate the other one as well.
Braid, looks like then. Yeah, just a
That's
Braid.
exactly what he's going to do. Burnout Astronaut is going to die here. And just in time as well. It looked like it was going to get double strike fairly soon. We see Emberheart Challenger from the draw from Nuno, but I mean, with the board that George has built out of nowhere here, it looks like this game is just already over for him.
I think there's a second Screaming Nemesis, right? So that probably, or is that Razorkin Needlehead? It's a bit hard to tell. Maybe it's Needlehead.
I think it was a Razorkin Needlehead.
Yeah.
I think we might be about to see it here. Nuno's eyeing up his options, but it's looking quite dire for him at the moment.
I mean, George doesn't have anything at the moment is the thing, but the problem is, the overwhelming board. Like, he has nothing in hand. We know it's a land.
Yeah.
But yeah, the board is just too big.
He has a really big board with creatures in the graveyard on Nuno's side. He's also able to pump up a creature if he wants to with that Soul Cauldron. As we do see Razorkin Needlehead come down now. That's going to ping George whenever he draws a card, including for his draw step, which we're about to see now. We're going to see him untap.
So he can pump the Hired Claw, probably, which is one way to do it. But
it looks like Nuno might have missed the Razorkin Needlehead trigger here.
Nope. He just took it.
We see him go down to 11.
Okay, looks like George did draw something of relevance here since we're getting out the mana tokens. Winter Night Stories, maybe?
Winter Night Story is probably one of the better cards you could draw right
That
now.
would be the best draw for you.
Obviously, Razorkin Needlehead does make that card just that little bit more awkward for you.
That's true, yeah. You have some life to work with here, right?
Absolutely.
just the
He's going to
cycle, okay,
cycle a
that's-
Marauding Mako, going to draw another card and,
Another Profts.
correctly notes the Razorkin Needlehead here. George's going to go down to 10. We're going to see what he's drawn off of that cycle. But notably, that
another
does give
Profts.
him... It was another Profs. Okay, that's not nothing now. That's going to put an enchantment in the graveyard, but we already have that type, so that's not going to give us Delirium just yet. Maybe looking for, definitely looking for a Winter Night Stories or something, just to put that fourth card type in the graveyard. We're going to see Profs draw another card now, and it's just a mountain off the top, so no Delirium for George. Now, are we going to see an attack here from George? George has a 4/5, a 3/4, and a 3/3 vigilance on the battlefield. Nuno's prized into chump blocking if he doesn't have something like an Abrade to answer what George has got going on. So Nuno's really got to feel like it's crunch time for him now.
How much damage does he have? He has 11.
He has 11 damage currently.
Right, and this is going to pump twice.
Going to go up to 13.
So it's going to go to 5/5. Yeah.
And we see a
Okay,
Lightning
what's this?
Strike is going to answer that.
Oh,
So that
Lightning
takes
Strike,
5
okay.
damage off the equation. 7 damage now coming if George decides to attack. But Nuno doesn't really have good blocks here. I mean, he's got a 1/2 and a 2/2, which doesn't have first strike. It only has first strike on his turn. And George has a 3/4 and a 4/5. That's just not going to work. I guess the only real question for George now is, if I attack right now, am I going to die on the crackback? How can I lose in this situation? And George, I think, playing a little bit conservatively here is thinking about just swinging with one creature this combat.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take too much damage, right? Is the thing.
Oh, but notably, he's got Delirium now. Because he's put a land in the graveyard. So now, Fear of Missing Out is going to get to attack. He's going to get
Okay,
3
that's actually
combats here.
Incredible, yeah. No,
And that
okay,
means
then
he's got-
obviously it changes everything, yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch that in time, but you're right, absolutely.
That's a very big deal now. Nuno thinking that he was
So in
preventing a little bit of damage by killing that Soulstone
in
Sanctuary before it could
fact,
be
you
pumped,
really
but
couldn't do that.
actually, it's done exactly what George wanted here.
I mean, he's
And
just
Nuno's
game over
going to
then.
scoop him up.
Yeah.
George is going to win game 1 off, I mean, drawing the VV off the top, having Fear of Missing Out in hand, VV Cauldron just immediately, before Nuno can do anything about it, and the game is just over. This is what the VV Cauldron deck is capable of.
I wonder what other line was available to Nuno then, right? Because you definitely can't make that play. That just doesn't work.
Yeah.
You need to probably aim the Lightning Strike at the face, put George to 6, was it, right?
Yeah, put him to 6 and
But
try
then-
to draw something.
Then what's your? Do you draw a Screaming Nemesis on blocks?
Draw Screaming Nemesis. He had an Embrace Challenger in hand with an activation with Rockface
Yeah.
Village. So maybe there were some lines going on there where he could have made an advantageous attack. But I think it was
Because-
a really difficult position for
Of
Nuno
course,
to
yeah.
be
It's
in.
just trying to find exactly the line that works. So your ideal outcome, or is there even a way to win? Say you aim the Lightning Strike at George. George goes to 6. You have Hired Claw for another damage 5, but then it's going to be, since you have Embereth as the other card, what's the way to actually deal the last points? Oh, the Needlehead will do another on draw. So really, you need to find 4 damage out of 1 card that turn.
Absolutely, and I think that's very
might
difficult for the Mono
Actually
Red
be
deck to
difficult.
do.
Nova Hellkite. If he drew Nova Hellkite, I guess he wins actually, right?
Yeah, Nova
He's
Hellkite,
playing
which he does have.
copy of
He
Nova
does have
Hellkite.
4 in his copy.
Yeah,
He has
exactly.
4 copies in his deck. Nova
So I think that
Hellkite
was the
could
line
do
to
it.
take in case you drop the not perfect, but
Yeah, I think you hit it at face. You allow George to attack with everything, knowing that he doesn't have Delirium, and then you just hope that you have enough damage to get through to deal 6 damage. And Nova Hellkite absolutely helps you do that.
no, intuitively,
but,
obviously, it seems like you get something out of killing the land, but actually it's sealed.
actually,
your fate there.
He ended up losing immediately. Probably not what Nuno was expecting here. Well, let's have a
I'll
quick
clear
look
it
at
out, but that's
sideboards. We
okay.
do have the
Yeah.
deck
Yeah.
list here. So let's have a look at the VV sideboard. We've got 2 Annul, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Enable to Scream, 1 Fresh Start, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Torch the Tower, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Fire Magic, and 1 Pyroclasm. So Pyroclasm, Obliterating Bolt, Torch the Tower, pretty much a given that they're coming in. Unable to Scream isn't a terrible card. It's a great way to neutralize a Screaming Nemesis in a way that's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean,
permanent.
I
We don't have to
suspect
worry about it
that's gonna
anymore.
come in for sure as well.
So-
Yeah.
Those are definitely going to come in. Fresh Start. So let's have a look at Fresh Start. What does Fresh Start do? I've not actually seen this
It
card.
removes, it's a 2-mana flash enchantment, which gives -4/-0, I think, to the creature that you enchant with, and it removes all abilities.
Ooh, so
I'm
it's
not
like
100% sure on the rules interaction. I think it might be just a concession to the. I'm not exactly sure how it works with the Ultimate Spider-Man card. I don't know if it removes the ability in time. I mean, it's just,
no, it doesn't, because you
doesn't,
choose
right,
as it will enter as a copy. So Fresh Start isn't going to stop that, unfortunately.
yeah, so that doesn't work. But I guess it's just a way to kind of get problematic abilities off things more so than anything. I guess it also
Absolutely.
works.
I mean, it's a
against Screaming Nemesis, right?
supercharged
You remove
slime
the-
bind, right? A limited
Yeah.
all-star from Ambrica Allegiance, and they just made it
Yeah.
even better.
Yeah, like
gives
it
away an
also works
extra
against
attack.
Nemesis, right? And has probably overlap elsewhere.
Yeah, I think
So-
it definitely. I think it definitely has some merit in this matchup.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, on Nuno's side, he's got 1 Fire Magic, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Abrade, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Cut Propulsion, 2 Spectral, 2 Vengeful Possession, 3 Stinger Bacteria, and 3 Sunspine Links.
Stinger
So
Bacteria. Exciting.
we're really eyeing up like the Abrade, the Obliterating Bolt. I think I'm eyeing up the Ghost Vacuum as well as the Vengeful Possession. Ghost Vacuum, I don't think it's the best card for these VV decks. As we see that George has taken a mulligan. I don't think it's the best card, but I think it's better than nothing. You don't really have access to good graveyard hate in red outside of Ghost Vacuum. So you want to take what you can get in this matchup. It's already a rough matchup if you're Nuno. And he's just going to want to get through get through the game without dying. George's hand right here. I'm seeing a lot of blue cards. I'm seeing a lot of blue mana. I'm not seeing anything that allows you to cast red. Nuno's going to start off with a Rockface Village. George is going to pass by playing an Island.
1-drop wall.
And
That's
Nuno
probably. Okay.
is going to start us off with a Razorkin Needlehead, which is going to immediately ping George. We're going to see what George has, if George has anything to say about this. He appears to have drawn a red card,
No,
but
just
Frost is
Frost.
going to come down now. Do you want a second copy of Cauldron? But again, I'm not seeing a third land, nor am I seeing red mana, so George is really in a bind. As we see, Nuno's drawn the Ghost Vacuum. What's he going to do now? Is
Uselessly
that
currently,
Nova
actually.
Hellkite?
No, that's Nova Hellkite, yeah. So 6
Yeah.
damage coming in.
I mean, this has got it. These are the draws that wins you the game on the mono red side. You have to apply pressure early and fast in this game. And if your opponent stumbles, you are in prime position to punish them for those stumbles. George is going to draw a card and he really wants a land here. It's an island. He still doesn't have red.
Yes, into the Floodmaw and Quantum Riddler, at least to get something going this turn. As in, like, he can interact with the board, although not as meaningfully as he would like.
Absolutely. You've got to feel like he's got to find an answer for this Razorkin Needlehead here. He's got Obliterating Bolt in hand, but he doesn't have red mana. We're going to see we're going to see Unable to Scream
that's
come
good.
down.
Right.
That's
So
going to
then Riddle
neutralize the
after.
Razorkin Needlehead. And now we can walk Quantum Riddler. We're going to draw a card without taking any damage. What's he going to find? We find a mountain. Okay, we've got both our colors online.
Does he have red cards though? Like, does he have removal? He had one red card.
He has an
maybe?
Obliterating Bolt in hand.
Ah, okay, right.
So that's going to be able to answer something. We're going to see what Nuno's going to do now. Is that another Razorkin Needlehead I see? Yes, it is.
That's like the threat that George probably most wants to see, because the haste creatures are really problematic if you're killing stuff at sorcery speed, right? You just take damage and then you kill it. But the Razorhead will deal, one point of haste damage in air quotes. But I
Absolutely.
think George is as happy as he's likely to be about the scenario he's in, given that, it's just Needlehead and a currently useless Ghost Vacuum coming down.
You got to feel
And
like
also
you've done
Nuno
okay
missed
here.
his fourth land drop, right? So
Yeah, Nuno has missed a fourth land drop.
so that means the Nova
Hellkite.
Hellkite isn't going to be an issue for at least a turn here.
Now we have Duelist of the Mind. We're going to see an Agatha Soul Cauldron going into the graveyard here. Nuno has played a Ghost Vacuum, which probably isn't what you want to see on George's side when you're at 9 life and you had 2 Cauldrons in hand. But he's discarded one of them now. We're going to see Ghost Vacuum answer the Obliterating Bolt just to get George off of Delirium. Now
I mean,
we've
the
got this
Duelist does
of the
make
Mind.
Yeah, the Duelist makes the Soul Cauldron kind of slightly more useful as well. If stuff goes to Nuno's graveyard, he gets to commit a crime with it for free. So like he can play one out, or if he has other ways of committing crimes, just discard the useless Cauldron against the Vacuum. But unfortunately for George, the Duelist, which would have been, yeah, quite strong here, actually gets taken out by the Blittering Bolt.
So now I think if we're on George's side,
Still
you've
no
got
creatures,
four
yeah.
lands, you've got a Warped Quantum Riddler. I think you're looking to find a fifth land, which you have found, and just cast a Quantum Riddler here. Draw a card, put a counter on it. There really isn't much that Nuno can do about a 5/7 flyer on the battlefield. Nova Hell, it renders as Nova Hellkite's dead. Obviously, he stumbled, so we're not going to see that for a while, but that is exactly what George goes for here. We're going to see him draw a card now, Vivi in the grip. And he's just going to pass now, but he's got a 5/7 flyer. That's a 4-turn clock if you're Nuno. As Nuno gets Agatha Soul Cauldron out of the graveyard, George just doesn't have a graveyard anymore. And these are the matchups where Ghost Vacuum can really
Nuno has,
shine.
I think, Obliterating Bolt and Lightning Strike, so he can decide to actually get rid of the Riddler, but it does cost him 3 damage to the face. So it is a decision that he has to make, whether he thinks that's worth it.
Absolutely. I think it's kind of what he has to do here. It looks like he's got a grip full of removal spells. So he is just kind of prized into answering this Quantum Riddler before George has the opportunity to draw more cards. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah. Obviously, it is intuitive. Oh, it's a Braid, right? Okay, that makes more sense then. I thought it was Lightning Strike. No, he has Lightning Strike in hand still. Yeah, okay. I thought it was going to cost him face damage. Because otherwise, I mean, if you don't have the Lightning Strike, there is maybe some merit to be like, okay, you have the Riddler, but are you really going to attack me when I'm about to hit 5 mana and then maybe make me an Nova Hellkite, right? Because that would be 4/3 damage, so it would have been an interesting bind. But I mean, okay, the way it turns out, Nuno just has a grip full of removal spells and no creatures, which saved George this game, really, right? Because if he just had some more random creatures to attack with, I think George would be long dead.
Here's an interesting thought. George actually has the ability to get the VV Cauldron combo into play. It looks like that's not what he's going to do, but he had the opportunity to play, something like, I think he was eyeing this up, Fear of Missing Out, hold priority with the trigger on the stack, into the Floodmaw Gifted to bounce the Ghost Vacuum into hand, discard VV, play Cauldron, and then
that would have been a way to get
Cauldron.
The VV in the Cauldron, but there's no creature then, right? So it's hard to then get a counter on the creature.
Well, he's got the fear of missing out, and then he can do pretty much whatever he wants. He's got another Profs in hand. We're going to see Nova Hellkite come down. Another one. That's going to be 4 damage. Is Into the Floodmaw going to answer this? I feel like that's what George wants to do. Just thinking about it.
It's awkward though, right? Because then you just warp it again next turn.
Absolutely, but you've got to buy yourself that time, right?
You have to probably do it, yeah.
The Nova Hellkite just represents so much damage over the course of a couple turns. If Nuno ever draws his 5th land, George is in very big trouble.
You could go for the argument that, but then no, there's two Hellkites come. You could say I'll take 4 now, and then when he actually plays the 5 mana one, I'll bounce that one because that binds more mana, right? But
absolutely. Let's see what's going on here now. What's Nuno eyeing up? Oh, or George even. It's his turn. Draw a card. We don't fully know what it is. He's paying 3 mana. Is he about to cast Winternight Stories? Yes, he is. Yeah. He's going to start growing. It's going to start pinging Nuno for every single non-creature spell that George casts.
Yeah.
Looks
like manual VV mode without a Cauldron, yeah. Multiversal Passage and Spirebluff Canal discarded.
He's got 2 lands here. He has the option now to recast. He can play his River Pyre and recast this Winternight Stories if he wants to, but you won't get to attack with VV. Does George want to give priority to Nuno to exile this? It looks like he is. He's going to cast a Soul Cauldron here.
Interesting.
And now you've got a really interesting back and forth between George and Nuno, because if Nuno acts first with this Ghost Vacuum, if he doesn't do it right now, which I believe he's allowed the Soul Cauldron to resolve. Now we're sort of playing a game of chicken, right? If Nuno tries to activate this Ghost Vacuum, Nuno can just respond. George can just respond with his Cauldron. If George tries to act with his Cauldron, Nuno can respond with his Ghost Vacuum to stop anything getting exiled. So,
are there any creatures in the graveyard?
I don't think there are.
Side? No,
Nuno's
right?
only really cast Nova Hellkites this game.
And what happened to the second Needlehead? It got killed, right? Oh,
I
no,
think it got. I
Obliterating Bolt.
think it got obliterating
Bolt,
bolted,
yeah.
so it's
so
in
it's also not in the
exile.
graveyard. So basically, you can't use the Cauldron on anything meaningful currently. So Nuno has the he can take out the Winternet stories with relatively little danger. As it stands, I mean, obviously depends on what. Yeah, so there you go.
We're going to see Winter Night Stories get exiled here from Nuno, which I think is a very good heads-up play. You really don't want George to get any more copies as Nuno now gets activated. It's going to make two. It's going to make 2 mana.
Oh, but this was in response to the Vivi activation, so actually now George has the opportunity to put a creature. But of course, there's no Vivi.
I think it was in response.
There's
to the
no Vivi
Cauldron,
under the
because
Cauldron, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
You can't respond to the VV trigger. It's a mana ability. But we do see Fear of Missing Out, discarding a Fear of Missing Out here.
Oh, I guess, yeah, sure.
And I believe currently we have Delirium, we have an instant, a land, and an enchantment creature. But Ghost Vacuum is going to deal with that very quickly. Pross now is going to start to come online now. I think that's 4 cards he's drawn this turn in excess of his 1. So that's 4+1/+1 counters going on a creature. And it's going to go on the Fear of Missing Out. And we see George is attacking with VV now. That's 3 damage. Nuno is going to go down to 14. And now the life total is looking a bit less dangerous for George now.
Yeah. It's another Obliterating Bolt? No, it's
Another
the mouse.
Obliterating Bolt.
It could be Emberheart Challenger as well. It's a bit hard to see.
He is looking at playing a 2-drop here. Let's see what he does. It is Obliterating Bolt.
Okay, so he's thinking of taking out Viv. But he can't take out Vivi. Yeah.
Oh no, it's Emberheart Challenger.
It was Challenger. Even if it's Bolt though, the Vivi is at 7 toughness, right? Oh, so he could take it out. Yeah, he could go.
Yeah, because we know he has the Lightning Strike
plus
in
the
hand,
Ghost Vacuum preventing the counter. So that would have worked, but obviously it turns out it's just the mouse. It looks like. Other card in hand is still Lightning Strike. I'm pretty convinced, and then one more which we. Yeah. Oh, it's the Nova Hellkite, right? So
he's got the Lightning Strike and the Nova Hellkite. But George is going to untap now, and he's got quite a big board. He's drawn Multiversal Passage for the turn, which is a bit of a dud. But he does have that Soulstone Sanctuary to represent another creature. We're going to see what he's going to look to do here. He has the option of activating VV to get a bit more mana to help pay, which I think is what he's going to do. He gets to represent some cards in hand and some mana, which he's got to leave Nuno thinking, right, what could my opponent have? But if you're Nuno, I feel like you're still feeling like you've got a chance here, right? He's at 9 life. You've got a Lightning Strike in hand. You have access to multiple copies of Nova Hellkite.
The problem is that you're kind of dying yourself, though. How many counters are on the Fear of Missing Out? Does it say 4?
Fear of Missing Out currently has 4. So it's currently
6,
a 6/7.
9 damage coming in.
So it's 6,
12
9,
damage with the
12
land.
damage currently. So you chump.
So
you can chump block the Fear of Missing Out. A Cauldron now going to put a counter
and also Nuno had to actually do this, right, to prevent Delirium. So that's why George actually gets an extra damage this way. And now Nuno has is in this bind again where you kill the creature, but how do you ever get to the 9 damage now? I think Nuno's in pretty bad shape here, because his draw was just so reactive, so many removal spells.
Just not enough early game creatures to provide early pressure. It's not really gone the way he's hoped.
It's not like George had that much going on early, right? It's just that Nuno bricked with all these removals.
He didn't really have the tools that he needed to continue to apply pressure. He got stuck on the 5th land, which I think was really important. He really wanted to get that Nova Hellkite into play.
Okay, well, at least now Nuno can get a hit in with the mouse, though, because George attacked with both. He has that option.
He's drawn the Burnout Bastionault, which I don't think is very good here. He has the option, perhaps. Maybe he wants to activate a Rockfall Village here, but it looks like he's going to warp a Nova Hellkite.
Yeah.
Just trying to get some damage in now and hope he doesn't die on the crackback. I'm going to see what he's going to do now. Is he going to attack with both? He's going to attack with both.
You hope to draw land next turn, and basically that's the play, right? You hope to draw land next turn so you can hardcast
that, or a Lightning Strike will do it. He has outs. Nuno does have outs here. He just
can you prevent Delirium again safely? I guess so, yeah. You could take
So there
out the...
is enchantment, instant,
Oh, that's
land.
land, so it's only 3 anyway.
Yeah. So unless the fear of missing out enters the graveyard for somehow, you're not worried about Cauldron pumping another creature. But Nuno really needs to draw either a land here or a lightning strike. Otherwise, it's going to start. It's going to get very difficult.
George
We
Drew?
see
Oh,
that is a
Winter
Winter
Night
Night Stories. Oh no, that is
That's great.
probably his best draw. That
I mean,
isn't
here
just
it
a
kind of
removal
has to
spell.
be right. I guess, yeah, maybe it's better to draw into the Flood Maul so that you're safe from the dragon for sure and can just get the 2 attacks in. Although, actually, you're at 3, yeah, so you can't actually even attack because there's the Bastronaut as well threatening lethal now. So actually, yeah, you really actually are in kind of trouble now.
And we see he did actually side in the fresh start here. I see the fresh
Yeah.
start in his hand. I also see a Steam Core Scholar. So that's a fly. Notably, that's a flying blocker,
Mm.
which means that Nova Hellkite doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah, and also the fresh start can also take out the Nova Hellkite, right?
Absolutely. And
Basically
if you really
render it
want to, we
ineffective.
can-
But
if you really want
now
to,
the
we
question is,
can-
how do you most safely go from here? Because you do want to kill Nuno, because you have to like fade all these Hellkites coming out. So you do want to attack, but also can you make sure that you don't die? Because the first start, okay, can either take the Bastronaut's menace out and make it ineffective. You block the other thing, but now no, you need the Hellkite. What's happening here? Like you have 2 mana, you need.
I mean, if
No, he hasn't used VV, right? So he can do something in
he
his
has
turn
not
now. You
used
can make
VV
this,
yet,
yeah,
and
so you can make
VV
the
is
Steam Spore
currently
Scholar.
5 power, at least it should be. As it was at 3, we've cast 2 spells now. Nuno should be at 9 as well. We've drawn like 6 cards now. If George has
this was
found an
flashback.
answer to the Burnout Bastronaut, this game is over.
No, he has the fresh start, right? He can use the. He flashed back the Winter Night Stories, it looked like.
That
And
doesn't
depending-
stop the Burnout Bastronaut from blocking.
No, fresh start means. So you use the fresh start on the Bastronaut and play the Scholar to block the Hellkite, was my thinking. That's a way to survive.
Yeah, I think Scholar is going to be an important piece of the puzzle here.
Yeah.
We've seen George activate VV now. We're going to see another Prof enter the battlefield. That's going to be 7 cards drawn for Profts. No matter what happens here, George is going to have a big creature. He draws another copy of Multiversal Passage. He's drawn a lot of those.
Yeah.
He's going to use the rest of the mana to cast this Steam Core Scholar.
Right,
So
and
that's
this,
going to be
this
9
Scholar is going to
cards.
become huge, which means that any Nova Hellkites in the future are just completely whatever.
He's drawn a Braid. Now, I think he has lethal, right? Because he can kill the Burnout Bastronaut. He can put all the counters on the Fear of Missing
Right.
Out and just
We
swing for
haven't even
lethal. So
attacked
this
yet.
game is
Yeah.
over.
Okay, that's even
And
better.
Nuno's going to pack him in. George is going
Yeah.
to take this game down in swift fashion, 2-0 against Nuno.
I thought he'd already attacked with the VV, but no, that was just to flashback on the.
Yeah,
on
that
the
was
Winter
just to
Nights, yeah.
harmonize the Winter Night Stories. And VV wins, as VV does. You know, Ghost Vacuum comes down, and George goes, well, I've got this Prof-Eidetic memory here. I'm just going to kill you with creatures. And that's exactly what he did. Nuno really struggled on lands in that game. You've got to feel like if you drew a 5th land at any point in that game, it's very different, right?
Yeah, it was a combination of not like curving straight into the Hellkites and having all these reactive cards. It's always this problem. Yeah, you play against this combo decks, you need to somehow stop them from just doing their thing. But also, if you're an aggressive deck specifically, you have all these reactive cards which don't actually contribute to killing them, which gives them more time to actually assemble the combo anyway. And it was, to be fair, fortunate to draw
that
the
was a
Winter Night
huge
Stories
draw.
there in
It
the
was
last
exactly
turn,
what he
right? Because
needed.
if he draws something even slightly less impactful, he might not be able to string the answers together that he needs. He needed an answer to the Bastronaut, as well as the Hellkite that was going to come out.
Absolutely. Well, that does it for round 2 here at the UK Nationals tournament for the European Unity League. I'm Lucifer. That's Raul. We'll be right back. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have round 3 ready for you.
Yep. See you in a bit.
2 seconds of your time. I haven't got it all, 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all, 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. When we fall to our knees and you just level me. Best thing I recall of you is that you can kill me in one glance and then you love to move on to so bigger and better things than the fame and the highlights. It all begins. I can't stand you all day and tell you the truth out with nothing to gain, but it all to lose. It seems like just to win. I haven't got it all, 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. We fall to our knees as you just level me. someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you to look over at me, and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. When we fall to our knees as you just level me, best thing I recall of you is that you can kill me in one glance and then you love to move on to so bigger and better things than the fame and the highlights. It all begins. I could stand here all day and tell you the truth out with nothing to gain, but it all to lose. It seems like just a way. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. We fall to our knees as you just level me. I could stand here all day and tell you the truth, how we've nothing to gain, but it all to lose conversation. It seems like it's your own crime, but it's worth it for 2 seconds of your time. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you to look over at me, and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. When we fall to our knees as you just level me,
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the European Unity League's UK Nationals. We're at Force Fire TCG in Gloucester, and we have a doozy for you today. We're keeping George, who was on VV Cauldron. We saw him best Nuno, who was playing Mono Red in the previous round. Now we've got Francis Tyler, otherwise known as Goat Ham MTG. Big Boros Energy player in Modern, but today he's playing Simic Ouroboros. This deck is just... Oh... I mean, this deck has the honor of being able to say that it's one of the few decks in the format that gets to play a Spider-Man card.
Yeah.
We get to play Jackal, Genius Geneticist, probably one of the best cards that the deck could possibly ask for. It's just absolutely insane. It's green and a blue for a 1/1 with Trample. It's a human scientist villain, and whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value equal to Jackal's power, you copy it, and you put a counter on Jackal. So you can cast a 1-drop, get 2 of them. Then you cast a 2-drop, get 2 of them. Then you cast a 3-drop, get 2 of them. And then it just snowballs so quickly. And of course, we got the titular Ouroboros. Probably the best card in Edge of Eternity's Limited. And also making a breakthrough in Standard.
Yeah, also alongside the other pretty good card in Edge of Eternity's Limited, Quantum Riddler, although it's only one copy here because it's not the main focus of the deck. But yeah.
It does have a second copy in the sideboard, though.
Yeah, this Jackal card is really cool. I'm excited to see it in action. It's a very sweet card. And George is going to have to prove that this VV deck actually can fight through all of the weird curveballs that's being thrown. I mean, Mono Red, I suppose, isn't that weird, but, it did have to prove that it can beat the deck, which was nominally meant to be good against you, and George did. Mm-hmm. And now we get to see something that's a bit more left field. Although it looks like Francis is taking mulligan, right?
It does look like he's taken a mulligan here. We're gonna see what a 6 looks like. I mean, let's talk about the Simic deck, right? Like the Simic deck is a deck initially that was designed in order to target the menace that is VV Cauldron, and it ended up putting up some really good results against VV initially, but has since sort of faltered as the VV deck has sort of adapted to the changes in the metagame and the people trying to beat the deck. We see George with his signature turn 1 play of Spybluff Canal into Marauding Mako, probably the best 1-drop in the deck. And we see Francis now. Looks like he's got a Llanowar Elf or just a turn 1 something here. We're going to see what he's going to play. He plays Llanowar Elf. I mean, Llanowar Elves, a card, when we saw it in Foundations, we were like,
yeah, this is going to completely shape Standard, right? And it turns out it's not actually been that impactful.
It's actually not. It's just a good card to have. And I'm glad that we have Llanowar Elves in Standard again.
Yeah, me too. Really cool card.
Really cool card, and I think it does great things for green, which for a while has been quite bad. Here's a Jackal. Here's a Gene Pollinator. We're going to get 2 Gene Pollinators, people. This board is going to become very difficult to track really quickly.
And Francis did draw for his first draw step of the game. I saw an Ouroboros, so if that comes out next turn. It doesn't get copied, right? Because it has 1 power baseline, sadly.
So Jackal...
Because Jackal grew up to a 2/2 now. But
it's mana value. So if Jackal has 4 power at any point, he can get 2 Ouroboros if he really wants to.
Right, sorry.
We're going to see Multiversal Passage come down. And he is going to shock it in now. What's it going to be? It's going to be an island here. We're going to see
what an amazing way
to
signify that. Yeah. Love it.
Looks like Quantum Riddler's going to come down, which is going to trigger Profs, and we're going to draw a card now. Francis has got a really big board, but it's nothing in the face of Profs and Quantum Riddler, right?
We'll see. I mean, there's Into the Floodmaw in George's hand, which is quite relevant here, right? Because I guess the Mako does stop most of the stuff. But Francis has loads of mana now, right?
I mean, that's going to answer the Ouroboros as well, right? If needed. Looks like Francis is about to cast a 2-drop. Azure Beastbinder. Now, this card, we need to talk about this card because this card
gets copied as well.
This card has gotten quite popular recently in response to the VV Menace, as it were. It is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Rat Rogue. It's got Vigilance, and it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or greater. When it attacks, at least up to 1 target artifact, creature, or planeswalker an opponent controls loses all abilities until your next turn. And if it's a creature, it has base power and toughness 2/2, which notably means that you can't block.
The Beastbinder, yeah.
We're going to see
nice.
Innkeeper's Talent come down. is that I think he's immediately leveled it up, which means Jackal now has Ward 1, which notably means it cannot be targeted by that Floodmaw, which is going to get countered as George does not have the mana to pay for the ward. But George has the option to answer some other things if he wants to. Looks like he's going to put a counter on the untapped. Oh no, he's going to put it on the Jackal. Jackal's now got 4 power, so
Yeah,
if he
so
goes,
he's setting up the Uroboid in hand. Yeah.
absolutely, he's got that Ouroboros in hand. But George, I feel like he sniffs what's going on, right?
I wonder.
Francis putting all of
if-
his eggs in one basket, putting counters on the Jackal, bringing it up to 4. He's got to feel like there's an Ouroboros in Francis's hand here. But we're going to see what he's
Did George
do
mean
with
to
that.
maybe into the Floodmaw in response to the Innkeepers? I'm not sure. Like he kept it now, I guess.
That still wasn't an option for him because Jackal had ward. So he could only respond in response to the leveling up trigger from Innkeeper's Talent. He didn't do that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
which-
Yeah. But I mean, he decided to keep us into the Floodmaw and not use it at all, which
Perhaps
I'm not exactly
I,
sure.
perhaps
Yeah,
I got
he's keeping
better
it for something.
plays.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like it seems like he wants to. I guess maybe
Maybe
he's like,
answer an
oh, I can't afford this
Ouroboros.
Uroboroid to come down, but it'll be 2 of them now. I guess he didn't know. Well, he did know that.
There
so
will be
he
2
keeps
of
on.
them.
We'll see. So Steam
Cool,
Score
comes
Scholar
down.
discards Winternight Stories and Fear of Missing Out.
It's going to put 2
Which
counters
makes a
on
really
the
big
Mako.
Mako, but if nothing else, these copies will be able to just jump this guy for ages. So having a large ground
Francis-
creature is not that useful here. Okay, it's for flashing it back.
I think Francis is actually. I think George is actually in really big trouble here because Francis now has
Yes.
free reign to cast that Ouroboros from his hand. He can put a counter on 1 Ouroboros. That's going to give 2 power to everything, which is going to pop up the second Ouroboros to 3 power, which means everything is going to get 5+1/+1 counters on it.
Yeah, I mean that does sound like it's just going to be lights out.
That's-
Yeah.
That's probably going to win the game in very short order. I'm not sure how George is going to deal with that. Maybe George isn't expecting the Ouroboros in hand here.
Yeah, I mean, like
Because otherwise, I think he answers that Jackal without hesitation. But we see a very big Mako here. Unfortunately, that's not going to be that useful in the face of 2 very large Ouroboros.
yeah, I mean, you have a nice 5/5 flyer as well on the Steam Core Scholar.
Team Core
The
Scholar,
worst-
but let's not forget
most
there are 2
difficult
Azure
to
Beast
pronounce
Binders on
name.
this battlefield as well. And those are unblockable. So that is 12 damage already that George cannot
Yeah, I
block.
mean, I think George is simply dead. Yeah, he can block one thing.
I
if this
think he
Ouroboros
is
comes
as
out,
well.
I don't really
Jackal
understand.
as well has Trample. That's going to be a 9/9 Trampler. George
Yeah.
has no mana. He's completely tapped out. Francis has the ability now to cast this Ouroboros, knowing fully well it's going to be copied. And he could just kill George right now, but Francis may be considering his options.
I think maybe he's just double checking that it's actually lethal. I mean, I can't imagine what play he could possibly have that's better than making 2 Ouroboros here. But
Hey, matters for blockers, right?
in the end,
No,
yes,
here we go.
and the
Tapping
maths will
for
dictate
his
that George is super
Ouroboros.
dead.
And here's a Jackal trigger. We're going to get 2 Ouroboros on this battlefield. We've got Innkeeper's Talent coming down. We are pumping up this battlefield, and George
My word,
is
yeah.
dead. He is dead. Yep, and here we go. That's exactly what Francis has done. 2+1/+1 counters on everything. And then the second
This is the-
Ouroboros is going to trigger with 3 power and put 3+1/+1 counters on everything. And then
It's
you've
the
got a
classic
bunch
gesture
of
of I'm not going to
creatures.
bother putting all these counters on because I'm just going to tell you that you're like giga dead.
I'm
Like,
here
George
to
is like,
tell you
"Here."
that you are there is no point in tracking this. You are dead, categorically. There is no way you're surviving this turn. But George, it's very much his right is gonna say, you know what? Kill me.
Oh me, yeah.
He's gonna give him the satisfaction of putting all those counters on all of his creatures, and now here's the second Ouroboros. 3+1/+1 counters on everything. Oh,
That's a good show, I
this-
suppose, at least, yeah.
Raul, I think this Ouroboros card is a bit messed up. I think it might be really good.
Yeah, I mean, especially in multiples, it gets out of hand completely, yeah.
I mean, yeah,
This was also, like, from Francis, presumably just exactly how the deck wants to see.
This is exactly what
uh,
Francis wanted
wants
to
to
do.
go,
in this game.
yeah.
This is pretty much the ideal curve for him, right? Of going
Get the
Llanowar
Jackal up
Elves
to
into
4 power
Jackal,
exactly
into
on time,
immediately
yeah,
his
it's
Gene
great.
Pollinator. Then you've got the Azure Beastbinder and the Innkeeper's Talent put a counter on the Jackal. It's got Ward 1 now, so it's harder for George to deal with in an efficient way, and then you just play Ouroboros and you just kill your opponent. And Francis is now just going to swing with absolutely everything. Although,
even the
someone should
Vigilant
tell that guy that
Beastbinders,
somebody tell him those Azure Beastbinders got Vigilance, but it's not going to matter. George is going to pack up his cards, and Francis is going to take game 1 in very quick fashion with this Simic Ouroboros deck, and Ouroboros really being, a big part in how he won that game. But I think it's pretty safe to say that this card from Spider-Man, Jackal, was very much the star.
Yeah, I mean, Jackal was nuts. Yeah, made 3 copies, including of the game-winning Ouroboros. Yeah, it's interesting, the comps, the having up the Floodmaw there. I think it might have just been a sort of case of perhaps forgetting that once the level up resolved, the Jackal had Ward. Right? I can't really explain it otherwise. I think you go. Maybe George was like, well, I can bounce this end of turn, and then he realized, oh damn, no, my my Floodmaw doesn't work against the Jackal anymore, and there's nothing really else worth bouncing, so I guess I won't use it. And then, yeah, it was just a disaster from there. Not that necessarily it's much better. Like, it's not sure he can recover anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But bouncing the Jackal would have really set Francis back quite a lot, yeah, because he can't go for the Ouroboros copy immediately, so it does slow down Francis's development. I guess Francis can still play Ouroboros, put a counter with the Innkeeper's Talent on it. It's still +2 counters to his whole board, which was extensive at that point already. So
yeah, absolutely.
George was still, I think, in a pickle, but certainly he could have bought himself, I think, a little bit more time.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at sideboards here. As we've got some interesting options here for Francis. So Francis' sideboard, he's got 3 Dragon Snipers, 2 Insidious Fungus, 2 Unable to Scream, 2 Flood Pits Drowner, 4 Repulsive Mutation, 1 Tishana's Tidebinder, and 1 Quantum Riddler. So, interesting what we're eyeing up here, right? Flood Pits Drowner I don't think is very good in this matchup. Unable to Scream, you're very good at neutralizing a VV or, a powerful creature, but Profs kind of makes it not that great. Insidious Fungus is probably quite good in this matchup, being able to answer, Fear of Missing Out as an enchantment, a Profs, a Cauldron if you really want to. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see that coming in. I think Dragon Sniper isn't that bad either. Like a 1/1 Vigilance, Reach, Death Touch, very good if you pump it, but also just blocks every single creature that George has and makes it very difficult for him to attack with the big board. So I'm definitely looking at sort of those cards in the matchup. Maybe if Tishana's Tidebinder as well, I think is decent in the matchup.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him sided in. I don't think it's as good as the other cards.
The Sniper, I'm not super sure as well, because I think the main focus or the main reason for them is going to be mono red, just to have something that can trade with the creatures early. I think, because otherwise your creatures early on are kind of dopey. I mean, it does have applications that possibly boards them in, but I'm not 100% sure. Blocking big Steam core scholars, like you said, is obviously an application for that guy. But you also can't take out too much of just the mana generation.
Yeah, I know.
What do you take out? Pawpatch Recruit we probably still want.
Pawpatch Recruit is relatively solid. George has decent removal, but it's not permanent removal. So I think Pawpatch Recruit can really excel in that kind of situation. Surak is obviously really good naturally. I think cards. I honestly think maybe the Quantum Riddler is a little bit redundant in this deck. I think you're looking to be aggressive, and I don't really think that Quantum Riddler gets you there. I think that's more for the sort of more mid-rangey matchups, when Quantum Riddler really shines, against decks like Dimir. If you're playing against something like Golgari mid-range or something that's built to go a little bit slower, that's where I really want Quantum Riddler. I think Tivar as well. 2 copies of Tivar the Pummeler in the main deck. Maybe you're looking to shave on those. I don't think it's that useful. It's just kind of a 3-mana 3/3 with an overrun. I don't think you really want the overrun. You've got other ways of winning the game that don't involve Tivar. So you can maybe
you can
side out a couple of those.
Trim the top end a bit, yeah. Well, we'll see. The Drown, like you said, seems kind of whatever, so they're going to go out.
The Drowners, I think, are quite weak. We're on George's end. We've gone through his sideboard before. We'll do it again. 2 copies of Annul, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Unable to Stream, 1 Fresh Start, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Torch the Tower, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Pyroclasm. I think Torch and Obliterating Bolt to start are pretty good.
Fire Magic and Pyroclasm as well.
Oh yeah, Fire Magic seems
pretty
pretty
good.
good.
All stars here.
Absolutely. I do kind of like the fresh start here. You know, if an Ouroboros comes down, you're able to kind of
Yeah,
stop it
that's
in a
really
different
nice
way.
answer. Yeah.
Unable to scream, I like it, but against an Ouroboros, it's just a little bit too slow. So maybe, you know, and again, with all of the ways that this deck, the Ouroboros deck has to pump their creatures, unable to scream kind of becomes quite redundant. It's not that useful. So I can see
Agreed.
fresh start, torch the tower, obliterating to bolt and fire magic coming in here. And maybe you side out, you know, something like, say, I don't know, like Marauding Mako. Maybe you think it's a little
I think
bit.
the Mako seems kind of dopey because, like we saw last game, there's going to be so much material on Francis's side that like having a large ground guy doesn't really help.
Yeah,
help
it's
you
just not that
kill
useful.
them,
And Mako doesn't do that much more other than just being a big creature when you discard a bunch of cards. So maybe not the kind of effect that you're looking for. But, you know, George is looking at his 7 now. I don't think he's taken any mulligans. Or maybe has he gone to 5?
Maybe he took 2 mulligans, yeah.
Oh, he's gone to 5.
like
Oh,
it.
that's not what you want to see. And Francis, has he taken any mulligans? I don't think he has. This is not what you want to
Unclear,
be for
but-
George. You really don't
No.
want to have to mulligan to 5 against a deck that's really aggressive like this. What has Francis got now? I think he's got a Spyglass Siren in hand. He's got some options, Botanical Sanctum for mana. I think he's also got a Keen-Eyed Curator.
Yeah, that's something we didn't say yet, but that's a kind of cool way of hating the graveyard that you can play main deck.
It's also just a 2-mana 3/3, just like a really good aggressive
Yeah.
beater.
All right, here
And
comes
here we
the
go. We
Spyglass
have
Siren.
Spyglass Siren come down. Off of this Willow Rush Verge. A Verge we don't see that often outside of these Civic decks.
Botanical
This is-
Sanctum drawn. There's Pollinator. in
Steam
hand
Pollinator
at the
coming down.
front.
Francis has the opportunity to build a really big board here, but we're going to see what he's going to do now. He's got Keen-Eyed
There's lots
Curator.
of lands,
that
it
he
looks
can-
like, yeah.
He can't play the Keen-Eyed Curator because the Willow Rush only
Yeah.
taps a blue at the moment. But he does have Multiversal Passage to solve that problem. A map is going to get us a forest here. And we're just going to swing in for one here. A slow start from Francis. Probably not what he's
Another
looking
Siren?
for, but here
Oh,
is...
no, but he can't cost that, no? Well, the way he tapped, he couldn't cost that. He should have tapped the other way around, right? He tapped his Botanical Sanctum and then played the Gene Pollinator off the Verge. But
Yeah,
okay.
no, he did tap his
I
banner.
mean, obviously, he had the mana to
incorrectly
do it this way around, but he did indicate it the wrong way around. But it is what it is. Yeah, I mean,
You know,
like,
very
the outcome is the
important that
same, so
you
it's fine.
sequence your mana correctly. You pay attention to what you're tapping, because Francis, technically, the way he did that, should not have been able to cast that Sheet Pollinator.
Well.
But here's the forest that comes down.
So now everything makes all the mana, basically. What's the special border card behind the other Pollinator? I guess he's playing it now. What's this?
This is
Some 3-drop?
this
is
is
it
Tibar.
Tyvar?
This is
Yeah,
Tibar the
okay.
Bundler. He kept them in. Just a 3/3 now, and he can tap a creature to give it indestructible if he really wants to. And that is going to be relevant here, as Obliterating Bolt was the draw from George. Notably, not going to
mean-
be able to target that Pummeler.
It's a card that I guess has applications in the sense that it survives these Pyroclasm effects. So it gives you something that will definitely stay around after you get swept in case that happens. Although it's not a huge aspect of George's deck. He has 2 of them, but you don't really know
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
So it's I don't know how important that really is, but that's the argument you can make for it, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. And you can imagine if
And
you
also,
know,
yeah, it does
George
threaten, obviously,
not
with the
doing
overrun.
anything here. George doesn't really have much going on. You know, he's got an Obliterating Bolt. The only juicy target is one that Francis can just make indestructible whenever he wants. But Francis isn't actually applying that much pressure here. You know, George has only taken. He's not at 20, is he? He's not taking that much damage. But we're going to see.
He will have taken some from the Siren at least, but
I think he's at
there
15
you go,
now.
14,
No, he's at
yeah.
14.
2
Let's
damage.
see, what is
plus
Francis
5.
going to do here? He clearly doesn't have an Ouroboros, or he would have cast it before combat. George also notably has Into the Floodmoor to answer
Tivar?
Tivar if he wants to, for a turn at least. And here's Multiversal Passage coming down. What is that naming? Probably a forest, as Keen-Eyed Curator comes down.
Another card which gets around the Pyroclasm. So Francis is kind of balancing here. Like, George has not been doing anything, so you have the suspicion that maybe there's some sweeper coming and he just wants you to overextend. But this way, Francis has 2 threats that survive it.
And here comes Into the Floodmoor. Gonna bounce the
Yeah.
Tyvar to hand.
But as long as George doesn't have any, board presence, Francis is happy that this
Vivi
is how
off
the
the
game
top
is
for
going.
George.
Except now the Quantum Riddle can come down if George so chooses, but he's going to go for the Vivi instead.
And here comes VV. VV's going to
And
come
gets
down.
to Obliterating Bolt the... Yeah, that's a nice turn. The
Yeah,
Keen
that's
Knight.
pretty good. That's probably where you want to be, right?
But...
We're gonna
Oh no, he's using the... Yeah,
we're
he's
gonna
using the-
exile into the Floodmoor in response, but not much more we can do here. Unless there's a Snakeskin Veil in hand. Is there? Oh, that's a Snakeskin Veil! That's going to put a counter on the Keen-Eyed Curator and give it hexproof until end of turn. The Glittering Raining Bolt is going to whiff. That's very big for Francis. The one of Snakeskin Veil. It's going to stop George from answering this powerful 3-3. And now Francis has some attacks here.
Well, the Keen Knight is what? A 4/4? And VV's a 1...
It's a 1-4
1/5,
currently.
right?
So
Oh, 1/4, yeah. Sorry. So
you can attack with both of these creatures. That was a
Steal another
very
5.
huge find for Francis. It's exactly what he needed. And now George
Definitely.
is in a really rough position. Even without Jackal, Francis is just dominating these games.
Yeah, I mean, George has Quantum Riddler from earlier on, which he can play. And as of now, it looks okay. But the Tyvar is a real big threat now, because the Overrun next turn is going to be a threat that George cannot
Yeah,
allow
George
to
is
happen,
really
right?
going to struggle to answer it, right?
So he needs
And
another Into the Floodmaw, and you can't keep playing Into the Floodmaw. You need to actually... Yeah.
like
need
into
to
the
actually-
Floodmoor, a great card when you're ahead, very
Yeah,
bad
not-
when you're behind, isn't
Not
going
so
to
good
help
when you
George in
need
this
to play one every
situation.
turn. Yeah. What's this? Oh, another Gene Pollinator, right. What's happening?
Looks like Francis has
Okay.
tapped all of his mana. I think he's over-tapped for that Gene Pollinator.
I think so as well, but I mean, George literally just on all lands. Is that right? Yeah, it's Multiversal Passage and an island, right?
Yeah.
And here comes the Quantum Riddler, so he'll at least draw 2 cards off this, since there's only 1 card left in hand, thanks to mulliganing to 5.
Could this be the
Draw
start of
Soul
George's
Stone
comeback?
Sanctuary
We
and
see
Profts.
Proft's Eidetic
Mhm.
Memory is a big deal.
But he used the VV already, right? So
Yeah, he did use the
he's
VV,
not
so we
gonna,
can't get
like-
more mana off of it. Duelist of the Mind as well. Could this be the start of a big comeback from George?
But George is a 10, yeah? So the overrun of Tyvar is plus greatest power among creatures, so he has 4. So it's +4/+4 if he just activates it. 2 blockers.
Doesn't give trample though.
Yeah, exactly. So you block Tyvar and the thing, but it's still 15 damage, yeah? With all the 1-drops.
Oh yeah, that
There's
is
2
still
blockers.
lethal.
So
Francis.
it's lethal with even a creature to spare, unless I'm missing
Sure, it's
something.
just like
So if he
Francis
just
is
activates his
about to win this
Tyvar, I think he
game.
just wins.
Francis really needed to have Duelist of the Mind or just a 2-drop creature in hand to have an additional blocker to keep himself alive. Didn't find one, found Profs instead, and now Francis is thinking about it. He's
This is
thinking
the
about his
classic-
options. Do I
The limited
have
magician has been working out the combat math a turn in advance, and
it?
but,
But
like,
it does
this is
kind of
just-
look like a really supercharged limited deck, doesn't it? But it's just
but,
so
yeah, like
powerful.
it's just all creatures,
that
yeah.
the insane boards it's capable of producing, and Tyvar being able to, being a really useful mana sink and a way to pump up your board and deal a lot of damage out of nowhere. Francis has the option now. All he's going to do is activate that Tyvar. And George is dead. Does he see it, though? He's thinking, is there anything I can do otherwise? But realistically, all he's got to do is activate this Tyvar here. And this game will be over. A very quick match. Francis swinging
Like,
with
Fresh
the
steamrolled,
team.
really, yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay,
Does
this is
he
just
see
that
it?
He worked it out. This is the type of spot where, I mean, it's so inconsequential, but do you really want to block the Tyvar?
And there
Because
it
that
is.
kind of reminds
and
your opponent that the
George-
Tyvar is there when your only chance is that he forgets it, but I mean, whatever. It's like, yeah. Francis worked it out
Absolutely.
9% of the time anyway.
George is going to extend the hand, and Francis is going to take this match 2-0. VV has lost, folks. We could all
Yeah, and
rejoice.
like convincingly, yeah. Like Francis just
It
completely
was not
steamrolled him.
close. It was not close at any point. The whole game, Francis was in the driver's seat, had a commanding board position, and all George had was Into the Floodmoor. Again, a great card when you're ahead, or where you have the combos, means to interact with, the multiple ways that the opponent is going to try and interact with you. But when your opponent got a big board and you've got nothing, Into the Floodmoor is not very good.
Yeah, it's the type of thing where you need to be pushing the agenda yourself. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Francis in a very good position now to maybe make it to the top 8 in this tournament. And we should probably talk now about what these players are playing for in this tournament. This is the UK national tournament for the European Unity League. The top 4 players in this tournament are going to the European Magic Cup. They get their invite, but that's not all that they're playing for. They're also playing for a place in the Full Fire TCG and Get Your Deck Out Invitational tournament happening on January 4th. It's a 2K tournament, and the winner gets a grand £1,000 worth of prizes. Now, I don't think we've had a tournament like that in a very long time, and I'm really glad that we have it. But that's got to be on the forefront of these players' minds as well. And all they have to do is make it to the semi-finals. And Francis
this
now
tournament seems like it's going to be really, really good value in that regard. You get that qualification to these 2 bigger tournaments, if you make it to the top 4. But
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Francis now in prime position for that. George still very much in the running to get to the top 4. We're going to take a short break, folks. But when we come back, we're going to have round 4 ready to go for you lot. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you very soon.
Yep.
I could stand you all day and tell you the truth, how we've nothing to gain but it all to lose conversation. It seems like a joke or crime, but it's worth it for 2 seconds of your time. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do. Level someone in one quick smile. It's true that guys like me don't get girls like you. I haven't got it all 'cause I don't have you. Look over at me and it's what you do.
I have it right next to me if you want to see quickly.
Hi, world. Welcome back to the Get Your Deck Out podcast. It's me, Oldemo Dave. You're hearing my usual Scott, but we have a very special guest today. Alex, hello. Welcome to the pod. For those who have not looked even at their phones for the last 2.5 weeks, give us an introduction to who you are and why you're here.
Hey, I'm Alex McIsaac. I had the pleasure of participating in the Spotlight Series Spider-Man in Baltimore, and I ended up running a aggressive leyline deck, and I ended up winning that Spotlight Series. So I'm really happy to be here. It's my first, of course, Grand Prix or Spotlight Series win. Outside of that, I've only really had, RCQ wins and store championship wins, or online challenges maybe. But outside of that, this is it. And some people know me as the guy who brought Poison Dart Frog to a big tournament. A basically unplayable card in the sideboard. That's
absolutely that. I can testament for usual viewers. I'm not in my usual spot. I am currently in an Airbnb in sunny Liverpool, about 30 minutes back from the main event. The talk of the weekend has been, where's the Poison Dart Frogs? That's been one of the people have acknowledging that. I know Simon Nielsen on the deck rundown on the Twitch stream said, but I'm sad to say no Poison Dart Frogs made the meta. So you've definitely had an impact on the Magic sphere. But as we talk about, there's a lot of depth there to how long you've been playing this deck, and and like why you made the choices to take it, and the results you've had online in the past. So it's not just not just a run good moment of the memories. You've been putting a lot of work into this Leyline list and the archetype itself, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. I actually played Leyline starting in Pioneer and brought it into Standard, in the months that followed after Pioneer kind of died off. And I was, kind of stuck where I thought it was a bad moment in the meta for Standard and decided I've gotten used to this Leyline deck through Pioneer and might as well just bring it in. So back then, I think it was I forget the exact year for the Calgary RC. That was Pioneer. It might have been 2013 or 2023, 2024. 2024. That's right. And I brought Rakdos Prowess back then, and didn't have that much success with Rakdos Prowess, which had that typical mice package, very similar to what you see with the Leyline decks before rotation. I didn't get that much success, so I decided to throw Giganta out of that sideboard and bring in, 4 copies of Leyline of Resonance in the 5K Open that happens for players that don't make day 2, and I had a lot of success with it. And from then on, I decided, this is going to be my deck for Standard as well, and brought it to the Montreal RC after that, and I was one of the few people actually playing Leyline even then, and got a really good record. Went 10-1, then lost 3 in a row, and then ended up finishing 16th place. So top 16 was a really good result for me back then. And I've been playing it since, trying to modify the list even after rotation. Through a few standard challenges. I think it appeared on a few standard challenges, and there are a few posts on X or Twitter that were asking, what is this Poison Dart Frog doing in this winning challenge list? And, it just became sort of a meme because... and the reason behind all this Poison Dart Frog business is actually I went to Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation. And when I got there, or before leaving, I couldn't find all my Razorkin Needleheads. I had ordered some, and they didn't arrive in time. So getting to the actual venue over there in Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation, I decided to arrive, about an hour early. I told myself, I'll be able to find those Razorkin Needleheads in time. Went to every single vendor. Every single one of those vendors was running out of those copies. Whenever I got to one, they would always say, "Oh, I just sold my last copy to this other person." So I wasn't the only one, like, really scrambling to get those Razorkin Needleheads to deal with the Vivi problem.
Yeah.
And I actually didn't find all of them, and I had brought some cards that I already had on me. One of them was Poison Dart Frog, and others were just cards that I had drafted, like Haste Magic, stuff like that I thought maybe this will come in use, but I didn't have any idea of how I would use it in any of the matchups. And luckily for me, you don't sideboard that much with Leyline, so I didn't need those extra sideboard cards, and after that it just stuck.
So, look, it's not just the one time you brought Poison Dart Frog as well. I can see from all your challenge lists from Magic Online, assuming you are McIsaac on Magic Online, yeah, there's a Poison Dart Frog in every single one of these, and that's from the middle of September, which is, I assume, you're testing of just jamming challenges and really getting to know the deck.
Yeah, you'll see that it's pretty much the same list every time, except sometimes I switch out a few cards, try to, burn out Bastronaut, stuff like that, and just landed on this list.
The other thing I can see on there as well, I know this probably lines up with RC Ottawa, which was Modern. You do seem to play a bit of Yawgmoth here and there in Modern as well.
Yeah, in Modern as well, that's something that I don't know. It's really part of my Magic journey where I don't like to play the top decks in the meta to copy those lists. I like to make my own, and I am very stubborn when it comes to a deck that, when I find a deck that I like, I can become very stubborn and I stick with it. And Yawgmoth has kind of fallen out of the meta, but I still play it. And I think that's a testament actually to the current state of the meta for Standard, where it's pretty much dominated by Vivi, and you don't need that many sideboard cards because not facing that many different types of decks. So most of my sideboard is actually committed to Vivi, and I don't really need to worry about that many variant decks. Whereas for Modern, that Spore Frog is necessary against this prowess, and the others are just, every single card targets a certain deck.
I think there was a. God, sorry, no.
I was going to say, aside from, I'll ignore the Poison Dart Frog as much as I love him. The sideboard for your winning deck, Fanatical Firebrand, what's that there for?
Fanatical Firebrand has a lot of purposes. Some of them can be attached to, of course, just pinging your own Screaming Nemesis to deal damage to prevent your opponent from getting that life gain. But mainly Fanatical Firebrand, I see it as a must include against Dimir midrange, especially when you see those Deep Cavern Bats come out. I think my Leyline version is very well positioned in the meta right now just because we don't have a lot of discard like intimidation tactics or duress, stuff like that. They're not really played or in there. And Deep Cavern Bat is one of them that just gets a card out of your hand because you're looking for that perfect composition of lands, creatures, and pump spells. If you have one creature, or if you just have one pump spell and they take that one, you're stuck on it. Messes up your balance. So,
yeah,
Fanatical Firebrand.
They unable to scream your creature instead of removing it, and you just kill them outright anyway, right?
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, in terms of combating this, say November comes and goes, they've banned Vivi out the meta, and we're just left in a sea of mono red. Would you sleeve this up to beat mono red, or would you end up going a different direction with it?
There would definitely need to be a few modifications to it, but I do think that in a lot of circumstances, this deck does outpace mono red aggro, just because it gets the kill out there first. The current mono red does seem more like a control type of deck, which is problematic. So I probably bring in more creatures, probably mainboard Screaming Nemesis too, at that point.
Yeah, I mean, people call it mono red aggro, and they see it like a sort of sly deck, the good old fashioned just mono red aggro, all the bolts, all the burn spells. But they were talking about it on coverage today, where it's way more like a big red deck. In mono red aggro or mono red burn, you're not playing Nova Hellcat, you're not playing even really Screaming Nemesis. So it is way more of a big red deck, whereas this is just pure balls to the wall, slick shot, show off, Emberheart Challenger. That's where my curve goes. And from there, it's just pump, 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 kill.
All the mana composition is like 1 drops, 2 drops. So
yeah. And just one Blazemire Verge, just the misers, because sometimes you cast the Callous Sellsword and it's enough to kill them.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you kill anyone with a Callous Sellsword on the weekend?
I think I hardcast 2 of them. You do get to play quite a lot of games, but 2 is pretty negligible at that point. It's also good that usually you cast the Callous Sellsword after the Burn Together part of it. So you use that card twice, you get another creature out there, and when it comes in after a Burn Together, you've sacked a creature or you've lost some creatures, so you get those +1s on it.
Yeah, I assume it's normally a case of you get them down to 3, 4, and it's just you need some random doofus to just push through for the last little bit.
So it's almost like that. It's either the desperation or the final kill next turn. That's when it comes out.
Desperation is normally how I play these types of decks. So.
I love that you added the desperation there. It's like, maybe I'll stay alive if this deck actually sticks there. Scott mentioned obviously bans coming up, and yes, there's going to be definite changes. And being in a room full of Magic players today, different content people, and everyone's talked about all the different potential combinations of things that they're going to do. There's the room's consensus was, in theory, if we're going to stabilize things, that 3 things should go from the Izzet deck, that being Profts, Cauldron, and Vivi. Do you feel the same? Do you think the same? And have you got any other potential thoughts on it? Because I guess as well, if that happens, unfortunately, us red players probably won't be allowed to have Screaming Nemesis as a toy anymore.
Yeah, I do think there is a Vivi problem. I do think it thwarts the entire meta. I think that, decks like Leyline Aggro can actually deal really well with those decks, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't thwart the rest of the meta and makes it, less fun to play, doesn't really give room to those really cool decks that can come out. And that's why I think, Vivi's a good ban, in my opinion. Proft is also something that, they should really consider taking away. Because of the amount of Riddlers, we saw those card draws in a lot of my games as well, where they didn't even need that Vivi to make some monsters on the board. The banning of Cauldron, I would be kind of upset with that, just because even though people on the podcast have probably only seen me play Leyline Red, I'm a big Golgari player, so just like with the Yawgmoth, I love Soul Cauldron. I love the possibilities of it, and I'd really like to see Golgari Roots come back up in Standard. That's such a fun deck where you make those plants and you go. Even without Tyvar, I think it's still playable.
So I was going to say, do you not think losing Tyvar was too much for that deck?
It's a big blow to it, but I think there's they could print some new cards too that can kind of replace it, and you got Dredger's Insight now, stuff like that.
I already love the fact that you were killing people on turn 2, but the thought that your comeback would be like rooting people out of the graveyard, it's sort of like the hero we want, hero we deserve kind of like comeback. I love that. And any hot takes on what you think should also go as well? Obviously, Kaito. Do we think if they make a readjustment, Kaito would be too much, or would you just be happy to say let's take the Cauldron deck, let's take the Izzet deck out the meta and see where everything lands?
Yeah, it's hard to predict, where all the pieces land. One deck changes the meta entirely, and then new decks pop up, and they affect each other that way. It's a big domino effect. I think it would be more of like tackling Vivi itself, and maybe Proft itself. If they do tackle Proft, I think they would need to take something out of the mono red match. Maybe Screaming Nemesis. I have seen some people saying that would be a target. Yeah, outside of that,
like something I said a couple of weeks ago, if you're hitting Vivi and Profs, then you need to hit mono red as well.
yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. I don't really know what else, and I don't think they want to shake it up too much. I think they just want to remove some big problematic elements and then see where it all falls, and go from there.
It's one of the issues we've got with the no established precedent for these ban windows that they've been making, where it feels like we don't really have enough of them for how many sets they're putting out into Standard. But obviously Vivi is a problem and Vivi needs to go, but can we take the risk of we ban Vivi and then it's just nothing but mono red for the next 2 months, and then Standards even further into the doldrums than it already is, where we've got 300-400 people for Spotlight Series when really we should be having over 1,000.
Yeah, the participation rate has definitely dropped.
Yeah, and I heard the interesting stories today from some people who are in Baltimore, like some of the Germans who flew over and have now flown here, about the day 2 shenanigans, the fact that only 3 of you were going to miss a promo, and the competitor, there was so many weird things going on in matchups down the line, because that promo was, well, I don't know about in America, but it was going for 300 UK pounds today, just about $400 to vendors. And same here, like only 13 people missed out, but at the same time, it's like that the 128 promo in modern events, you've got 1,500 people, right? So like, you know, the law shouldn't be day 2 get a big cash. It should be day 2 to fight for a big cash, not to maybe like squeak a win and take a draw left, right, and center. But yeah, I'm sure they'll at least have at least reflected on everything to do with Spider-Man and how it's affected things, and how not addressing standards affected things, and hopefully apply a more regular ban window to the cadence of the Spotlight series is coming up in 2026. I've had a fun weekend here in Liverpool, and there's been lots to do, and lots of stories to tell. Have you got any nuggets of your any top memories from Baltimore that sort of like kind of like brings together like the Magic community of things, like the mates you were traveling with, or people you met along the way and would love to sort of like and can tell the tale about?
Yeah, I met some really cool people there. Almost every single one of my opponents were just absolutely fantastic and like delightful to talk to. It's we kind of created this rapport going through it, and some of us, actually made it to the top 8. And I had known or encountered some of the people as well before, and had kind of like this rivalry, especially with Namdang, who had
I was wondering
actually.
who you were gonna say, and I saw that you lost to Nam in Orlando in your last round.
That's right, exactly. So I saw him as like my tournament ender there, and going into the winning in, him beating me again after I had killed him. Looking at the clock, I had beaten him within like 2 minutes. I turned 3, killed him without the ley line because of this plotted slick shot, and burned together. And I was like, okay, this is it. The second game is going my way. He's down to, I think it was, I don't remember exactly how much life, so I'm not going to put anything there, but he was very close to death, and I needed, to draw 1 pump spell or 1 creature off of double Might of the Meek, and nothing, and then, went to lose, and then I was like, okay, maybe it's just not meant for me to make top 8. But yeah.
There in the end, though.
I could see the sort of like headlines, Namdang, the end boss. It's like sort of can imagine like that was playing out for you in real time.
Yeah, it's also great respect to Namdang. He faced my Leyline deck as well before, so he knew what he was going up against. And he still tapped out the first game, realized that mistake, and then kind of remembered what the plan is against this deck. And he played fantastically. Even like in the top 8 as well. I just got really lucky against him with the, double Leyline and Leyline. The double Leyline game, his bouncing of my Hard Claw, and then, kind of using his Scorching Shot, burn, and, torching my creatures down. So he just destroyed my entire board by gaining more information playing these pump spells one at a time. It's just a fantastic player, and, you see like his calculated way of thinking about how my deck operates without even fully, knowing it or having encountered it that much. That's, a sign of a really good player. So
Yeah,
big respect.
Nam is a Pro Tour player. He's been around the game for a long time. It's a name that I definitely knew, but looking at your ELO project page, you've only really been playing premier events for the last year and a half, 2 years, that sort of thing. And now you're going to a Pro Tour yourself. So are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been wanting to go to the Pro Tour for maybe not as long as a lot of players, based on what you just said. But I've always been a big chess player. I've been playing chess since I was 3 competitively, and I've always been, a very one-track mind kind of person. So if I get into a game, I really, devote everything to it. So I've been playing Magic obsessively since then, since I got into it, and, try to develop my own strategies, and test new lists constantly. And I think it's kind of like paying off. I'm super excited about the Pro Tour, especially the draft component. I love drafting. So
It's good to hear from a shall we say a new school player, not someone as old as me or who's been playing the game as long as me, but it's really nice to hear that players coming into the game in the last year or two find draft and really enjoy draft. But it's obviously you've already won. Was it $10,000? I want to say.
Yeah, 10,000 US, which
Nice.
is more for us Canadians.
I love that.
An extremely unique trophy. Whether you love it or hate it, it's definitely unique and it's definitely a really cool thing to have. I know Dave was trying to walk away with the other one from Liverpool, didn't quite get there in the main, but that might be because he didn't play Leyline of Resonance.
Yes, I didn't really. I guess it was going to be a way too late pivot for me to Alex has had a year of mastering this deck, so me kind of picking it up and trying to get my one time. You have to be so artful, skillful, and I think in a way, I tried a lot of the side events on the Friday with it. People were so respectful of it because of what you had done the week before that ironically I felt that if I'd have just played one Leyline of Resonance and flipped it out of my sideboard and went oops, but actually just played mono red stock, I would have had a much bigger edge, because as soon as they kind of sensed that's what I was doing, I just there's a massive uptick at that level of Torch the Tower into the Floodmore, and I just had very little chance of going in. And I kind of walked into a couple of if you just played green for Snakeskin Vale, you might have got there, but I guess that's for another.
Whoa. Play green for Poison Dart Frog, thank you.
That's right.
That's very true. And I guess your thoughts about its potential. There is potential pivot, but we've got to see how it shakes up, haven't we? And we've got to see what the threats are, because there's been decks like that around for a while in the past, and with sort of like the pump protect kind of thing going on as well.
Yeah, Gruul Leyline especially was something that really interested me too. When Hemosymbic Might came out, I just looked at that and I was like, okay, that's another turn 2 kill that you can get with 2 Hemosymbic Mites and a Wild Ride, pumped up by Leyline. That's an immediate kill, and that's such a cool kill with the synergy between just 2 of the same creatures. I kind of gave up on my attempt at a Gruul Leyline, testing a few different things, just because I found it difficult with the mana composition. You have such a tight focus, really, when you're playing these Leyline decks, that you want to get that perfect balance of creatures and pump spells. And if that doesn't match your land composition, your mana composition, it just ruins the entire deck. It's just one more thing to look out for and one more reason why you might not be in the game. But now we have. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say that's obviously part of the composition of the deck you ended up playing, where you only have one Blazemire Verge. Is you could play 4 Blazemire Verge, but you can't afford the black untapped land on turn 1. Sometimes you draw 2 of them. It's not even starting town, none of that. Just mountains and 1 Blazemire Verge. We know what we're here for. No Soulstone Sanctuary. We're not getting to 4 mana. It's that tight on the mana, and I can tell, as you've said, you change some of the cards around between these lists, but that's something that doesn't change.
Yeah, I was trying or thinking that maybe I could get back into trying out Gruul now that we have Multiversal Passage. I didn't have enough time to actually test it. So that's like a third option, because we have the Verge, then we have Multiversal Passage, then we have Starting Town, and then we can get our basic red lands. I think that might be enough to make it work.
Stomping
Up
Ground
for
as well, right?
testing.
In Edge of Eternities? Is that one of the ones that was in there? I can never
Oh yeah, that
remember.
is true. Yeah, Stomping Ground is now in. Yeah.
When they're off-centered like this and it's not ally enemy, I can never keep track of what's actually in the format especially now we've got Lorwyn next year, so it's going to be on a different rotation cycle as well. So I'm fairly certain someone could just play like a Scolding Tarn against me in standard, and I just go, yeah, I'm sure that was printed at some point.
We did
I made
a
that mistake once.
yeah, well, we did a flashback draft here in the house on Friday, and yeah, there's so many cards which were like originally printed back in 2015, and we still were doing the oh, that's probably in Foundations meme with sort of everything to go with that. Obviously, we know if you listen, I won't call you out by name, but I've seen you today, and you've said I enjoy the pod. Alex is, I'm sure, and all the details are going to be in the description. Everything you can find Alex and all about. Definitely sounds to me like a really smart head who can be part of your testing teams, get involved, and start building for like some of these next Pro Tours coming up. Just outside of the Pro Tour element, like we were obviously all based around like that you go into your local game store and getting your deck out. It is how have they taken your success? Have you taken a load of ribbon from the boys back home, or are they sort of like they thrown you a celebration party?
Actually, just last night we did go. Well, we have the Blue Jays game as well because the Blue Jays are in the World Series for Major League Baseball.
Yes.
I don't think any one of us in our playtest group is that much into baseball, but you know, we just decided to get there. We're playtesting also for the Calgary RC that's coming up for Modern, and yeah, we just had a party, kind of like I brought the trophy with me so that they could see and we could take some pictures together and had a few drinks and then yeah, just watch the Blue Jays game. That's nice.
And where's
Out the glove yet?
No. Honestly, even just touching the glove, it's mostly made of bronze. There's some gold in there. There's the Madeira citrine, but I don't know, you kind of get like this metallic kind of smell on your hands after. I would not want to risk some sort of lead poisoning off of that.
So is it going to be a special case? Are you going to like build your own? Is there going to be now a cabinet? Is it going to take pride of place?
That's actually a good point. Maybe it'll get dusty if I just keep it here, but I have it right next to me if you want to see quickly.
Yeah, there we go. Let's pull it up. Just so people don't claim that we've got an AI on the pod. There it is.
That's right.
Wonderful things.
The base is pretty heavy as well, so it just goes on there and
that's incredible.
Rotate it.
A lot of the times we talk about things wizards do and don't, but and also with Universes Beyond, but I think it's a really special sort of tie-in that's been made. There's a wonderful like welcome to London spotlight thing, and everyone will see this in the upcoming vlogs. I saw today's trophy. I think, am I right in saying like the stones are going to all be slightly different in all of the trophies as the sort of plan? I know there's a little bit of uniqueness to each one at the different stops.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they're gonna go about it. Maybe with the next Marvel set, I think they might have a new stone.
I'd assume there's going to be one stone in every Marvel set that they do, which kind of lines us up for more than just next year, where I think it's Marvel Superheroes is the name of the set next year. So
yeah,
in that one we'll have a different stone, and then that'll be for the Spotlight series that will have that stone in it. So what I'm getting to from this, Alex, is you need to win all of them, crack the stones out of the other ones, assemble it all, and then we'll all be at your whim basically because you'll have the full inventory.
You just win the game. Like that's you win life. You have all the stones.
I'd really like a Hobbit trophy, to be honest, but we'll see what that is.
Just a cloak and a staff, a big Hobbit staff. Yes, although that's great, and we'd love to see it, and we can't wait to keep following along. And the Run It back story is just as great of the one time story as well. But you've been doing great things behind the scenes here for a while, and again, the sort of work you've been putting in is testament to what it takes to be successful at the top level. And people would love to hear more about it. So I believe in tribute to our little companion in the sideboards, people can now be able to find you on YouTube to catch up with some of your thoughts on new deck builds and things you might be doing in that space.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to be trying to post a bit more on YouTube, especially ahead. Like, there's so many events lined up for me. There's 2 RCs, there's the Spotlight Series that's happening in Toronto, and of course the Pro Tour. So I'm going to be trying to make some videos around my thought process behind my decks that I'm going to be bringing to those, and just, of course, I'm going to be jamming so much draft for Lorwyn Eclipse between January 16th and January 30th. I'm going to try to get to know every single card like the back of my hand and try to release my thoughts on how to draft those sets ahead of the Spotlight Series in Toronto. Maybe keep some secrets for myself for the Pro Tour, though.
Of course,
with winning all these tournaments, right, is you then have more tournaments that you have to play, and generally when you win a tournament you then have to travel for the next stage.
Yeah,
that's amazing. And down in the description, we'll have everywhere you can find Alex now on the socials, everywhere you can contact, and just go back and watch some of the highlights of the events. It was a pretty well told story and a just wonderful moment in time of hey, we're all complaining about X and Y, but along came Z and just took it home straight to the top. Would you? I would say, we did say you're not going to be a baseball guy. I was going to say, would you trade this in for a Blue Jays World Series win? But I think I know that trophy is.
Hello, welcome back. We are here for round 4 of the European Unity League UK Nationals Tournament in Full Fire TCG in Gloucester. I'm Lucy Fair. I'm joined by Raoul Zimmerman. We've got a doozy. We have David Woodland on VV Cauldron, the classic. We've got Gavin Thacker on a very sweet Jeskai Artifacts deck. He has been playing this deck all through standard season, been doing very well with it. We're going to see what he's got going on here. He's going to start us off with the Meticulous Archive, which is going to allow him to surveil one, which he's going to keep on top. David's going to draw. Do we see a turn 1 Mako? No!
Oh, he's the Storm Chaser's talent one.
He's playing Storm Chaser's talent. This is sweet. Very excited. I'm very excited for this build of the VV deck. There are 2 different builds of the VV deck. You play a very traditional sort of creature-based Proselytic Memory build. As we see, Clay-Fired Bricks. No, that's actually not. It's what is it?
It's Sawblades. It's the deal 5 to tap creature.
Yes, spring-loaded Sawblades, 5 damage to a tap creature, and it also crafts into.
It's a vehicle 5/5. You have to tap 2 creatures to crew it, basically.
Yes, a very, very powerful card in this artifacts deck. Gavin is just going to play.
This is the powerful card, yeah.
This is the reason that you play this deck. It's going to allow him to scry 2 to start off with. Whenever an artifact enters with mana value 3 or more, he's going to make a construct. You may be familiar with the constructs from cards like Urza Saga, Khan Sign of Urza. He's going to get a lot of those, and those things get big very quickly. So David, it's crunch time for him now as we see him shock in a Multiversal Passage. I don't fully know what he's naming, but it looks like he's eyeing up a 2-drop in his hand. Maybe a Proselytic Memory about to be cast here.
Cauldron at the front as well. But the artifact deck is kind of funny. You do this thing, and it has Repurposing Bay to get more artifacts into play and go up the chain so that you get the constructs from the synthesizer, and then there's a single copy of Fire Crystal you can get out, which gives all your creatures haste, and then it can go for a big swing in 1 turn if it wants to.
Such a scary card.
And also this card, United Battlefront is the second coming of. Oh wow, that's a good exchange. It's the second coming of Collected Company, so you get to look at the top, I think 7 cards in this case, and get 2 artifacts or 2 non-creature non-lands with converted mana cost 3 or less.
And they will probably.
And obviously, the idea was to play some stuff with, and then get the constructs off the synthesizer. But David has the Into the Flood more ready to bounce the synthesizer first. So this is not going to create any creatures unless Gavin hits another synthesizer, right?
Absolutely. It looks like Gavin is eyeing up. I think that is a Pinnacle Starcage.
Yes, which
as
is
well as a
basically
braided net here, and that is going
temporary
to
lockdown.
That's going to get rid of the spring-loaded Sawblades. It's going to get rid of the Agatha's Soul Cauldron. It's going to get rid of the Fear of Missing Out. It's going to exile all creatures and artifacts with mana value 2 or less. So it's going to wipe the board out apart from this braided net here. which means Agha's Soul Cauldron and Fear of Missing Out are going to come off the battlefield here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe they. Okay. He's still using it too. Okay. Also, the poor fish gets eaten. Just was given as a gift and then coldly dispatched.
Coldly taken away. What a monster Gavin is.
I believe the Storm Chaser stays, right? It doesn't take
There
out
is,
enchantments,
however.
is that right?
Say again?
I think it's the Storm Chaser stays because it only
Yes, it only hits artifacts and
creatures. Yeah. So
but here's a Winter Night Stories now from David, and we do know that he has an Abrade in hand, so we can answer that Pinnacle Starcade pretty much whenever he wants. Winter Night Stories, however, is going to draw David 3 cards. We're going to see what he's going to discard. I don't know that he has a 4th land.
Just getting rid of the VV to set the Cauldron combo.
No, he's
does have a 4th land.
He's got an island.
So he's going to want to abrade the Star Cage, which sets up the VV combo immediately, because the VV is in the graveyard now.
Is that a second United Battlefront from Gavin? No, it's a Fable Passage. Gavin is going to get a basic land, and it's going to enter untapped as he's got 4 or more lands. And he's going. Ooh, he is getting an untapped red source.
Does he have red cards beside the Fire Crystal?
An excellent question. Let's have a look. We have access to his deck list here, so we know he's got 1 copy of the Fire Crystal in his deck. I don't think he has another.
Right, maybe. The new card, the Pinnacle Emissary or whatever, maybe. Is that in there?
No, it's only Pinnacle Starcage.
Oh.
Not playing any copy of Pinnacle Emissary, and he doesn't need red mana to cast that either, unless he wants to hard cast it. Maybe he's looking to cast. Maybe he's got his copy of the Fire Crystal in hand and is looking to cast it at some point. Or maybe he's just preparing himself in case he draws it.
Is that not double red?
It is double red, but obviously getting the 1 mountain prepares him to cast it at a later time.
I suppose,
David's got a 5th land.
I wonder what that.
Gavin does have the Simulacrum Starcage, Simulacrum Synthesizer on the battlefield. Now David has a choice. He's played a Fear of Missing Out, but he has the option now. Does he want to abrade the Starcage to get the VV combo online, or does he want to answer the Simulacrum Synthesizer? That is the burning question on everyone's minds. And here is hello, Braided Net, and here comes a Sawblades to answer the Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, of course you need to tap it first because the Sawblades only hits tap creatures, but you have this 1/2 punch here.
Really solid play from Gavin here. Gavin with a very overwhelming board state. David in a little bit of trouble here. This Simulacrum Synthesizer is very much threatening to take over this game.
Keep in mind, David does have the Abrade in hand, which he's going to want to deploy here at some point, I'm pretty sure. It's not clear whether he should go after the Synthesizer or the Starcage.
Oh, hello. Perilous.
That's Perilous Snare. I think he's mostly just playing to get a construct from the Synthesizer, just because taking out the Storm Chaser's talent doesn't seem to be a huge priority here. And I think the artifact deck, it does lots of things and lots of stuff comes into play, but it is true that if you take out these Synthesizers, it really doesn't kill you very easily or at all. Yeah, it doesn't have any ways of generating creatures or threats otherwise, I believe.
Absolutely.
I guess Clayfire bricks once you flip it, but that's such a slow thing. So if you control these, actually, the artifact deck does struggle.
Absolutely, and Perilous Snare here is going to deal with that Storm Chaser's talent. David's not going to get to level that one up to get another instant of sorcery from his graveyard to his hand, as we see him untap and draw here. But Gavin's got a lot of things on the battlefield, but nothing that's going to win him this game. But at the same time, David doesn't have access now to killing this
is Quantum Riddler, right? So
Starcage.
That's going to draw him 2 cards.
That is going to draw him 2 cards. Gavin may be thinking about what his decision is going to be. He's going to tap it down now. Braided Net, I do believe,
it makes it so you can't activate its abilities. I'm not really sure what the...
It's activated, can't be activated for as long as it remains tapped. Here's another...
Quantum Riddler.
Here's another Quantum Riddler warped now. It looks like David's going to do something in response. He's going to cast an Opt.
Ah, nice. So he's
Gonna
going to draw
scry.
three
Looks like
cards
he's
off
maybe
this,
looking
yeah.
at scrying that to the bottom. Is gonna get to draw.
Yeah, 3 cards because there's 2 Riddlers in play. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is right. You get 2 replacement effects. You get to. Oh, that's really good.
Yes.
It's a really powerful opt here.
I'm not really sure. I guess, yeah, Gavin actually wants to tap the Braided Net. I think he just needed to get a counter off it because his way back into the game is to transform that into the Braided Kipu, or however you pronounce the backside, which lets you draw cards for the number of artifacts you have in play, right? So he really needs to find, like I said, he needs to find the
He wants to craft
synthesizer.
it with an artifact. He does have an
Yes.
artifact in his graveyard, which means he can craft
Exactly, yeah.
it.
So he just wants to get the counters off at all cost, and get to the big card draw effect so that he can find another synthesizer to start actually putting threats into play. I guess he can also tap his own stuff, so he didn't technically need to tap the Riddler, but
It looks like Gavin is going to craft right now. It's going to transform into I think it's pronounced braided Quipu. Braided
Quipu, sure, yeah.
And he can pay 3 in a blue as he's doing right now to tap it and to draw a card for each artifact he controls. Then put Braided Net into its owner's library third from the top. He's kind of like he's tucking it to fairy style.
Yeah.
But Gavin is going to draw, I believe, 4 cards. And Braided Net is going to go back in. But now Gavin is tapped out, and David has some options here. He's got a full grip again, thanks to those 2 copies of Quantum Riddler. He has the option of casting one now from Warp. What's he going to do now? Vivi enters the battlefield. Very powerful card. What is next? And here is a Profts. And so it begins. And again,
it's going to come down to a lot to what Gavin actually drew, because like this is still the setup turn. I think David can't achieve much this turn with his relatively small VV.
He has drawn an Into the Floodmoor here.
Oh, right.
Which means he does have options.
So you could theoretically... I guess he has to work out whether bouncing the Star Cage does anything helpful for him here, right? He can set up the VV combo, because there's a VV in the graveyard already, we saw earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is you obviously put the Star Cage back into hand so it can get redeployed. But he does seem to think that he's going to get enough value out of it here to make that.
It does look like that. That's what David wants to do here, as we see the fish come down. Fear of missing out. And Agatha's Soul Cauldron coming down onto the battlefield. I don't think there is a VV in the graveyard.
I think you could discard one earlier at the very beginning. So I think there is one actually. Let's have a look. Yeah, there is one.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, but the problem is, again, like if you commit to this now and you don't achieve something big, the Star Cage will eat the Agatha Soul Cauldron, which also then means the Vivi is gone from underneath it.
Well, notably now that Vivi is under the Star Cage, he can put it on Vivi. Vivi now has 2 mana abilities, and Fear of Missing Out has one as well.
Yeah,
so David has access to 7 mana here. Out of nowhere.
Winter Night Stories, at least 2, I think, in the graveyard, which means these Profts are gonna.
Profts can pump one up even more. He has the opportunity to maybe cast both of his Quantum Riddlers, and Pinnacle Star Cage not looking so appealing now for Gavin.
Yeah, exactly. So like this is David worked out well that he is actually, despite the threat of the Star Cage coming down again and eating the Cauldron with the VV under, he's probably going to get a big swing out of this. And the Quantum Riddlers as 4/6s are basically a nightmare for Gavin to deal with, right? The Soul Blades don't touch it. Obviously, Star Cage doesn't touch it. The Perilous Sneer can take them out, but there's one in play already, so the Braided Nets can delay them.
Looks like he's activating his creatures right now to cast a Quantum Riddler. Going to draw 2 cards off of this Riddler now, which is going to pump the Profs further.
Mm-hmm.
Vivi, I believe, still has an activated ability left to make some mana. So Prof's probably going to put some counters on the VV. Maybe he's looking to get a little bit more mana post-combat and cast a second Quantum Riddler.
Put the counters on the Riddler as well, which is now 8 power. So that's another 8 mana.
That sounds like a much better play than the one that I suggested. And now you've got a very big Quantum Riddler that's going to make 8 mana. You can cast the second one, draw another card, maybe even 2 cards.
Start flashing back the Winter Night Stories that you have in the graveyard.
Out come the mana.
They lose some value because you already got through the Profts, but I guess we're in main phase 2 now. Is that the idea here?
Yes, I
I'm not
believe
sure.
we are in main phase 2. Now David is going to make some mana, 8 mana off that Quantum Riddler. He's going to decide.
So
How
the way to win
much?
is what, cast 18 spells? Or is there
Yeah,
is
I mean,
there
yeah.
another way to? I mean,
well, 16 spells will kill Gavin.
oh, it's
But
16
I
now.
think
Yeah, okay, sure.
I think a couple of copies of Quantum Riddler on the battlefield. Here's a fear of missing out now. It's going to discard a card and draw 2 more cards here. Riverpire Verge enters the grip. It's going to draw 3. No, just the 2. He's only got the 1 Quantum Riddler
Yeah.
so far, but he's drawn a copy of Storm Chaser's Talent here.
Okay. I mean, in the end, actually, it just means even if you don't kill necessarily this turn, as long as you put an overwhelming board into play, that Gavin's not gonna like. He has to deal with things one at a time with this deck besides Starcage. So if you put like large, enough 3 CMC plus cards into play that you all needs to deal with, it's going to be tough for Gavin to make any meaningful plays next turn.
Absolutely.
The only danger, I suppose, is that if Gavin can somehow piece together a lot of Simulacrum tokens with a Fire Crystal to make some big swing, but for that, really, he needs to also use
he needs
a lot
to
of
have red
mana, and unlike David, he doesn't get to make infinite mana with this Vivi. Like, he's constrained by the number of lands in his hand.
He needs to find an untapped 8th land, have United Battlefront in hand to get him Simulacrum, maybe 2 Simulacrum synthesizers to make.
And there's still so much
2
material in the way.
And there's still too many blockers. David's board is just overwhelming. I think it's going to be very difficult for Gavin to win this game now. But maybe he does have some outs. Maybe he can find a couple of Perilous Slares to answer some of the more powerful creatures on the battlefield. But he also needs to deal with the VV Cauldron combo. It's just looking very difficult for Gavin right now.
Because at the end of this, like, the Starcage can take out a lot of this stuff, but at the end of the day, the Quantum Riddlers and the VVs will be there still, and you need to at least sort some of them out next turn if you're Gavin. If you don't die this turn, which is still like distinctly possible. I was sort of jokingly saying cast 16 spells, but it's entirely within something that might happen. Yeah, like
he has the
stories can find stuff.
If he can somehow put a counter on that Quantum Riddler, it's not unreasonable.
You get more mana, exactly. Like, I guess the constraint is it's not so easy to put the counters, but.
But I think Gavin is going to get a turn here. As combat has passed, I don't think. Unless as you talked about, he has a way to cast 15 spells in a single turn. It's probably not going to happen that Gavin is dead. But Gavin definitely looking like he has 1 turn to find an answer to all of this. It looks like there's a bit of confusion over how much mana David has.
Perhaps. I guess it's maybe also about activating. Like, it's kind of tough to keep track of what creatures have been activated and not activated if you aren't very rigorous about it. Because here we sort of went like, yeah, I'll point at this, make some mana, and it might be also about that, Now they're trying to work out. I activated this one. I made this and this much mana with this creature.
I do believe VV has yet to be activated a second time, so David still has access to 3 more mana currently if he wants it.
I think so too.
Which could.
We know that he used the Riddler. He cast what Riddler, Storm Chaser's Talent, and I think maybe a second Prophets or a Fear of Missing Out off that. One of those 2. So that's all the mana from the Riddler accounted for, but I'm not sure about the other stuff. Yeah, great stuff.
Perhaps they're counting cards and how many they've been drawn. Maybe there's confusion over the Quantum Riddler replacement effects, because Gavin.
That could also be true, yeah. But I mean, the opt was definitely draw 3, and then the fear when he played it was also draw 2. I think that bit is fine. Or maybe it's just whether he is allowed to play a land, yeah? Because like he sort of motioned with his land back to his hand. But
yeah, potentially. But I think Gavin went first in this game. I don't think David has missed a land drop either.
Yeah, it's super unclear.
So it is 7v7. Gavin's gone first in 7 lands.
Yeah,
and David hasn't just played 2 lands in a turn. But it looks like they're in agreement that David can't play a second land here. So that's what they're talking about.
I saw in the hand, by the way, a Duelist of the Mind, which I guess
Yep.
that doesn't really contribute that
Well, that's
much, 'cause
probably
it's
going to be a
get
very
eaten by
big
this Star
creature.
Cage anyway. Yeah. Well, I guess, but
If only David had a means of putting a counter on it.
this is the thing, exactly, yeah. That's kind of the bottleneck for the deck, right? You don't have many ways to put the counters. You have Profts, but we're already past combat.
Yeah.
And you have the Cauldron itself, so...
So after the second main phase, when you really sort of go off, it does get a bit
It's
more
hard.
difficult to keep things going. VV is sort
Exactly,
of
it's
the
hard
only
to,
means
like,
that David has
move.
to do more than what he currently has. And we're going to see VV activated a second time. Let's see what David's going to do with this one. Looks like he chose 2
Just
blue.
gonna flashback the
Winter Night Stories is going to get
stories.
harmonized here, tapping the Quantum Riddler. That's going to bring VV up. Gavin goes to 14 now. David
Checking
going to draw
whether-
3. It looks like did he draw into the Floodmore again? I think he drew another
could be.
Winter Night
He drew
Stories
another
as well.
Stories, I thought.
Definitely
Cauldron
Cauldron's going down. He's got
that's the other
Opt
thing with
as
the Cauldron. Yeah,
well.
you can't really put a counter. Like, you would love to put a counter on something with it, but obviously then you lose the VV from under the previous one, so you can't even utilize it that way. So yeah, another Winter
And here
Night
comes another
Stories.
Winter Night Stories. As if we haven't drawn enough cards this turn.
Okay. Looks like we're
I
done
think
for
that's
now.
going to be it. David going to represent a single blue mana. And I believe he has Into the Floodmore in hand to answer anything that Gavin needs to. Gavin
guess
is finally going to untap for his turn. And we're going to see what he could do about this. But I think it's looking quite dire for him right now. I think he drew another Perilous Snare. That's not a bad start if you're Gavin.
About the best you could hope for, because you have the Star Cage, and you have to then get rid of the big Riddlers, mostly.
Here's a Star
Star
Cage coming
Cage.
down now. That's going to answer pretty much everything that isn't VV or the
Profts,
Riddlers and the Profs as well. So that's not a bad start now, and here's a United Battlefront from Gavin. Interesting that he chose that over a Perilous Snare on, say, the big, maybe the
I suppose
VV
you
or
can
the Quantum
take out
Riddler.
the
That was an option that he had.
12. You're at 15. Yeah, it's kind of scary, with the Profts in play. Oh, I see. He's
2
looking
braided
for
nets, though.
braided nets. Okay.
He found his
that
Fire
gives you-
Crystal as well. So Fire Crystal, unfortunately, going to the bottom here. Probably not what Gavin wanted to see, but
Well, I mean, I guess it's
braided
better at
net
the
is
bottom of your
really
deck.
going to slow David down. And Gavin, he has a turn now. And Gavin can actually tap the VV in David's upkeep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to remove the activate ability.
And here comes an Opt. Now, Gavin going to take a further bit of damage. VV goes up yet again, but now David's only get to use the VV mana in his upkeep.
Well, provided you actually do tap it rather than a flyer, but probably you do. Yeah.
I think you do, right? Because you cut off,
I agree with
cut off
you,
so
yeah.
much mana from the VV player.
It's just too much mana, really.
And it's also just a really good way to interact with the VV without putting it in the graveyard. Granted, a lot of Gavin's removal in this deck is very exile based, anyways. But you don't really want to risk VV going in the graveyard in any event. And I think did he just draw on a braid? He might have just drawn on a braid.
Didn't use the mana at all in upkeep. I guess like if you get rid of the net, then.
I think he drew Torch the Tower. That's not going to do anything on this battlefield. Torch the Tower, probably not a great card in this matchup. Definitely not what you're looking for if you're David. But he still has access to Winter Night Stories and a bunch of ways to draw cards. I think it's pretty safe to say that David, at the very least, is getting in with a big chunk of damage here. David is going to level up Stormchaser's talent. What's he going to get? Is he going to get an Abrade? It looks like he's eyeing it up. Chooses the Abrade. Now, what's he going to target here? He actually has an option of
Star Cage.
abrading the. He could abrade the untapped braided net. Duelist of the Mind now as well. He could abrade the untapped braided net. Force Gavin to use it.
We just went to combat, in fact.
David didn't draw any cards, did he?
Did he not? What did he do? He just leveled up the thing, played the
Just
duelist.
leveled up
Yeah,
the
he didn't actually draw any
thing,
cards. Yeah.
got the Abrade and cast Duelist of the Mind. Maybe looking to use it on Gavin's turn now.
I guess it's the sort of thinking that we mentioned earlier, where if I just have an answer to the synthesizer, how does Gavin ever get anywhere? Yeah, like he can stall as much as he wants. If you keep the braid for the synthesizer, Gavin's never going to actually get a creature into play and be able to kill you. So if you just keep the braid up, yeah, you maybe didn't do like anything impressive that turn, but you're also not losing ever. So perhaps it's that logic that's being
Repurposing
applied
Bay in
here.
Gavin's hand. Here's a Clay-Fired Bricks now. That's going to get a Plains, a basic Plains, and gain Gavin 2 life.
Yeah.
That's definitely life that Gavin needs right now. So he is under quite a lot of pressure from David's big board. Duelist of the Mind has just added to that pressure. If David gives himself access to a bunch of copies of Winter Night Stories, that Duelist of the Mind can get very big.
There's a
Very
snare in
quickly.
hand, which looks like might be about to be deployed here.
I mean, it looks great as well, but let's not forget, David has access to a braid to
Yeah.
kill it before it enters the stack, so it might not even remove anything. I think it depends on what Gavin chooses. But no,
Oh
we
no,
see
so he's
repurposing
playing-
Bay here.
Oh, right.
So you can pay 1, sacrifice an artifact, and get an artifact with mana value equal to the sacrifice creature's mana value plus 1. Potentially
It's the
sacrifice
birthing
the
pot for
Clay-Fired Bricks.
artifacts. Yeah.
Potentially get the
I mean, yeah.
Clay-Fired Bricks, get Synthesizer, force Dave to answer with it so the Perilous Snare can come through.
Oh,
Very interesting here.
wait.
Oh, this is a very good play from David. Abrading the Clay-Fired Bricks so that he cannot sacrifice it to get
Interesting.
Simulacrum Synthesizer.
But isn't
No
it?
constructs for you, my friend.
Well, I mean, on the one hand, it's nice, but on the other, surely, isn't it better to just get rid of all the synthesizers? So you can just let him get the synthesizer. There's a trigger on the stack, so it can never, right? It scries when it comes to play, right? So you can always kill it with the trigger on the stack before Gavin ever gets to make a creature. So it's, I think, because now there's the repurposing bay in play still. So any 2-drop drawn is another synthesizer. So I think it's better to just literally kill all the synthesizers. Maybe. I don't know. It's not super clear to me.
I think it's interesting, right? I don't
Just
think
like
it's.
yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad play to get rid of the Clay-Fired Bricks. It's very heads up, and now Gavin's just got a repurposing
No,
bay
like
that
it
isn't really going
it
to do
does
anything.
make sense.
Um,
It has the sort of same outcome, but like say there's a 2-drop, yeah, because now what happens is there's a 2-drop anyway, the Saw Blades, and you get a synthesizer anyway. Whereas if you go,
going to tap down, and now comes the spring-loaded Saw Blades. That's going to answer the Duelist of
Yeah.
the Mind, get that off the battlefield, as that's quite a big threat now. And now repurposing bay is going to sacrifice.
yeah, but
The
this
Saw
wouldn't
Blades.
have
What are we
happened if you
gonna
just
get
let
now?
the first one. But yeah, he's gonna have to stall more now because he used the the net proactively. Gavin needs to get another copy so that he doesn't take too much damage
We're
from
going
the
to get a
stuff that's in
third
play,
net, and
right?
still though 4 damage at least coming down. David just assuming that the braided net is going to target the Vivi, and he's absolutely right. No mana for you, my friend, and still a braided net on the battlefield, which should have 3 counters on it.
Mhm.
Looks like he's about
thing
to
is-
get that.
David is all in air quotes. He needs to do is draw 7 cards this turn. Oh no, Gavin gained some life. Okay, never mind. He was at 11 just now, but now he's up at 15. Probably not going to be able to draw 11 cards. Famous last words. To put on the other Riddler to win outright.
Yeah, Gavin's at 10 now.
Although I guess that doesn't even work either against the Proft. So like Gavin can't really die this turn. Well, no, Vivi can. No, he's at 10. Okay, so yeah, there is a chance that you just die. Depending on how many cards David is able to draw.
I think David does have a Winter Night Stories in hand as well.
Oh wow, okay, that would probably actually do it, I think. Just
Torch the tower
tower.
coming down, targeting Vivi. Just
Oh,
to
I guess
get
there's no
an
other-
activation. Gavin's going to
yeah.
go to 9 here.
There's no other targets.
Looks like Winter Night Stories is imminent, but here's a fear of missing out first.
Okay, so that's the
Discard
7
the
you
island
need.
that's been rotting
Mhm.
in his hand. And it's going to draw him 3 cards due to the 2 Quantum
Okay,
Wizards on the
this is
battlefield.
just crazy.
So that's 3 so far. And he has Winter Night Stories. We know he has the Winter Night Stories in hand.
Yeah, so that puts
Does he have
Gavin
one in
down to 8 off the
graveyard?
trigger, and then you just need to put 4 counters on the Riddler, and Gavin is tapped out, can only tap 1 creature with a Braided Net. So as long as you get both Riddlers up to 8, and with this ping, this is just lethal, I think.
Yeah, and this game is over now.
Yeah.
David is very much going to take this first game, and we're about to go into sideboarding very shortly. Gavin had a lot of things on the battlefield, a lot of ways to slow David down, but never managed to get a Simulacrum Synthesizer to stick on the battlefield, and he's going to scoop up his cards. David Woodland is going to take game 1.
And from what I've seen from this artifact deck, this is kind of symptomatic. Like, yeah, you have this very nice stalling game, long game setup, but you do need to kill your opponent at some point. You can control the game as much as you want, and this is something that control decks in general sometimes have suffered from in various formats. It's quite easy to interact for the VV deck with the synthesizers, because a Braid is kind of a decent card to have anyway for the mirror. And as long as you get those synthesizers, keep those synthesizers out of play, it's really hard for the artifact deck to actually put pressure. So you need one quickly, and actually to get counters off it, tokens off it, in order to actually go towards winning.
Absolutely. And just to set the stage, both of these players are currently on a 2-1 in record. So a win potentially allows you to draw into the top 8 here and give you in with a chance of qualifying for the European Magic Cup, which is happening next year, I believe in February. And that's very exciting. I'm very much looking forward to that. But you also get to qualify for the Full Fire TCG X Get Your Deck Out Invitational. It's a 2K tournament. If you win, you get $1,000 worth of prizes. And that's a lot of money. So, both of these players looking to get in there. They definitely don't want to lose this match. If you lose, you can probably still top 8. There's only 22 players in this tournament, but it does look a little bit dicey.
Well, you're at the
Turns
mercy
from a
of,
win it in into a win and hope. And you really don't want to be in
Exactly.
that position in this kind of tournament. So David looking to get a second game in the sideboarding. And let's talk about sideboarding. We've got our sideboards here. Let's talk about David's sideboard. We've got 2 Annul, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Unable to Scream, 1 Abrade, 1 Duelist of the Mind, 1 Fresh Start, 2 copies of Get Out, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Ral. Let's address the elephant in the room. Annul is absolutely coming in. This is an artifact-based deck. This is 1 mana, counter target spell in Gammon's deck. So David very much looking to get Annul in here, no questions asked. Abrade also going to come in. A brilliant answer for pretty much, it basically reads deal 3 damage to a creature which you're never going to cast, or destroy target permanent. It just answers everything. Torture Tower is absolutely coming out. David's got 4. He wants to get them out of there. So I think we see the 2 Annuls. I think we see the Abrade coming in. I wouldn't be surprised to see Roll Crackling Wit coming in either.
Maybe
on Gavin's side,
just to put more pressure on as well, because that's a good way as well, as you just play, especially flying creatures to put pressure on. Actually, I just realized that David had 1 main deck Abrade, so him having access to that and being able to buy it off the back off the Storm Chaser's talent was actually really, really big for him for this matchup.
Yes. Yeah. And Gavin, on the other hand,
Gavin, we're already good ways into the game, but the key card is the Stelly Reclaimer, right? Because this actually allows you to buy back the synthesizer when it's being interacted with, or basically anything from your deck.
Absolutely. Get Lost can be really useful. Creature removal, Ghost Vacuum,
previously.
also really good in the VV deck. So, Gavin has a lot of tools as well in this matchup. But David, doing pretty well right here. He's casting Winter Night Stories. He's got a fear of missing out on the battlefield. Gavin does have a Ghost Vacuum, which he did slide it in. Cryogen Relic drawing him some cards. But he's also got this really interesting land, doesn't he? What is the name of this land? It is called something. It is a Windswept
Adagia, I think.
Adagio. And it is a tap land. It's a station. If he manages to station it, which he can do quite easily with a bunch of constructs, he gets the ability to pay 3 and a white and tap it to create a copy of an artifact or creature.
Artifact or enchantment, but it's it says it's it's good. It's it makes a copy of an artifact or enchantment, and that copy is legendary, so it means that you can't keep on making the same one. But it is obviously insane for this deck if you can ever crew, or rather station it. Which, to be fair, Gavin will need to actually assemble some creatures. he's set up for getting a synthesizer into play with the repurposing bay and the Saw Blades combo, or Cryogen Relic, in fact. So that's nice for him, although David suspiciously keeping up mana here might suggest that perhaps an Abrade
Something
is
is
coming, but
Perhaps an Abrade,
not
perhaps
so.
into the Floodmore.
I mean, Abrade is the
Perhaps David doesn't have anything going on.
worst case
But
scenario.
we see repurposing bay come down. Cryogen
So
Relic.
repurposing bay does the
Gonna
relic
draw a
thing,
card.
and here comes the all-important synthesizer.
We do see that Gavin put Voice of Victory in his deck as well. Very useful, given that we know that David definitely looking to take out his Torch to Towers, as they're not very good in this matchup, we don't think. So Voice of Victory, a very good sort of heads-up sideboarding plan against that strategy. Gavin probably knows that Torch to Tower is a card that David is not wanting. Obviously, Abrade also
Interesting
deals with it. And we see
sequencing
Voice
here,
of
right?
Victory come down now.
Why wouldn't you play this first before getting exactly? Yeah, now you get this destroyed.
Yeah, perhaps a
I
little
guess it happens
sequencing
anyway.
error from.
It
Yeah,
happens anyway, right?
Like
Like,
happen regardless, but yeah,
it does happen regardless, but
maybe
David
a
has to commit to mana on his own turn.
Perhaps a slight sequencing error from Gavin there. David is going to untap now. He's got into the Floodmore in hand. What else do we? What do we see in Gavin's hand? We see
Tonight
some
Stories.
Get Lost, which he sided in. I believe I see a Perilous Snare as well. Winter Night Stories on David's end, though. He's going to draw a lot of cards here. We're going to see what he finds. I think he drew into the Floodmore an island and a Spirebluff Canal. Maybe looking to discard both of those lands, but we'll see what decision he makes here.
I think David does at least want to get to 6 mana so he can go level up Storm Chaser's Tail and play Abrade immediately. So probably wants to keep one land, or at least have access to 6 mana at some point. So I'm not sure, but yeah, it looks like he did discard the lands though.
I think that's quite reasonable, for sure.
I mean, the thing is, next turn, for sure, the synthesizer is going to come out with mana to spare after. If you don't interact with the repurposing bay or the Saw Blades here.
Yeah.
So that is kind of dangerous to get Gavin the chance to actually commit artifacts to the board after a synthesizer's in play. That's what you really want to avoid. So I think David is now priced into using this into the Floodmore if he wishes. Okay, he does so on the Voice.
And here we go. Ghost Vacuum is going to exile the Winter Night Stories.
Right.
So we see Gavin. I think he drew on a United Battlefront.
He did.
That's a very big draw from Gavin.
It is a scary one. He
what he
wants to
wants
save
to
it
do.
for until after the synthesizer is in play, ideally. I guess if he has a land, he can try and go for it. What's the?
I mean, if he gets a synthesizer and a second 3-drop, he can make a construct here.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it depends again. Like if there's an Into the Floodmore, I don't think David has another one though.
I think he does have one in hand.
Opt.
He might do. Oh,
No.
he has a null in hand.
Oh, a null. Okay. Right, a null kind of stops.
Yes, that does stop synthesizer from doing anything at the moment. And David does have access. If he gets a sixth land now, he can level up this Storm Chaser's talent to get his Abrade back from his graveyard. Although Ghost Vacuum potentially putting a check on that.
It just plays the Voice again.
Here comes Voice of Victory, and we see an Opt-in response
Opt-in
from David.
response.
He's going to look. He's going to scry. Take a look at the top card of his deck. Doesn't
Yeah,
want
I
it.
mean-
He's going to draw something else.
It's so awkward to always have to expose these synthesizers to a full mana worth, turn worth of mana from David's side, right? What you really want to do is somehow get it into play and then trigger it immediately, and Gavin's not been able to do that. If he had the land last turn, it would have been amazing because you got to Battlefront after, which can't even be annulled. But he didn't have the 6th land to do that. And now David is, on the other hand, is again priced into somehow interrupting this synthesizer combo. And now he has VV, but he doesn't have the
I think he's got
6th
much
mana
going on
to
in the
do
way
the
that-
outlined Abrade play that I was talking about earlier.
Okay, well, here's a Proseidetic Memory from David, giving him an opportunity to draw something now. Vivi's going to get a counter, so he still does have access to a mana if he finds one. What did he find? He found a 6th land.
Mhm.
Does it enter untapped, though? Yes, it does. It's a River
does.
Fire Verge.
Okay, but
He
that's
does have the
not
basic
so useful
islands.
for this turn. Well, actually, yeah,
What's
he can get
looking do
to.
now?
Okay, it's good. 3 mana.
Oh, that's a Quantum Riddler. That's going to draw 2 more cards.
Mm-hmm.
Does Gavin have anything to say about it? I think he does.
Is this warped, I assume? Or
Yes,
did we
this
miss
is
him
warped.
having some extra mana? Okay.
He activated VV to gain 1 mana
Yeah,
and
yeah.
tap the River
I
Pipe
thought so
Version
as well.
2 to warp.
And now
Now
we're going
Profs
for
is going to
Prof.
give 3 counters. 1 off the Profs itself and 2 off the Quantum Riddler. So VV is going to go up to 4 power now.
Yeah.
And David
Sadly-
potentially eyeing up a swing with this Otter
Already
token here.
used.
It is only a 2/2. So decides against it.
Okay, so Gavin does get his turn that he really wants with a.
Well, there's the
land straight into
plays
play.
he was looking for.
But yeah, most importantly, he gets the uninterrupted turn with the synthesizer, which absolutely, I mean, firstly, David's piped out. Secondly, the voice of victory would stop anything happening anyway. So now Gavin finally gets to actually make some creatures that are going to be a big threat.
Potentially, if you manage to get a 3-drop, you can turn it into a Fire Crystal. Although I think he's got a Fire Crystal in his hand, so that's not going to be an option for him. Very unfortunate for Gavin to have that.
That is extremely
I
awkward.
see Perilous Snare. I see Pinnacle
Starcage.
Starcage. Although I don't
Clayfired
think you want a
Bricks.
Starcage down. So we've got Perilous Snare and a Clay-Fired Bricks coming down. So Gavin going to go up to 19. He's going to make a synthesizer. And Perilous Snare is probably going to answer this VV here. I'll be surprised if it hits
Yeah.
anything else. And
then you can repurpose away the bricks to get another 3-drop. So actually, this is going to be
get another synthesizer if you want. You
problematic
get
for
another
for
snare,
example.
potentially to answer a Profts. He's got a lot of options here. VV is going to get exiled into that Perilous Snare. And Gavin, he's in the driver's seat now. Construct comes
Yeah, this
down.
is what you really didn't want to see from David's side, and I think like not keeping the 6th land so you can make that play of getting the Braid back is kind of punishing him now a bit, because he would have been able to just take out the synthesizer and have forced Gavin to like redeploy.
Well, I mean, I think the problem with that play though, is that Ghost Vacuum just exiles it, right? So.
Oh right, the Ghost Vacuum was you're right.
Gavin having not Gavin keeping Ghost Vacuum open means that line isn't available to him.
Yeah, so then you're just actually in complete disarray anyway.
So he just really needed to draw something like an Into the Flood or an Abrade here to really pressure Gavin. And that has not happened. And now we've got 2 constructs on the battlefield. We do have Fire Crystal. Do we have Fire Crystal in hand? I don't think.
Clear.
No, we don't.
It's another Voice of Victory, maybe. But it's not... Like, the Fire Crystal can't come out this turn anyway. It's not a huge deal for this turn.
Yeah, not yet. You would have had to sacrifice a synthesizer to get a Fire Crystal, but has a lot of options now.
He stations, he gets to station the Adagia.
And now the Adagia is online.
But now also this is always the position that the artifact deck needs to get to, because now not only are there these huge constructs into play, there's also 2 synthesizers. So there's like 4 things you have to somehow deal with to either survive or really you need to get rid of the synthesizers and then hopefully be able to deal with the constructs later. And even a deck like VV might struggle here, I think.
Yeah, but even so now, like, David is just in huge trouble here. Gavin has a lot of options. He can make a copy of a synthesizer to make 2 more constructs. And at that point, he can just... I mean, if he has an untapped land, which we know he does, because he got a plains off of the Clay-Fired Bricks.
Yeah, you get the Fire Crystal and just...
He's able to make...
hit in with, like, 1,000 hasty guys, yeah.
He's able to scry 2, make 2 more constructs, sacrifice the copy of the Simulacrum synthesizer that's legendary, so he can make another one next turn, off of the repurposing bay to get a Fire Crystal. Suddenly you have a bunch of 10/10 constructs with haste, and David has to chump block multiple times to stop himself from dying.
Yeah. I mean, okay, David does have 4 creatures in play currently, so...
Currently, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 7 artifacts in play, which would leave him. They would all be 10/10s if he does this play next turn. And it looks like David is about to pass the turn here. He's put a very strong battlefield in play, but I think he knows what's about to happen here. Fear of Missing Out going to get exiled to the Ghost Vacuum here. And now we're going to see Gavin go off. Adagia is stationed. He's got an untapped mana source. He has exactly what he needs to make a copy of this simulacrum synthesizer, sacrifice it to the repurposing bay, and give all of his constructs haste. David only has... Oh, David's dead! He's only got 2 creatures that can block.
He's got 2 creatures. What? The Riddler was
So Gavin can make 2
yeah.
constructs, give them haste by getting the Fire Crystal.
Yeah.
And that's 20 damage exactly. David is dead.
Oh, okay. I guess this kind of works as well, right?
Yeah, this also works. This is exactly
Same
what
thing.
This is exactly what he could do. He's got 2 of these. He's going to get
no,
the
he's
Fire
one-
Crystal.
Isn't he 1 artifact short? Maybe not.
I think he's got 10. He's got 10 artifacts exactly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9. Where's the 10th? Is it the other snare above this?
So he's got the Perilous Snare. He's got the 4 constructs. He's got the Fire Crystal. He's got the 2 synthesizers, the Ghost Vacuum, and
oh, the vacuum is the one. Yeah, you're good.
And David's going to scoop him up. Gavin's going to take game 2 here. Bunch of hasty 10-10 constructs. David only's got 2 blockers. He's at 20. Bang! Nice. He is dead. And we're going to go to a game 3 here.
So that was a very impressive showing there by Gavin. And it shows really the dance of this matchup, and probably just kind of the entire artifact deck in general, is that it's all about controlling the synthesizers. If Gavin gets a turn, or God forbid more than that, with 1 or 2 synthesizers in play, the threats just multiply, and it's hard to deal with everything. But
I mean,
if you do manage to control them, like in game 1, you do spin your wheels a lot with the artifact deck. So we'll have to see how it goes game 3. Gavin definitely with the sideboard has some nice tools, because not only does Voice of Victory stop any interaction on your turn, so you can be sure that whatever you want to do with Repurposing Bay or just casting your artifacts will work. And also, which we didn't see actually in the game just now, was this Esteli Reclaimer, which I assume probably got boarded in, although we did see a lot of the deck.
I would not be surprised.
But I feel like, yeah, just being able to buy back... I guess maybe it's kind of awkward against Cauldrons potentially being in play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just not actually good in practice. Gavin will know that better than us. But there's the potential of being able to buy back synchronizers, which were interacted with using Esteli Reclaimer.
Well, speaking of synthesizers, he's just drawn one here. David has played a Duelist of the Mind. Gavin thinking about his land. Going to play a starting town, and here comes a Clayfired Brick. So we're going to go up to 22. We're going to get a basic plains. So Gavin has got more than enough lands here. David really looking for a card like Abrade or Into the Floodmoor to stop a Simulacrum Synthesizer from going. Gavin's probably going to look to play it on turn 1. And if he untaps with it, it's going to start to spell trouble for David here. David just going to play a 3rd land. What's he going to do now? Is he going to look to play a VV? Is he going to look to cast a Winter Night Stories here? He's got a Cauldron in hand. But David just going to swing with his 1/3, and it's just going to pass the turn. Now, Gavin, Gavin has to feel like something's up on David's side.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty telegraphed that something... it does ask interesting questions about the hand. If it's a null, that also means there's no 2-drop worth playing in David's hand?
I don't see a null in David's hand.
So is it a Brave then?
I don't see any interaction. Here comes a Pinnacle Stargate.
Oh, interesting.
That's a pretty good card for Gavin here. What's David going to do? He's got the Abrade in hand. He's just going to exile the Starcage now. David's going to draw and discard. Does he have a VV to discard for this Cauldron? No, he doesn't. But
using an Abrade like that is kind of scary. I guess maybe it's David's only threat that he's feeling he has to keep the Duelists around.
You got to feel like
being exposed to the synthesizer seems scary.
Yeah, you've got to feel like, if you're Gavin, that maybe David is stumbling a little bit here. I think I see a Quantum Riddler in his hand. Fear of missing out might have been the draw for the turn even, but it is going to mean that this Duelist of the Mind is going to go down here. Gavin, I believe, should be at 19, as he took one last turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, we see Fomori Vault.
Fomori Vault, yeah.
This is a sweet card. Let's load this one up. What does Fomori Vault do? So, Fomori Vault is a land that enters untapped. It has a colorless. You can pay 3 and discard a card. So look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts you control. And you can put 1 into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So it's really just a land that draws cards. But here we go. We see
United Battlefront.
of United Battlefront entering the battlefield here.
So there's a
what do we see? I
repurposing
see a
bay.
repurposing bay. I think I see a cryogen relic.
Yeah, that's the one.
And those are exactly the two that Gavin is going to get. Cryogen relic really good in this deck.
Yeah, this sets up a turn next turn, theoretically, of playing the synthesizer and then activating.
And getting a synthesizer, getting a thing.
Getting another synthesizer and getting a token, which is obviously the kind of difficult to deal with board that you want to generate if you get to do all those things.
David does have Into the Floodmore to scupper that plan, though, as VV comes down from David's side.
It does, yeah.
But I don't think David has that much more other than this VV. Maybe baiting Gavin into dealing with it so he can attack with his creatures. Into the Floodmore looks like he's about to cast it here. Perhaps that gives Delirium for David. Maybe thinking twice. Gavin's got to feel like Into the Floodmore is on its way here. Oh, no. Into the Floodmore on the repurposing bay. Gonna gift a tapped fish here. Vivi gonna go up and ping Gavin here. Gavin goes to 18.
It's not a bad play to make, I think, because next turn, even if there is a synthesizer from hand, you can't make a 3-drop artifact to go with it. So it delays that whole thing, at least by a turn, and you get to do some more damage this turn because you committed a crime.
Yep, so that is 4 damage coming down, and notably, Ral, David's drawn on a null.
Oh, wow, okay, that's crazy. That's really good.
That's a really, really good draw for David, because if Gavin goes for the synthesizer right now, it is going to get countered. But perhaps he's looking up this Ghost Vacuum in hand as a test spell. I think David knows better. I don't think he's going to fall for it here. We're going to see what's Gavin thinking.
So he comes.
He's about to cast the repurposing bay. What's David going to do? David lets it happen.
Well, that's interesting.
Very interesting that he's going to sacrifice the clay-fired bricks here and not the cryogen relic. Well, I guess his hand is stacked enough already, but we're going to see what he gets here.
I mean, the cryogen relic legitimately might need to be activated to stop something from untapping, maybe, is the point? No.
I see why.
I see this way. Okay.
Dark Age. Right. He gets to draw a card anyways now. And
yes,
still gets used to the clay-fired bricks. That is a play that makes absolutely perfect sense. And now, if David answers the Pinnacle Dark Age, Gavin gets to draw a card. So he's 2-for-1ing himself, which is exactly what Gavin wants here. Now David just with a lowly VV and a null in hand. Let's see what he draws here. He really needs something good now.
Does he really have a null? Isn't it kind of crazy not to counter the Bay then?
Well, perhaps he's thinking that Simulacrum Synthesizer is the one card that matters.
Yeah. He wasn't thinking about the Dark Age maybe. But this still is a synthesizer either way, right? Like even if if you let the Bay resolve, then you can get the synthesizer as well off the bricks. So
synthesizer coming down.
Oh, here comes the null. Yeah.
David about to annul. He's eyeing up his island, but he's thinking about it. He's really thinking about it here. Is he? He lets it happen.
But now this means that you have to counter literally every single 3-drop artifact Gavin ever makes. I mean, I guess you're also already kind of
play there from David. I'm very surprised he's done that. But here's a Braden net, and that's probably going to meet an annul.
No, he just can't have a null at this point. Yeah, it must not be a null. I don't think he can ever have a null at this point. Which obviously just means that David is in huge trouble.
Braden net's going to tap down the VV. VV can't make mana anymore. Is that a Winter Night Stories off the top? I think that's a Winter Night Stories off the top.
That's nice, but you're kind of constrained on mana here.
You're a bit constrained on mana now that VV isn't activated. However, that is very useful for the Duelist of the Mind. It's going to get in for a good chunk of damage here. And I think he just drew Profts.
Okay, so
this is representing a big swing here for David.
But is it enough to kill Gavin outright? Because I think you might be in danger of dying yourself on the next turn, because we can see a sort of turn like last game where the Fire Crystal comes out, depending slightly on what's in Gavin's hand. But Gavin's hand is loaded, yeah? He has like four cards in hand.
Gavin has a lot of access to things. But notably, his Duelist of the Mind does have Vigilance, which means I think the only situation which I'd be worried if you're David is if Gavin has a second copy of
Synthesizer.
like a synthesizer because he can play it
And then do the fire crystal thing. Yeah.
and then do the fire crystal thing. But it looks like he's about to cast Profs, and that's exactly what he does. Gavin goes down to 11. VV goes up to 3 power now. That's 4 cards now drawn for David. So Duelist of the Mind is now got 5 power. It's probably going to go up to 9 here. We've got
Opt.
Opt.
And that's lethal, presumably.
That's lethal. That's it.
Because it goes to 10, and then that's incredible. That's why he was fist pumping, yeah, because he drew the Opt or the Island, one of the two.
Winter Night Stories, Prof Eidetic Memory, just such messed up cards. I mean, it looked like David was in huge trouble, and now Gavin's dead.
Yeah, wow.
And Gavin
what a finish.
extends
Incredible.
The hand. David, in a shocking turn of events, draws Winter Night Stories, draws 1 million cards, pumps up a Duelist of the Mind, and wins game 3 to go 3-1, likely to be able to ID into the top 8 here. Gavin played it very well. It came very close. It looked like he was in control of that game. He was in a really good position. And then VV just did what VV does best, right? He was dead.
It shows another angle of the VV deck, right? Because he didn't do any VV. Well, okay, he had a VV in play, but he didn't do any of the Cauldron stuff. Didn't do much sort of mana comboing, but just the lone Duelist of the Mind with all the card draw in the deck meant that he was swinging for, what was it, 12? 12 in a single turn. Yeah.
It's like...
It's
not
the best early on, but once you get a Winternet Stories going, it really does hit for a truckload. And
it really is such a messed up deck. What a deck!
Angles,
I would be very surprised if this deck still exists in some form after the bans. But it's nice. It's nice to see it go off. This is a lovely send off for probably one of the most powerful standard decks of all time. I think that's probably fair to say, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's
definitely up
It's
there.
one of the top contenders, yeah. I mean, it did put up similar numbers to Oko in its prime, which was probably okay. It's like Affinity Oko and this deck at this point. It looks like, yeah. I guess I don't know much about the Urza's phase. There was probably.
I have it right next to me if you want to see quickly.
Hi, world. Welcome back to the Get Your Deck Out podcast. It's me, Oldemo Dave. You're my usual Scott, but we have a very special guest today. Alex, hello. Welcome to the pod. For those who have not looked even at their phones for the last 2.5 weeks, give us an introduction to who you are and why you're here.
Hey, I'm Alex McIsaac. I had the pleasure of participating in the Spotlight Series Spider-Man in Baltimore, and I ended up running a aggressive leyline deck, and I ended up winning that Spotlight Series. So I'm really happy to be here. It's my first, of course, Grand Prix or Spotlight Series win. Outside of that, I've only really had, RCQ wins and store championship wins, or online challenges maybe. But outside of that, this is it. And some people know me as the guy who brought Poison Dart Frog to a big tournament. A basically unplayable card in the sideboard. That's
absolutely that. I can testament for usual viewers. I'm not in my usual spot. I am currently in an Airbnb in sunny Liverpool, about 30 minutes back from the main event. The talk of the weekend has been, where's the Poison Dart Frogs? That's been one of the people have acknowledging that. I know Simon Nielsen on the deck rundown on the Twitch stream said, but I'm sad to say no Poison Dart Frogs made the meta. So you've definitely had an impact on the Magic sphere. But as we talk about, there's a lot of depth there to how long you've been playing this deck, and I like why you made the choices to take it, and the results you've had online in the past. So it's not just not just a run good moment of the memories. You've been putting a lot of work into this ley line list and the archetype itself, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. I actually played Leyline starting in Pioneer and brought it into Standard, in the months that followed after Pioneer kind of died off. And I was, kind of stuck where I thought it was a bad moment in the meta for Standard and decided I've gotten used to this Leyline deck through Pioneer and might as well just bring it in. So back then, I think it was I forget the exact year for the Calgary RC. That was Pioneer. It might have been 2013 or 2023, 2024.
2024. I've got it in front of me.
2024. That's right. And I brought Rakdos Prowess back then, and didn't have that much success with Rakdos Prowess, which had that typical mice package, very similar to what you see with the Leyline decks before rotation. I didn't get that much success, so I decided to throw Giganta out of that sideboard and bring in, 4 copies of Leyline of Resonance in the 5K Open that happens for players that don't make day 2, and I had a lot of success with it. And from then on, I decided, this is going to be my deck for Standard as well, and brought it to the Montreal RC after that, and I was one of the few people actually playing Leyline even then, and got a really good record. Went 10-1, then lost 3 in a row, and then ended up finishing 16th place. So top 16 was a really good result for me back then. And I've been playing it since, trying to modify the list even after rotation. Through a few standard challenges. I think it appeared on a few standard challenges, and there are a few posts on X or Twitter that were asking, what is this Poison Dart Frog doing in this winning challenge list? And, it just became sort of a meme because... and the reason behind all this Poison Dart Frog business is actually I went to Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation. And
Hello, everyone. We're back, and in quick fashion for round 5 of the European Unity League UK Finals tournament. We're in Full Fire TCG in Gloucester. This is the final round of Swiss before we cut to our top 8. We've got Chris Bond. He's playing Temur Ramp. He's playing a really interesting deck. He's got Ice-Still Explorers and Drangenbach Assaults, looking to play a lot of lands. We've got a card from Spider-Man here in Sandman Shifting Scoundrel, which we'll talk about later. And on the right-hand side, we've got Sam Price, who's playing Temur Battlecryer. Very, very fun, interesting combo deck that came along with this most recent standard rotation. You're looking to play Temur Battlecryer and outclass the Trailblazer. You draw a lot of cards. You play a lot of big threats really quickly. Very interesting inclusion in this deck. We've got 4 copies of Doc Orlok Grizzled Genius. It's a 2/3 bear druid for a green and a blue. Spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile cost 2 less to cast, and plotting cards from your hand cost 2 less. I think this card is absolutely sweet. You get to plot your Outcaster Trailblazer for just 1 green. You can plot a Railway Brawler for just 2 mana, and then cast it for free next turn. Winter Night Stories gets cheaper. You might not even need to tap a creature to cast it from the graveyard. I just think this card is so sweet, and it being a 2/3 as well makes it difficult for red decks to answer really quickly. You kind of need to, you need to use an Abrade or a Lightning Strike, which is not something you really want to do, especially in game 1 of this kind of matchup. But
you can also flashback the Esper Origins with it cheaply, which is another funny thing about it. Yeah,
this list is so sweet. I love it so much, and I'm very excited.
Probably at the end will be to have a Railway Brawler in play and then cast Devastating Onslaught on it, right? Because it creates tokens that are copies of target artifact or creature for XX in red, and the tokens gain haste, and you have to sacrifice them at the end of turn. But if you put a couple of Railway Brawlers into play, even 2, their abilities complement each other to the extent that you will be attacking with absolutely humongous tramplers. So I think that's the goal Sam is aiming for, and especially with the Battlecryer, like you said, it will be so easy to make a Devastating Onslaught that's as devastating as the name suggests.
Absolutely. We're going to start off. Sampy's got a Llanowar Elves. Chris Bond just plays a tapped breeding pool, draws a Consult the Star Charts for turn. Looks like he's not got access to red mana right now, but I think he has a Stomping Ground in hand. We're going to see Trail the Suspect here off of this Kellen, and it is going to allow Chris Bond to investigate and play an additional land this turn. And we know he has the Stomping Ground in play, which he's going to play tapped. So Chris Bond has ramped, Sam Price has ramped. We're going to see what Sam is going to do. I see Esper Origins pull to the front of the grip. Notably, oh, no, there is a breeding pool, which is going to shock in. Sam is going to go to 16. And we're going to see Outcaster Trailblazer plotted, which means he's going to play it next turn. And we might see some cards start to be drawn in the next turn for Sam. Outcaster Trailblazer, a very powerful card. When it enters, you can add 1 mana of any color. And when you play, when a creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, you get to draw a card. A big part of the Trailblazer engine, as we see Chris is going to play his Callan. Inquisitive Prodigy. It is a 3/4 with flying and vigilance. And when it attacks, he can destroy up to 1 target artifact. If he controlled that permanent, he gets to draw a card. So he can crack his own clue to draw a card if he wants to, without having to pay the mana. The main thing is he's got a 3/4 flying vigilance. That's going to allow him to put a lot of power onto the battlefield. As we see Sam
setting up his big combo, yeah.
That's a Railway Brawler.
Railway
That
Brawler,
is
yeah.
quite strong. Let's talk about this card. So he's plotted it for 3 and a green. You could also cast it for 3 and 2 green. It is a 5/5 Rhino Warrior with Reach and Trample. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is its power. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
And it's going to be a pretty big problem for Sam. For Chris, even, once that comes into play. Chris has got a Multiversal Passage. What's he looking to cast right now? We see Stock Up from Chris Bond, a very powerful card from Aether Drift. I mean, probably the best card in Aether Drift, if I'm honest. It's quite a low-powered set, and then there's Stock Up.
Yeah, Stock Up. I mean, seeing play all the way into Vintage. Yeah, and I think it was. Yeah.
I mean, I think it makes sense that the Return to Kaladesh set has a chase uncommon. You know, in Aether Revolt, everyone was cracking open packs of Aether Revolt and playing the Fatal Push game of, oh, do I get a Fatal Push? It's like $10 right now. It was like the best black removal spell printed ever. And now with this set, we're playing the Stock Up game. You know, it's a very expensive uncommon because it's very good. Everyone's doing it. We see Multiversal Passage come down. That's going to be an island, as we see from.
Didn't use any of the other mana. Does he have instants?
Looks like he might be eyeing something.
He has some counter spells. Yeah, he has the Dispelling Exhale, for example.
A couple of Meringue
Broadside
River
Barrage
region as
as
well
well
to support it. Broadside Barrage isn't something that he can cast right now, but he has access to also Consult the Star Charts if he wants to cast that. He's got 5 lands currently, so he'd look at the top 5. And I know he does have one in hand as well.
Also, amusingly, Dispelling Exhale isn't great against the plot mechanic, because you generally have a lot of mana open.
Yeah,
when it comes to plotted stuff.
It's going to be very difficult for that card to be good right now, but we see Consult the Star Charts as we talked about. Chris is going to look at the top 5 cards as he has 5 lands in play. He hasn't kicked it, so he's only going to get 1 card off of here. I see a couple of Ice Till Explorers. I see some lands. I see another Stock Up. I can see him go for an Ice Till Explorer here, try and get some more lands, or maybe that Stock Up is looking appealing. It depends on what Chris has got in his hand.
Yeah.
I think either of those are plausible options.
His
and it looks like he took the Ice Till.
Be playing a Dragonback Assault and making as many dragons as possible, as quickly as possible, I think. So Ice Till makes sense to that effect if you can manage to get some lands in your graveyard off the mill.
Chris is going to want to get something like a... What options does he have? Does he have Fabled Passage in his deck? He's got 4 Fabled Passage in his deck. So he's going to be looking to potentially get one of those into play so that he can repeatedly play it from the graveyard off of his Ice Till Explorer and get a bunch of landfall triggers. Especially with Dragonback Assault in his deck. He's going to want to get that online as quickly as possible and start making a bunch of 4/4 dragons, as that is more power than Sam is going to be able to deal with, especially with an Ice Till Explorer in play as well.
Does he not have a land, or what's this? Yeah.
I don't think he does. I think he's playing an ill-timed explosion here. So he's going to get to draw 2 cards. He can discard 2 cards. And if he does, You deal X damage to each creature where X is the greatest mana value among cards discarded this way. I feel like he's probably not going to discard. So that will hurt him more than it hurts his opponent. Definitely looking for a land, but I don't think he's found one.
Was there not a land in the consult? Because if you do need the land to play the dragon back, maybe you kind of want to get it from the consult. I guess Ice Hill is nice as well for later, but because now this turn you really didn't do anything impactful.
He's
And there
discarding
are
a greater
these
hand size here as well, so...
threatening cards in exile. Although Sam's... Okay, now he's...
I'm going into the Floodmoor as
going
well,
for
and now we're going to see Outcaster Trailblazer come down. That's going to add a mana. Of course, we don't fully know what type of mana he's got. Sam has also got the Bolt Bend in hand. Here comes a Railway Trailblazer now. That's going to enter, that's going to trigger the Outcaster Trailblazer. That's going to draw him a card. Doc Orlok enters the grip.
Yeah, so you could theoretically, if you want, you can go Orlok and flashback the Esper Origins this turn, for example. I'm not sure what's...
That's a great option for him, right? Because the
Yeah,
Esper
it's pretty
Origins
good.
will enter as a
Could be an
4/4.
8/8.
It will have 8 counters. It will have it will become an 8/8. It'll draw Sampi a card. That's a very powerful option for him here. Doc
And also
Orlok,
the Doc
very
Orlok also
good draw
becomes
for Sam.
4/5, right? So
He still has access to full mana as well, having added it off of the
yeah.
Outcaster Trailblazer. But here's Doc Orlok now. Chris has got to be thinking, how did this all go so wrong?
Oh, doesn't he want to use the Brawler?
I think he missed the trigger.
Yeah, awkward.
But here comes an Esper Origins flashback. Now he's going to surveil 2. Surveils 2 lands to the graveyard. Esper Origins is going to become a 4/4 now. This card does some things.
So draw the
We're
card.
going to start off by
and
looking at the
this
top card.
is an Llanowar
That's
Elf.
the Llanowar Elf. That's going to go right into hand. We see he
Does he?
drew
Oh
a
my
copy
God.
of Torch the Tower.
Okay, he did. Hopefully, no. This is the Saga account. He just doesn't want to use this. Okay. In the end, we do
Okay,
get
he's only just remembered.
He already played the land, but okay. Just about acceptable. I
Here are
guess.
4 counters going on.
Yeah, now he's like, oh, my Doc also should have gotten the counters. Oh well. What's the one of the red cards is Torch the Tower, right? And the other one at the
The other one is
front now?
Bolt Bend. We should talk
this
about
is the
Bolt Bend.
Yeah.
We should talk about Bolt Bend because, we've
It's a
not.
great one
This
to
is
have
the card
here.
in Foundations, and historically, nobody knows what's in Foundations. There's so many cards in the set. There's a lot of cards that are legal in Standard that you wouldn't actually know are legal in Standard because I don't see a lot of play, but they're still quite iconic. Bolt Bend is a card from War of the Spark. I think it's a former CDH All-Star. It costs 3 in a red, but don't let that fool you because it costs 3 less to cast if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. It's printed in Foundations, which means it's standard legal, and it changes the target of target spell or ability with a single target. So it's like a misdirection for 1 mana if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, which Sam absolutely does. So any
I was
removal
going to ask
spell...
you how many. How many does he control?
how many
3.
does he control? He currently
Just
controls
3.
3.
He could have had 4, but oh well. Oh, is Kellen attacking? Because Railway Brawler is breach. Railway Brawler has reach, which is impossible to
does.
say,
It looks
and
like
also
Sam
impossible
might
to
have
remember. It
missed that.
seems. Yeah. Well, both players missed it. Yeah, because Chris attacked it into the Brawler and Sam didn't block. I guess maybe he didn't want to expose it to. Actually, yeah, you probably don't block with it because you don't want to expose it to Dragonback Assault.
But here comes another ill-timed explosion, and I think we're gonna see Chris discard.
This time he's gonna. Yeah.
I think I do see a Dragonback Assault in his hand. I think I see a couple actually, and yeah, nope. Gonna discard 2 of them and an Ice Tail Explorer. That's gonna deal 6 damage to everything. But the Summon Esper Malarkin is going to stick around now. Nobody doesn't have anything to deal the last bit of damage. We're going to see that Summon Esper Malarkin is going to tick up. Sorry, Esper Maduin is the name. It's going to tick up to 2. That's going to add 2 green mana for Sam. We're going to see him attack for 8 now, and that's a lot of damage that Chris is taking. He's going to go down to 10. Sam applying a lot of pressure. Chris is going to have to find an answer to this Esper Maduin, otherwise it's going to cause some problems. And a Braid, that's not going to do it.
Well, the Esper dies next turn, right? It goes to 3 and dies, so...
It does, but not before overrunning the one Llanowar elf.
The one
Sam
Llanowar elf,
hasn't.
yeah. So it's not quite as threatening as it might seem, but
It's still pretty good.
yeah, I mean, certainly. I guess Chris is just asking about this. Like, this is going to die next turn, right? And like, yeah. I mean, okay. Like in the end, it didn't make a big difference. The whole Doc Orlok situation. Sam is kind of stuck with the cards in hand, which are really not great for this matchup. Yeah, Torch the Tower is pretty
Still hasn't
awful.
found a 6th land either, which is with all the draws he's had, you really would think that he'd draw a 6th land by now. Just really unfortunate for him not to have found the 6th land here. We see consult the star charts now. Not kicked, only going to go for 5 cards, and we do see there is a Fabled Passage. And it looks like that is exactly what he's about to get here. And now, if Chris just has a little bit more time, his engine is online here. He can get Dragonback Assault. He can play a Dragonback Assault. He can play a Fabled Passage. We can even get Icetill Explorer on the battlefield right now.
He discarded it earlier to the
I think he might have had a second one in hand, though.
But yeah, it's possible he had another one, which would be good if you can start, like I said.
It would definitely explain why he
just
discarded the Icetill.
the first one, yeah, because it's so good with the Dragonback. Yeah, and Sam is obviously in bad shape now that his Brawler is taken out. He had the protection spell in the Bolt Bend, but it wasn't protecting against an ill-timed explosion.
Ill-timed explosion.
Truly ill-timed for Sam, yeah.
Does not fiddle with a Bolt Bend, that's for sure.
So now it looks like, yeah, Sam needs... It's a bit hard. Oh, so there's the Icetill that you said.
There's the Icetill, and we're gonna see Fabled Passage come back. What's Sam gonna do here? Is he gonna do anything about it? We're gonna mill a Stomping Ground. I really do like those alt art shock lands, but I just find them so difficult to read which ones they are.
They are hard to. I agree. Realize.
I don't think I'd ever put them in one of my decks, but I would have. I'm more of an OG Ravnica kind of gal myself, so.
That's fair. Oh, he has Untimely Malfunction, which gives something double strike. Can he win? He doesn't have extra damage, right?
I think he can, right?
No,
it's only going to deal 6.
It's only 6, yeah. And he doesn't have any way of pumping it further. And Chris is not going to block, yeah, because there's like random. Even Torch the Tower takes out the Icetill. What's going to happen instead is Chris likely is going to play the Dragonback Assault, and Sam at least gets to use Torch to kill off the Icetill then. But the problem for Sam is
the Untimely Malfunction, it doesn't give double strike. It either destroys an artifact, it changes the target of a single spell.
Oh, it's this one, sorry.
Target, yeah, or it makes it so that 1 or 2 target creatures can't block this turn.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I confused it with a different one.
Were you thinking of Violent Urge?
Yeah, I think so, probably.
So that is another card from Duskmourn that does give double strike if you have Delirium, which I would not be surprised if Sam had Delirium right now.
Yeah, but obviously that doesn't make sense to play. But anyway,
but now we have...
Sam's going to be hard-pressed to deal with this Dragonback Assault once it comes into play, right? What do? You just don't have a board.
Sam has access to Into the Floodmoor right now, so I think the best he can do is he's going to end up playing this Dragonback Assault. Actually, it's a bit awkward now because I think he's got to crack the Fabled Passage beforehand. Chris obviously, and he does see that line. He understands the issue of like if Sam has a removal spell, he really wants to get this Fabled Passage in play off of this Icetill Explorer once this Dragonback Assault comes down, so that he can get the 2 dragons and it still becomes a threat. He's playing a land now, though.
I guess maybe he's just not playing the Dragonback.
I think that's interesting. I don't understand why you wouldn't do that, though. I think it's just...
he's scared because he probably doesn't know the deck list. Yeah, this is Kishla Village, so he's making it uncounterable because he thinks that Sam might have a counterspell. Let's assume that.
Oh, okay. He's just hedging his bets, and here we go. Dragonback Assault is going to come down.
Yeah. So this is the Dragonback Assault. Do 3 to everything. Whenever you make a land, make a 4/4 Flying Dragon. Yeah, and Sam's going to take the opportunity to take out the Icetill, like I said, with the Torch.
And now Fabled Passage. Now Chris doesn't have a land drop.
Doesn't Torch exile, or is it only if you kick it?
It does exile. That card should be an exile. I don't think it matters in this deck. I don't think the deck has any getting something back.
Vaguely wondering.
Yeah, no, there's no way to get anything back here from the graveyard, but it should very well be.
Oh, it matters like very ever so slightly with Ghost Vacuum. Yeah, you get an additional creature under it. So there's a way it does matter, but
Yeah, I don't think either player is playing any main deck Ghost Vacuums though. So that's
no,
something
Chris
to
is
consider.
Chris is playing one. That's why I'm saying it, according to the list online.
Oh yes, he does have a main deck
Yeah.
Ghost Vacuum,
But-
so that's relevant for him.
Yeah, okay, but like it's unlikely to actually matter in the grand scheme of things. Here comes another assault. Maybe he
I
had
don't think
two,
there's
right?
another he had two, but I think he discarded one. I think he's drawn a third.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
I see one. I see one. It's the leftmost card in his grip.
It looked like he was just tapping 6 so quickly that I thought it's just assault, make a land, and go from there. But maybe he's reconsidering now.
But he can cast Assault and make a dragon here. Here's
Just
an Abrade
abrading
going to
the
deal with the Dock Warlock.
Warlock.
And Sam doesn't have a means to entirely malfunction or bolt bend that away from anything.
Yeah, funnily enough.
Now we're going to see. I think we're going to see Dragonback Assault here now. No?
Ah, it's
Here's
the
a Sandman. Here's a Sandman. Sandman, Shifting Scoundrel. This is a card. This is 1 and 2 green for a sand elemental villain. I think this is the first ever sand creature in Magic that isn't a token, by the way. That's wild. I love that. Its power and toughness is equal to the number of lands you control. It cannot be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, and you can pay 3 and 2 green to return it and target land card from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So quite a strong card in this deck. As we see, Dragonback Assault is down. We have a land drop. We have a dragon, and now it's Chris Bond that has the big board presence, and Sam concedes.
Yeah, it
Chris
just
Bond
all
is
went
gonna take
downhill
in
after
one.
the ill-timed explosion. Yeah, just
Yeah, the
couldn't muster
ill-timed
anything after
explosion,
that.
a massive card for Chris here. Sam had nothing to deal with it. He had Bolt Bend. He had Untimely Malfunction to try and protect his creatures. And it just
But
wasn't
not
good
from
enough.
the wrath. Yeah, not from the wrath.
Just wasn't good enough. Well, now we have some time to talk about sideboards, and let's talk about Christopher's really wild deck. Let's talk about the cards that he has. He has 1 Analyze the Pollen, 2 Annul, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Insidious Fungus, 1 Abrade, 1 Consult the Star Charts, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Negate, 2 Spider Sense, 1 Coma World Eater.
Oh,
Holy moly.
nice.
That's a wild card. I think Disdainful Stroke pretty safely comes in. There's a lot of threats
The
that you
Sinful
really
Stroke,
want to
there's
counter.
no question. Yeah,
There's just
That's
a lot of really good
exactly the
targets
right
for
card.
it. What else? I think Analyze the Pollen isn't terrible. It's just another way for you to find what you need. And Sam has a lot of ways to disrupt you. So I think having a way to rebuild and tutor for your pieces is it's a really useful thing to have. I think
Unless the opponent gets a land or creature, yeah. So
so it gets if you can get a basic
Collect
land if you
evidence,
want,
yeah.
but you can also collect evidence 8, which isn't that difficult to do with this deck, to get a creature or land card.
I just
Yeah,
wonder
it
what
can get you a
what-
Fabled Passage if you have a Dragonback Assault as well. Yeah, that's something to consider.
I wonder what
Um,
basically his reasoning is why he wants 1 copy of that in the sideboard. Maybe
As
it's to
opposed
get the
to copies
coma
of the
and
main
have
deck.
like a land that's also a coma in that matchup, so he brings that in.
Yeah,
I'm not
potentially.
exactly,
I think that's an
sure. Maybe
option.
that's the.
I don't.
Maybe that's the. Not that I'm saying it's relevant here. He might do it anyway. We don't know. But I just was wondering about what
Mhm.
the idea was behind the Analyze in general. But yeah, like I think the Disdainful Stroke he brings in for sure. Actually, because of the complexion of the Battlecry deck, the counter spells like Negate and the Spider Sense might still be okay because they counter Devastating Onslaught, but I'm not sure how aware Chris is that that's a thing in Sam's deck. Because we saw him play around a counter spell out of the main deck, which clearly just actually wasn't in Sam's deck by activating that Kishla village or in
But
game
potentially for
1.
that reason, he might bring in
So he
the
might not bring
Spider
in
Sense
the,
or the Negate. And
or I
it's
guess
also,
that would
it's also
also
very useful protection as well for his creatures. You know, if Sam tries to deal with something, if he tries to maybe board wipe for whatever reason, he can say, bouncer tapped Ice Still Explorer or something like that to cast it for 1 mana, protecting his key creature while also interacting with Sam in a useful way. So I think Spider Sense could potentially be a very useful tool for
Yeah,
Chris
I mean,
here.
it just depends a bit on what Chris thinks Sam is up to and how much he knows about the deck. While Sam, he knows what Chris is up to because
Sam knows exactly what Chris is doing.
got launched by
his
it.
sideboard.
He has 2 annul to counter the Dragonback Assault in his sideboard,
Yep.
which might be worth bringing in just for that purpose.
He's got 2 Fire Magic as well. He's got a Ghost Vacuum. He's got a Smuggler's Surprise, which we'll talk about. 2 copies of Spectral Denial. 1 copy of Taunch the Tower as Disdainful Stroke. A Heritage Reclamation. 2 copies of Scrap Shooter. A Surak and a Dissection Tools. The ones that really spring to mind for me are the Spectral Denials, the Disdainful Stroke, the Heritage Reclamation, and the Scrap Shooters. I think Scrap Shooter is just a really good aggressive creature for the early turns, and it also has the benefit of interacting with the Dragonback Assault. Heritage Reclamation as well. Not terrible.
I'm not sure if you want to deal with the Dragonback Assault after the fact, though, especially with Scrap Shooter, because presumably Chris is aiming for a turn where he makes 1 or 2 dragons off it, and then you play Scrap Shooter. You have to gift a card, and yeah, there are already dragons in play, so Chris gets a hugely positive exchange of that. So it's a bit scary to do that.
But I guess it depends on
counter the Dragon Storm if possible. So yeah.
I guess it depends on how much Sam values interacting with Dragonback Assault in the matchup. It might be that it feels like it's a card that if Chris untaps with it, he just can't win. So giving him a card to answer it and put a 4/4 into play, and it does have reach, I'm pretty sure as well. So it does have reach, so it trades quite nicely with the 4/4 dragons as well. So it allows you to sort of stabilize with the downside that you give a card. And I would not be surprised if Sam thinks that that's a worthy trade-off. I think he might have actually sided them in.
It's possible, yeah. I mean, also the fact that, like you said, you can start beating down with it isn't terrible. I agree.
I also think Heritage Reclamation as a card isn't that terrible. I think the absolute floor of it is you exile a Fabled Passage from the graveyard and you draw a card. And I think that's pretty good considering
Heritage Reclamation I like.
Power of Ice Still Explorer in this deck.
Also, Heritage Reclamation, you can kill the Dragonback Assault before it ever makes a dragon because it puts a trigger on the stack when it comes to play, so they can play a land immediately. So Heritage Reclamation is for sure good.
And we're gonna start with a Fabled Passage. Chris is gonna crack it immediately.
Oh, there's Temur Battlecry. Finally, the namesake card was just drawn. If there wasn't one already.
Pretty good. We're gonna start off with an Esper Origins here from Sam. Untimely Malfunction and Llanowar Elves in the grip. I'm surprised that Untimely Malfunction stayed in. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, again, it might be a sort of
that card.
Yeah, me neither. But it might be a case of incomplete information. Although, Sam did see a lot of the deck from Chris now.
I guess stopping creatures on Chris's side from blocking as well might be a useful sort of form of reach, so that Sam can get some damage in as the game. Once he gets a battlefield together. So it's definitely not a bad choice. It's just what I'm quite surprised by personally. We do see a Trailblazer Outcast from Sam here. I wouldn't be surprised if he looks to plot that next turn, as we see Tail the Suspect coming down the adventure side of Kellen Inquisitor Prodigy. We are going to get a land drop, and we're going to get a clue, and we're going to put that card in exile. We'll probably see that card again. Doc Orlok the draw from Sam, and this is really good, right? He gets to play the Doc Orlok and then plot the Trailblazer Outcast. The only difference is that he now has a 2/3 in play. That is going to probably demand an answer from Chris here. I do see a Braid in Chris's hand. Maybe he's going to look to answer this Orlok here. Or perhaps he keeps it in hand for the Trailblazer. See, Chris drew a Stomping Ground for his turn. That can open up some opportunities, but Sam's looking in a pretty good spot right now. You could see Trailblazer come down, make a mana, then we play the Battle Crier, draw cards.
And then you can flashback, perhaps. No, you don't have enough.
If he has an untapped land, if he has an untapped land, and he does have a Thornspire Verge, he can flash it back.
As well.
But none of that is possible if Chris has an answer.
Sandman? No.
That's not Insidious Fungus. That's an Insidious Fungus. I'm surprised by that. But perhaps he's looking
Origins backside, but is that a good thing to do?
mean, it's not terrible, right? It definitely makes Esper Origins less appealing. But I think my first priority is knowing I have the Abrade in hand. I just want Doc Warlock dead.
I mean, I guess it's a strange card to bring in. I think, but yeah, it looks like we're gonna braid.
Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. So that's gonna
But
that is going to.
Yeah, it leaves the Trailblazer untouched.
I mean, the thing is, I think Trailblazer is gonna do things anyway, right? With a Doc Warlock in play, you still get to essentially draw. You know, you still get to draw a card.
Well, it's another case of where if you play the Trailblazer, it puts a trigger on the stack when it comes to play. If you braid it, then you can't draw a card off it. And like you have mana by having Doc Warlock, but actually what Sam really wants is cards here. So denying the cards, I think, might be more important. He played a tapped. No, he didn't play a tapped land.
Did not play a tapped land, but he does have a Disdainful Stroke in hand.
Oh yes, is that Disdainful Stroke? I see.
That's a Disdainful Stroke, and I believe it's another copy of Doc Warlock as well.
Because now, if the Outcast, the Trailblazer Outcaster stays in play, that's going to be 2 cards drawn when the Esper Origin gets flashed back, and yeah, that's really significant. Whereas the Braid could have stopped both of them. He's just doing the Explore off the
Growth Spiral even.
Yeah.
Although notably, you don't need to tap that creature to do that.
No, but
yeah, Insidious Fungus is a little bit better than that.
That was not the most impressive turn for Chris. I'm sure he's.
That wasn't a very good turn for Chris at all.
Maybe
Sam is fully in the driver's seat here. Okay. Another starting town for Sam, it looks like, was the draw for turn. And it looks like all he's got is this Doc Warlock, but he can play it and flash back the Esper Origins if he wants to.
Or just flash back the Esper Origins without playing the Doc, right? It's probably, you might find something more impressive to play or do than cast Doc Warlock. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Because it costs 2 less from exactly the Battle Crier. And it's going to
have the option to do it last turn as well. He could have still done it.
Oh yeah. That's what I was asking, actually. I don't know why.
So it looked like he was representing the Disdainful Stroke.
Oh, he wanted to keep up Disdainful Stroke for some reason. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so he draws a card from the Esper Origins Trailblazer.
And here's a Scrap Shooter. We talked about this. We talked about this potentially being a card that Sam wants to play, and it looks like me and Sam are in agreement, Raul.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like a very solid pick here. You know, Chris is going to take 8 damage. He's down to 10. What does Chris have here? He's going to crack the clue, try to draw a card. That is a 6th land, but he does have a Dragonback Assault in hand. He's got a couple, actually, but he's not got a way to make a second land drop.
Yeah, and it's just going to get stroked here.
It's going to get stroked, and Chris is probably going to think about conceding.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally dead.
Very soon. So, and yep, there it goes. Yeah. Chris is going to pick up his cards. We're going to go to game 3 as Sam takes game 2. Playing team of Trailblazer. Just a very naff hand from Chris's side. She's not really doing anything, whereas Sam...
I mean, Sam didn't do that much more, to be honest. He didn't do his main plan of like plotting a bunch of stuff and doing an onslaught or whatever, but he just played some big creatures and...
Spotted a Trailblazer, drew a couple of cards.
Yeah, the Trailblazer was just key. Yeah, the fact that it didn't get hit by the Abrade, I think, was pretty big that game.
That definitely makes you think that was a better option than killing the Doc Warlock.
It was scary.
I think both
in the short term, but the Trailblazer longer term, yeah.
I think they're both very interesting plays. The Doc Warlock is quite strong, but Trailblazer kind of just enables the stuff anyway. Maybe you even kill Trailblazer there. I wonder if that's an option.
Yeah, I think I like passing and just killing the Trailblazer with the trigger on the stack, and then you take.
Or even the Battle Crier. Killing the Battle Crier is a potential option as well to cut him off of some of the mana cheat. It looks like we see Heritage Reclamation.
That's true as well. Yeah, you can
coming in for Sam.
Right.
So I'm thinking that Heritage Reclamation is a good card to put in that he didn't put in before. We're going to see what he's looking to take out. He didn't put it before. Yeah, interesting.
I mean, you can take out the Untimely Malfunction. I think. Yeah, that's actually what's happening.
I think that's what he's.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, this card didn't do anything. I guess we better."
I think he's realizing, this card's rubbish. I need to get it out of here. And Heritage Reclamation, a much better card in this matchup. But yeah, no, the Scrap Shooters have come in for Sam, and I think that's a good choice. I think it's
Yeah, I mean they
pretty
do
good
support the
against
beatdown plan if nothing else, and have utility later. I think it's fair enough. They survive a Dragonback Assault, like if you play one early as well. So
It just
means that you
lines
can-
up very well against Dragonback Assault, right?
Yeah,
You know, even if
in-
you get if he gets only one dragon, you play the scrap shooter, you blow up the assault, and then you have a blocker that deals cleanly with the dragon. And suddenly
they still
Chris
draw a
tries
card
to
and have
answering it.
the trigger. Like it's
They
it's
still
not a great
draw a
exchange
card,
for you.
but
Yeah, but it is something. Yeah, and also the
I
fact
think it's
that you can play it
better
as
than
a
sticking around
as
if
a
you have
turn 2
nothing, right?
4/4 with the Llanowar Elf and just start hitting Chris. I think is also something that you shouldn't underestimate.
I'm inclined to agree here.
Yeah, I mean, Chris did suffer from a bit of a poor draw there. I don't really know what went that badly for him. He just didn't have much. He had an Abrade, one Abrade, and then some ramp into the Dragonback Assault, which would have done something, I suppose. It does kill 2 creatures, yeah, but he just got caught with the counter spell and couldn't really play around it, so maybe that was also just a case of being on the players on the draw. Like Chris just had 1 turn fewer to set up, being on the draw there. Looks like quite a spell heavy and land light hand so far. Looks like it's being
Yeah,
sent
Chris
back
could have
immediately
shipped that
across.
away immediately.
Sam has a starting town Llanowar Elf, but no further lands either, yeah? So he seems to be mulliganing
Sam's going to
as
mulligan
well.
as well, but the player's going to 6. You know, you ever just look at a hand and you go, absolutely not. I'm not having that. So
I think
we
the
will.
Sam one
go
was
again.
maybe slightly more interesting. I didn't see it in its entirety, but
I
starting
only
town
saw one
Llanowar Elf
land.
plus he did have Doc Orlog. Yeah, but like you're on the draw, right? So if you draw a land within the first 2 turns,
I think
if
with
there's
the
an Esper
Trailblazer
Origins or
you
something
consider
there,
it, but if Chris has like a
Yeah.
single torch to the tower or anything to deal with that, your hand is dead in the water, and so it's sort of about managing that risk, right?
it is, yeah. But again, we don't have any evidence that Chris is even playing towards the tower. So
Even so, being on the draw as well, and a
Yeah, I
braid
guess.
answering the Llanowar Elves is
yeah. Well, it's probably
naff.
I'm just saying that it's it's not as immediate a mulligan as perhaps Chris's was. Not saying that
Yeah,
it's the wrong choice.
there's definitely some merits to a hand like that. I definitely agree
Yeah.
with you on that front. But both players now are going to get some new hands. They're going to look at a fresh 7 and hopefully
Downsize it after, yeah. Okay, Dragonback
Hopefully
Assault.
there's a couple of Dragonback Assaults. Chris is really good at drawing that card in multiples.
Indeed. Probably one of them will go.
And Sam has got no lands again. So
Ooh,
Sam is going down to
that's
5.
rough.
I think Chris is even still considering this.
Yeah,
but he's happy with
keeping
it.
and putting back an Assault, which makes sense.
I only see a couple of lands though from Chris.
There's a stock up, right? But only mountain and forest or something, or red and green, I thought.
There is a stock up, but again, there's only
No blue mana.
I think there is blue.
Oh, we didn't see the entirety hand.
I think it was Stomping. It might have been Stomping Ground Riverpire Verge, which gives me the 3 colors.
Oh,
the problem
okay,
is it's only
right.
2 lands.
Right, okay, but you're drawing a 3rd one at some point, surely. You would hope.
Yeah, you would hope. Yeah, you obviously run that risk that it's not going to happen.
On 6 for sure, yeah. Oh, you're right, yeah, it is Riverpire.
Yeah.
Might even be 3 lands then.
This
don't know.
hand looks a little bit more serviceable, but actually there is a problem. It's 2 Stomping Grounds, bunch of blue cards, no blue mana.
Yeah.
But an Esper Origins is going to provide Sam with something to do here. But it's looking
So he has
rough right
Railway
out the
Brawler
gate.
Assault. He has this full combo in air quotes with this Brawler and the Assault. Sorry, Onslaught. Devastating Onslaught. But yeah, it's going to be slow to develop is the problem for Sam.
And here is a Fabled Passage for Chris. That's going to enter tapped, don't forget, as he's only got 2 lands after
I think
this
he's just
passage.
shortcutting, yeah. Because it's already passed. So he drew Spectral Denial and the Blue Source, so I guess that's nice. Gets to go Esper Origins now.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from Sam. Sam able to cast his spells now. Chris, nothing he can really do about an Esper Origins. I don't think he's
Oh, and the
sided in.
Trailblazer.
He doesn't have access to any spell pieces or anything like that. And a Trailblazer now. Yeah, this
And
is
another land?
really good for Sam. Sam has done a really good job of recuperating from this mulligan, as we see Thornspire Verge now for Chris. Chris still without any blue mana.
But
And now he has
hasn't.
access to all his colors, and we're going to see a
So
stock up
stock up.
right now. We're gonna look at the top 5 cards. I think I see an Ice Till Explorer. I see an Abrade. I see another stock up.
And a couple lands, yeah.
Yeah, I see a couple of lands. I'm gonna see what Chris is looking at here. I think
It's gonna be
the
interesting.
Stock up. I think the stock
stock
up
up.
and
No, he
something
took
else
land, I
might
think.
do it.
Or whatever that was. He took the card which I couldn't tell whether it was another land or not. And now he's taking.
Considering taking a second land here, but I think the stock up is
Just the
also
other
quite
stock up
appealing.
looks like. Okay, it's
He's definitely considering it.
maybe he's burnt by the fact that last time he decided not to take a land, he was stuck on 5 lands for ages. Yeah, when he consulted the first time.
Mm-hmm. It looks
Is it
like
the land
Roiling
now?
Dragonstorm.
Ah,
He took
okay,
a Roiling
that's-
Dragonstorm and a stock up here.
Right.
So didn't go
just-
for any lands. I think he had a basic island. We're gonna see Outcast Trailblazer plotted now. Chris is gonna draw a card. It's a Consult the Star Charts. And here's a
It's really
Thorn
interesting, I
Spire
think,
now.
to see how whose big plan is. Okay, well, this is great.
And here's Ice Still Explorer, and now we're doing some crazy stuff.
Because this gets him to the
Sam's got a
6 mana.
Trailblazer turn, but Chris is probably...
Well, Sam needs to still plot the Brawler, because he's going to set up for a big turn where he goes like Onslaught on Brawler, draw loads of cards, deal a
Sam
bunch
is
of
gonna
damage
tap
to you.
out
That's
the
his
Railway
plan. But the
Brawler.
problem for him is that Chris is going to be able to get the Dragonback Assault into play and start making dragons before then.
That's a big problem. Sam did have the Spectral Assault in order to potentially counter a Dragonback Assault here.
Spectral Denial,
But I
yeah.
think Sam is just going, right, I've got a big turn now. I need you to have it. And milling a Dragonback Assault is going to give Sam a little bit of relief, but he's about to see one enter play. So you see the first land enter. That is going to trigger the Ice Till Explorer, but I think he's missed that. As Dragonback Assault does come down, nothing Sam can do about it. Here's Fabled Passage. Now we're going to mill.
Yeah, this is a huge problem for Sam. He just really couldn't have that be in play already before he set up. And
a
it's hard
big
for him to
problem.
actually pass with the Spectral Denial, though, because Chris has 6 mana. He's just not going to commit the Dragonback Assault into a counterspell at that point. He'll just play some other, like, less consequential stuff like Stock Up.
Looks as well
you
like
really
he's
need
got
to
2 copies of
use your
Devastating
mana.
Onslaught.
Yeah.
He's got 2 copies of Ooh, hold on though. He's got 2 copies of Devastating Onslaught. He's got Railway
okay.
Brawler.
But it's only haste on the... Okay, wait. How much damage is that then?
He's got
Does
5 mana,
Brawler-
so he can cast it for X equals 2. Get
Right.
2 more Railway Brawlers. That's 20 damage.
But there's dragons.
They also trample.
Yeah.
So that's going to
Okay,
be
so-
12 damage. And
Do they see each
also he
other?
gets to draw 2 more cards.
24? Is it
It's
Is it
8
24 damage? Because the brawlers see each other, or no? They must see each other. Because there's 2 brawlers on each,
Oh,
so they get
God.
so it's like loads of damage.
They all enter at the same time. Yeah, they see each other. So that
Yes.
is. I mean, that's more than that because so it would be.
Does it like
But
stack
actually,
up on
It
doubles?
does stack up. So hold on, let's do the math here. So
Oh
you
yeah,
get
so it's
2
actually
copies of
just
them.
super lethal. Yeah.
They each see each other twice, so they are both going to be 20/20s
8.
with reach and trample. Chris
So
is
8,
dead.
16. It's 24
Chris is
each, I
dead.
think. Isn't it? They both first it's 4, it goes to 8, 8, and then it gets another 8. So they're
Are they
16
four-
each.
I thought they were 5/5s.
Oh, they're 5/5s.
Yeah, they're 5/5s.
Ah, okay, right. Yes. Then of
So
course
they
you're
go
right.
up to 10.
16. Yeah, so they're 20,
It's-
10,
it's
20,
another
20s
cre-
each.
So they're both 20/20. So that's 40 damage. Chris only has 8 points of power. They're all tramplers.
Yeah, okay. So this is just actually completely.
This
nuts.
is
I don't-
lethal. If Sam can see this, Chris is dead right now. Although all of this falls apart if Chris has it into the Floodmore, which Sam doesn't know that he doesn't,
Oh no.
and he doesn't see
Ah,
it.
okay, it's fine, right? Because you still have 5 mana. Yeah. As you can still do it for Access 2. Because you have
How
3,
does
4
he
power
still
creatures
have-
in play.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. And here comes a Stomping Ground.
Also, again, the Teamer Battle Cry would actually come into play with 4 extra counters, no?
And also has the Spectral Denial as backup now as well, the way he's done
yeah.
this.
This
So
is why he was playing it that
this
way.
is very
smart.
well sequenced by Sam.
Yeah.
We didn't know about the Trailblazer in hand, and Chris is nodding his head. He knows what's about to happen here. He knows how 3 copies of Railway Brawler works. A lot of triggers are about to go on the stack. Sam is going to draw 2 cards. Each Railway Blazer is going to see the other one and the original. So it's going to get 2 triggers. It's going to get pumped up to 10 power. It's going to gain 5 +1/+1
and then
counters.
it gets another
Then
10.
when the second trigger happens, it will gain 10 going up to 20.
So here's 40.
Which leaves you with 40 power trampling on the battlefield with Spectral Denial as backup for any copy of Into the Flood Maul that Chris has. Chris is dead. Chris is about to extend the hand here. I think he knows what's about to happen. He knows there is no way that he gets out of this right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
And he extends the hand. Sam Price is going to take this game 2-1 on Teamer Battle Crier. Chris, he had a really powerful turn with the Dragonback Assault, but, I mean, that copy of Bombardment.
Yeah, I mean, that was just...
Devastating Onslaught. It's just too good. It's just completely...
That combo is just so
killed him.
much damage, yeah.
He's just dead. Just completely dead.
Quite a cool deck, honestly, yeah? Because you don't actually commit any of your combo pieces until the turn you go for it. And on that turn, you have lots of mana open generally. Okay, you have to play the Assault at the Onslaught, but like we saw there, he was able to even keep up a counter spell to protect through that whole thing with an extra mana. So yeah, very nice.
Absolutely. Sam Price getting the job done here. He's going to go to 3-2. Has a chance to get into the top 8 here. And the top 8, we're going to find out who it is relatively quickly now. Once this round comes to an end, we will have our top 8. We will give out prizes to people who did not make it to the top 8. Now, top 8 is just the first step for these players. You want to get to the top 4 to qualify for the European Magic Cup. So all of our top 8 players are going to be looking to win their quarterfinals match and make it to the semis. So they can qualify for the Full Fire Invitational with a chance to win. If they win it, they get a grand. Let's not forget, that's a lot of money. But they also get their invite. They punch their ticket to the European Magic Cup in February of 2026. With a lot of very cool prizes on the line.
Exciting.
All right.
I do want to see. Hopefully, Sam is in the top 8. Honestly, with this win, that would be cool. Because that deck seems really cool. I would like to see more of it.
It's a very cool deck. It does a lot of very broken, very fun things, which is something you really need to do to compete in the standard format. So it really does have a very unique home in this very like combo mid-range centric standard format at the moment. So it really has earned its place in the metagame. We're going to take a short break. It might be a little bit longer than the previous short breaks we've taken, as we've got to give out prizes and announce our top 8. So do bear with us as we get all that sorted. But when we come back, we will have our top 8 announced. We will have our quarterfinals ready to go. And we're going to see who's going to punch their ticket into the European Magic Cup. So don't go anywhere. We will see you very soon.
See you shortly.
I have it right next to me if you want to see quickly.
Hi, world. Welcome back to the Get Your Deck Out podcast. It's me, Oldemo Dave. You're my usual Scott, but we have a very special guest today. Alex, hello. Welcome to the pod. For those who have not looked even at their phones for the last 2.5 weeks, give us an introduction to who you are and why you're here.
Hey, I'm Alex McIsaac. I had the pleasure of participating in the Spotlight Series Spider-Man in Baltimore, and I ended up running a aggressive leyline deck, and I ended up winning that Spotlight Series. So I'm really happy to be here. It's my first, of course, Grand Prix or Spotlight Series win. Outside of that, I've only really had, RCQ wins and store championship wins, or online challenges maybe. But outside of that, this is it. And some people know me as the guy who brought Poison Dart Frog to a big tournament. A basically unplayable card in the sideboard. That's
absolutely that. I can testament for usual viewers. I'm not in my usual spot. I am currently in an Airbnb in sunny Liverpool, about 30 minutes back from the main event. The talk of the weekend has been, where's the Poison Dart Frogs? That's been one of the people have acknowledging that. I know Simon Nielsen on the deck rundown on the Twitch stream said, but I'm sad to say no Poison Dart Frogs made the meta. So you've definitely had an impact on the Magic sphere. But as we talk about, there's a lot of depth there to how long you've been playing this deck, and I like why you made the choices to take it, and the results you've had online in the past. So, it's not.
Hello, everybody. We're back. It's the quarterfinals time. We're in our top 8. We've got Francis Tyler, who we saw earlier, on Simic Ouroboros versus Sam Price, who we just saw on Team of Trailblazer. My name's Lucifer. I'm with Raul, who will be back shortly. He's taking a well-earned break. And we've got some magic for you folks. Francis looks like he is mulling on his mulliganing decisions. Looks like Sam has kept a full grip of 7. Francis is about to go first. We've got a shock at a breeding pool, go to 18. Do we have a Gene Pollinator or a Llanowar Elves to start us off? No, but we do have a Paw Patch Recruit. Very powerful rabbit from Bloomburrow. Pretty good start if you're Francis. Sam's just going to open up with a Botanical Sanctum and pass. Francis draws a Forest for the turn. Now, do we have a Jackal or something to kick things off? No, but we do have an Innkeeper's Talent. We're just going to immediately pump up that Paw Patch Recruiter. 3 damage coming Sam Price's way. Hi, Raul. We got Francis versus Sam.
Yeah.
Trailblazer.
Okay, so we get to see more.
Green.
Nice, more Trailblazer.
We see Esper Origins coming down from Sam Price's side. We're gonna gain a little bit of life. Surveil 2. I do see a Trailblazer and a Botanical Sanctum.
It does look like land, so he needs to put the land first.
Does need to put the Sanctum on top. That is unfortunate for him.
And maybe he can't even keep the can't even keep this because he has two Railway Brawlers in hand, which he wants to get.
Really needs to find that fourth land on the curve. Unfortunate for Sam, but Francis has got good grip on this battlefield right now. Let's see what he's going to play next. Going to shock in another breeding pool. Going to go down to 16. Francis is hurting himself more than Sam is being hurt at the moment, but I think that's going to change very quickly as Tyvar goes to the front of the grip for Francis, looking to maybe cast that card. That's exactly what he's going to do. We've got a 3/3. He can tap another creature to give Tyvar indestructible until end of turn and tap it. But as we saw in his game against the Vivi deck, he does have access to a very powerful
thinking
overrun.
about the Surveil. Yeah, if he's going to play Winternight Stories next turn, he could have kept the Battlecry, perhaps, Sam. I mean, but the problem is really going to be that these creatures, they're going to put a lot of pressure on because Sam's at 15 already. There's 6 power. Next turn it's going to be at least 7, given the Innkeeper's Talent gets to put another counter. Yeah, and then Sam's already facing lethal the turn after. Yeah, so now the question is whether he can assemble his combo quick enough.
He does draw a 4th land. However, it is a starting town, which puts a 4th land into play, but isn't extremely helpful to him in this moment. We do see an Insular Floodmoor entering Sam's hand, but as we talked about earlier on in this tournament, it's very good when you're ahead and trying to interact with your opponent's interactive pieces, but it's very bad when you're behind, and it's very difficult to utilize it in a way that's going to help you in the long term. So
and there's Paw Patch Patrol Recruit as well, right? So
yeah, Paw Patch Recruiter is going to make cards like Into the Floodmoor, cards like Torch the Tower, which Sam has in his deck. It's going to make them a little bit more awkward because you target something, and the Paw Patch Recruiter is going to make something bigger. And I mean,
this is actually a really awkward combination for Sam because he doesn't, like you say, he doesn't even have the guaranteed untapped land next turn, right? Because it's the starting town is his only option currently.
He wants to discard a Railway Brawler as well. We see that very awkward one-off untimely malfunction.
Again, I was thinking that as well earlier. Right?
In the hand. It's been very awkward for him in these games.
Discarding the Brawler makes sense because he has another one and he's never going to actually have time to get all these Brawlers plotted. He played the land for the turn, right? He drew Botanical Sanctum and then played Winternight Stories. It's turn 3, so he did.
And Francis did go first. Okay, that's fine. It looks like has Sam forgotten to discard to hand size? It looks like he might have 8 cards in his hand.
Well, possibly. It's one of those ones where it's unintuitive. Yeah, you could be right.
Another shock. That's going to get a forest, and it was immediately used. Oh, hello! Immediately used to pump up that Innkeeper's Talent to level 2. So now every creature with a +1/+1 counter on it, every permanent with a counter on it even has Ward 1. And that's going to put a counter on the Tyvar. That's going to be 7 damage coming down for Sam. Sam is in very big trouble now. Francis has got a big board. What can Sam do in the face?
I don't think he has any Sweeper's main deck, right? Or even in the deck at all. And the other problem is that the Tyvar will survive anyway. So it is...
It's going to represent a very big problem for Sam. He doesn't, unlike Christopher Bond in the previous match, he doesn't have access to any cards like Ill-Timed Explosion or anything like that.
I mean, there's with the Flood Mob being blanked by double Paw Patch in play as well. Basically, like you can bounce something, but you're just going to get 2 counters.
You're just going to get 2 counters.
3 counters because of the Offspring back, and you make a 2/3, and then.
Not really.
It also even taps you out of blue, so you can't even into the Flood Maw if you wanted to. Looks like. Yeah, and this overrun is just. I mean, even without the overrun, I think it's basically.
This game is
already done.
Over. Sam is going to reveal his hand.
Look at all my sweet cards.
Look at all my sweet cards.
Yeah.
And Francis is going to think about those when he's sideboarding. Sam is going to scoop the game. Francis is going to take game 1 in very quick fashion. I mean, I think this is the problem. I think Francis is very favored in this matchup. Sam isn't very capable of putting creatures onto the battlefield in the early turns of the game. He's got Llanowar Elves and Doc Orlok, but you're not really happy to block with them. And Francis is more than capable of growing these creatures beyond the range.
It's a race, and creatures. Sam just needs to start with Llanowar Elf, like you said, I think. Because
it's a race. And it's a race that Sam is going to find very difficult to win because
he's certainly disadvantaged. I agree. And if you don't start with Llanowar Elves, I think it's almost impossible because you need to spend 4 mana to plot the Railway Brawler really to get things going, and then you need to get to 5 mana to do the combo at all. To be fair, if you get Railway Brawler into play with 5 mana and do the Onslaught, then I think you do win in most scenarios, even against Francis. Although there's a chance that maybe even Ouroboros can pump stuff up to the extent that you have enough toughness to survive, even if you can't immediately attack for the win. But yeah, I agree with you that Sam is looking kind of in big trouble here.
I agree. Let's talk about sideboarding now here. So Francis, we've seen this deck before. We know what a sideboard is. He's got 3 Dragon Sniper, 2 Insidious Fungus, 2 Unable to Scream, 2 Floodpit Strana, 4 Repulsive Mutation, 1 Tishana's Tidebinder, and 1 Quantum Riddler. I feel like this is a matchup where Repulsive Mutation could really shine. Sam is a combo-based deck. Francis does want ways to interact with the combo. For example, if he's got a slow start or a game is going to go a little bit longer. So perhaps Repulsive Mutation is his way of interacting with that, with the more explosive plays that Sam Price is capable of. What else? Tishana's Tidebinder isn't terrible. It's an interesting way to...
It's potentially quite good. Well, I guess it doesn't really stop the combo very efficiently because it's multiple triggers.
It stops the Trailblazer from drawing a bunch of cards, right? It's not the best. It's not exactly what you want, but it's fine.
It's probably fine.
I think Floodpit Strana is quite bad. I'm not sure I like the Innkeeper's talents. I think the deck is aggressive enough as it is. Dragon Sniper is, again, capable of kind of stonewalling some of Sam's more powerful states.
I mean, the main concern you're going to have, I think, like a normal game, you're going to win anyway because you just have a better setup of creatures. The scary thing out of Sam's deck, from Francis's perspective, I think, is this combination with the Railway Brawler Onslaught thing. So I think you want to maximize answers to that. So Drowner might not actually be the worst in that regard because it takes out one of them guys, and like you can probably deal with being attacked for 20. Sounds funny, but you can block with something and not die. And then the brawlers go away. Sure, there's another copy of it in play. Problem for another time, basically. So I could see maybe Floodpit Strana not being completely terrible, and Sniper on the on the reverse is fine, but it doesn't really help against this trample combination, right? It's good to stop like earlier attackers, like Temur Battlecryer attacking you, or the Trailblazer, but that's not really what the game is likely to play out like, would be my guess. I mean, it's one of the ones where the matchup I think is quite underexplored. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that Francis has the upper hand. But let's talk about the tools that Sam has in the matchup, because I don't think he has that many. He's got 2 Annul, got 2 Fire Magic, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Smuggler Surprise, 2 Spectral Denial, 1 Torch the Tower, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Heritage Reclamation, 2 Scrap Shooter, 1 Surak, 1 Dissection Tools. I think Dissection Tools is useful. It's a bit slow, but if you can get it on the battlefield, having just something that has lifelink and a means to give lifelink, I think is the kind of thing that he's looking for in this matchup. I think Surak is decent enough for him, but it's mostly there as a beta, right, to provide some early pressure. I think Fire Magic has a real chance to excel in this matchup.
Yeah.
I think
the work we saw obviously, so Fire Magic would have been nice.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Scrap Shooters come in as just like something. It can answer certain problematic opponents from the Francis deck, but I honestly think you just play it as a 3-mana 4/4. It just blocks really well into what Francis is doing. But I think above all, you really need answers to Ouroboros, and outside of the 2 copies of Abrade and the Torch to the Towers, if you even have the ability to bargain for it, I think there's not that many.
Yeah, but Sam does start with Llanowar Elf here as you want from his perspective. Sadly, with a forest, so he won't be able to play Temur Battlecry on turn 2.
Francis is going to open up with a Spyglass Siren here, which is a pretty decent start. Sam is going to get to untap with the Llanowar Elves, so we're going to see what he's about to do. I see Doc Orlok. We can't cast that right now, so he's going to go with Esper Origins instead. Has he kept a 1-lander? I think he might have kept a 1-lander. Into the Floodmoor and Starting Town. Starting Town is almost certainly going
Starting Town, you almost certainly keep, depending.
Yeah, he hasn't got a second land. He's kept a 1-lander here.
Yeah, like I said, the Starting Town doesn't even allow the Battlecry in hand next turn because he's led with forest.
Because he's got 2 green. Yep.
Yeah.
Into the Floodmoor, unfortunately, is going to have to go in the bin.
Oh, he
but
does have a second land. Okay, yeah. I
Oh,
was thinking
okay.
that was kind of ambitious to keep that as a one-lander then.
It's very brave to keep a one-lander with 7 on the play right in the second game, but, you know,
No, but
that is not what Sam has done. Spyglass
No.
Siren going to come in here, so I'm going to take a bit of damage, go down to 21. Let's see what Francis is going to do here. Forest comes down. And here's an Azure Beastbinder. Not the worst.
It shuts off Battle Crier as well, right? It's until your
It
next
does
turn.
off Battle
so
Crier
that's
and
nice.
turn it into a 2-2, so it can't block. The Beastbinder is something that Francis is definitely going to benefit from pumping if he can. And we see Doc Orlok come down now. Now we're going to see Esper Origins
We'll
get
push back the
flashback.
thing. Yeah, that's nice.
Sam's going to go up to 22. This is the kind of start that Sam is looking for in this matchup.
Bins a Lana Welf and a land and gets a Lana Welf anyway. Not what he was hoping
Thoughtseize
for,
bug.
obviously. Yeah, it is the Thoughtseize bug.
Now we've got a 4-4. We've got to get some mana next turn. And now Francis is in trouble. Sam has stuck his Llanowar Elves. It looks like he's calling a judge to ask a question away from the table here. But let's just talk about the situation in this game, right? Francis hasn't really done that much. His draw hasn't been that explosive. You know, there's plenty of things to come from Francis. I'm sure he can find a way to amass a board here. But it's Sam who's gotten onto the battlefield first. It's really going to cause some problems.
Yeah, I mean, Francis really not putting the pressure. It didn't like his turn 2 wasn't the copy guy as well. What was the name? The blue-green guy from Spider-Man.
Jackal.
Jackal, yeah, thanks. Sorry. So he didn't lead he didn't put that into play on turn 2, which would allow him to sort of go explosive in his own right. But instead, he has these
Yeah, the
small
dream is
creatures which
Jackal.
haven't really. They're not going to pressure that much simply, and that is going to be. It's on Francis to now present something that's a bit more threatening to Sam, because Sam will, well, at least get a big Esper Origins card off.
I think the confusion is with regards to Azure Beastbinder making the summon Esper Maduin lose all of its abilities.
Oh, right, yeah, whether it kills
because
it or something like that.
Because obviously before Final Fantasy came out, it would be the case that a Saga losing its abilities would cause it to be
Yeah.
sacrificed immediately as a state-based action, because it has more law counters on it than it has law abilities, as it were.
Yeah.
So you would sacrifice it to a state-based action. However, with the release of these summon cards from Final Fantasy, you've got Sagas that are creatures. So a card like Deshana's Tidebinder, which usually doesn't cause an enchantment to lose all its abilities, could actually kill one of these Saga
Yes, and
creatures.
they changed the rules, so that's no longer the case. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that doesn't happen anymore. But we see Azure Beastbinder come down. Notably, if he targets the Summon Esper Maduin here, it's not going to
Could just-
tick up. It's not going
Exactly,
to add Sam mana. So it could very well starve Sam from mana that he might need in order to execute a combo turn. On the other hand, if he uses the Doc Orlok, plotting becomes more expensive. If he has an Esper Origins, he can't just play it twice and get another one. There's a lot of pros and cons to making either choice. I think I like starving him from off of mana, and that's exactly
I
what
agree.
Francis has decided to do. Notably, you cannot block.
It also limits the amount of damage you take on the way back, right? Because it's a 4/4.
Yeah, so it's now a 2/2. Notably, creatures of power 2 or greater cannot block the Azure Beastbinder, so it's guaranteed to come through. Sam's going to take 2 damage. We're going to see what Francis is going to do in a second main phase here. I think he's really looking for something big to put into play, to just start applying some pressure. But it feels like this battlefield is he's a bit outnumbered right now.
Is the red card in Sam's hand Bolt Bend again? Because
I'd be very surprised if it's Bolt Bend, because I'm not convinced Bolt Bend is very good in this matchup. I think Francis is a very put a bunch of big things onto the battlefield. He doesn't actually have that many tools to interact with what Sam is doing. So
that's why I also don't think it should be that, but I couldn't come up with another. Maybe it
could well be a devastating onslaught. I think it's a Fire Magic is the red card in his hand.
Fire Magic, yeah, okay.
And here's a Tyvar. Tyvar's won Francis a couple of games throughout this tournament. Maybe it could steal another one here. Going to be the.
I mean, Tiber is
Summon
actually
Esper
really
Maduin
annoying
is still a
again. Yeah,
2/2.
it's just
It's
incredibly
going to be a
annoying.
2/2 until Francis gets to his turn again. It looks like Spectral Denial was the card that Sam drew. And it looks like he's eyeing up that Fire Magic, but it's not going to do much right now.
No, the problem is, again, the Tiber survives and you kill your own stuff. Like, including the Esper Origins, actually, because it's a 2/2 still.
But he can only do. He can also only do it for 2 damage as well right now, unless he has an
Right, yeah,
untapped
but then it
land, which I
only
don't
kills
believe he does.
the flyer, right?
We
I
see
think he's
another
just
Llanowar
gonna
Elves.
use it. He's gonna go Battle Crier as well then, I guess.
Oh well, if he goes Battle Crier, that's still only a mana discount of 1, right? Because
Yeah. No, I think it's more of a setup turn, like he's just not gonna achieve much this turn besides putting some more stuff into play. I guess he could go Esper Origins, but
just making a big battlefield, and he doesn't even have access to Spectral Denial if he plays a Trailblazer right now. He's
right,
only got
that's
the
true.
one source of blue. And
I guess he
starting
could go
down,
Esper. Yeah, he could go Esper Origins, but then he doesn't have a 4-power creature.
Starting
one
town very
4-power
much the
creature.
land that he needed in this situation, but also let's not forget it is going to cost him 1 life every time he gets colored mana from it, which as the game goes on, if this game goes a little bit longer, it's not unlikely that that's going to start to cause problems for Sam. Maybe give Francis just a little bit of an advantage if in a game that goes a little bit longer. But we will see here. Sam's got a lot of stuff in his hand. He's got an Esper Origins.
I mean,
he's got an
notably
Esper
though, Sam doesn't have anything towards his combo, right? He has some more ways of digging, but he doesn't have a Railway Brawler, he doesn't have an Onslaught. He has a Temur Battle Crier, which doesn't really achieve that much as its own.
Well, he's got an
4/4.
Esper Origins, right? So the Esper Origins, he could have
overrun
cast
effect,
it and then flashed it back.
Yeah, flashed
again.
it back. Yeah, but he wanted to keep
then
up the
he's got
counter,
another
like we
one.
said, right? So, because he's scared probably of
Francis can't deal with
Uroboroid
two of
coming
them.
down here, right? If that happens, you're kind of in trouble because
Yeah, I think it's definitely not unlikely that Ouroboros could come down. I think it's what Francis needs. And here is our 4th land. We're going to see what Francis does. I don't know that he has Ouroboros in hand, though.
yeah, no, but
I think he's
from Sam's
considering his
perspective,
options. Oh, does he? Does he have it? He does. Here comes Ouroboros, but that's going to mean a Spectral Denial from Sam, who only needs to pay... He only needs to pay the 1 blue for it.
He does, yeah.
It costs 1 less because
Because the Esper is now back to
a
4/4,
4/4.
yeah. It doesn't really matter. He doesn't have anything else sensible to do. Like he could Fire Magic obviously for 1, but that takes out
the
his
Llanowar
Elves as well, right?
But it looks like he's come to his senses and left that open. Maybe that is something he's looking to do now.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So he's like, yep, for Spike.
Spectral Denial, X equals 1. Counter target spell unless you pay 1. Ouroboros is going to get countered here. And that is huge for Sam. That is exactly what Sam needed.
Makes you wonder, by the way,
really wanted Ouroboros to come down.
If does Sam want to run the gambit, he could have played Esper Origins, kept up the blue, and hoped that Francis played the Ouroboros before combat, which makes sense, right? Before the Azure Bender, Beastbender takes out the Esper Origins and play again. So that way he could have actually snuck in the front side of Esper Origins last turn by just keeping up the blue. Obviously that goes wrong if Francis decides, oh, I'm going to attack first, make your guy into 2/2, and then you have Spectral Denial without a mana, without a 4-power creature, so it would just be, have no effect. And Francis would be able to resolve his Ouroboros after combat, so it would have left that option open. So obviously Sam decided to play it safe and make sure that he can counter an Ouroboros if it does come down, and that's how it happened.
An interesting scenario here. I did see Sam eye up a block with the Stock Orlock here onto the Tyvar. So the Azure Beastbinder has locked down the Summon Esper Maduin. It's probably not going to do much more for as long as that Azure Beastbinder is on the battlefield. Looks like a double block here from the Llanowar Elves, but
yeah,
I mean, Sam...
This is not going to work out the way Sam wants. His idea was to double block here, and then, I mean, it's sort of focus. And now he would be able to Fire Magic everything away, but the problem is the Azure Beastbinder is vigilant, so it can still protect the Tyvar, even though it has 2 damage marked from when it was blocked by Esper Origins.
Tyvar going to stick around.
So now he takes out most things, but Tyvar does stick around still, yeah. It's an okay exchange, I guess.
I think it's a decent exchange.
Well, that's a good draw.
I think... Oh, hello. Trailblazer is really good. And you can only... Yeah, hello.
And you get to Esper Origins. Yeah, this is great.
Origins.
Yeah, okay, this worked out very well now, because he's getting some time off here. The board isn't as wide, so even an Ouroboros, while scary, doesn't immediately spell game over. Gives you
And he
some
has
more time to
access to
set some stuff up.
Botanical Sanctum and Stomping Ground here. He can get a 4th land to flash back in Esper Origins if he wants. He doesn't necessarily
Well,
need.
he doesn't
can
need a
play an
4th land, he has
Outcast
Doc Warlock,
mana
yeah.
and then do the thing. Yeah, we're more so thinking about if Doc Warlock gets answered. But even so, it looks like Esper Origins is going to come back next turn.
But the blue-green deck doesn't really have very many ways of interacting with your stuff, right? So I wouldn't be too scared of my things dying. It's just more whether you want the land or do you actually need action, right? Because right now, yeah, it's nice setup yet again, but you have a Temur Battlecryer in hand. Maybe land isn't the worst though, because you can go Battlecryer. You can go, sorry, Plotted. Oh no, but you already have the 4th mana from the. Yeah, you can go Outcaster. You get the 4th mana. You play Battlecryer, and then you can flash back the Esper Origins all next turn in one big go. So actually, you don't need the land to do that because of the mana you get granted from the Outcaster when it comes into play. And
here's another Ouroboros for Francis. That's really good now. Another land entering the battlefield. We've got a multiversal passage that Francis is looking to shock in.
Ooh, and
we're going to map on the Ouroboros. That is a Botanical Sanctum, though, so that's not going to put a counter on the creatures. But still, 4/4 coming in for Sam. Sam going down to 16. And now Sam really wants to answer this Ouroboros. Because we know that card is going to take over the game if it's not answered.
Okay, so but like Sam's going to do the sequence I outlined now, I think. He's going to go this into Battlecryer into Esper Origins, which puts a lot of power into play so that you have reasonable blocks to make. Unless, of course, Francis decides to use the overrun.
So it costs 2 less minus. So yeah, so he can pay the green.
But he drew 2 lands now.
Flashback the Esper Origins. Goes back up to 18. He's got a lot of blockers. Ouroboros, though, going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Sam is going to be hard pressed into maybe doing some chump blocks here to stem some of the bleeding.
Yeah, he's going to have to chump once, almost certainly. Oh, wait, does the overrun... Yeah, no, okay. The overrun you can do first, and the Ouroboros has like 1,000 power, right? And then both creatures become humongous. So if both are attacking, you're going to have to chump for sure.
Yeah, because Ouroboros currently has 2 power. Tyvar is at 4 power. If you overrun, it's +4/+4. So the Ouroboros is going to be 6 power, putting 6 +1/+1 counters on both creatures.
Yeah.
So that means that, I mean, the Tyvar alone is nearly lethal.
Yes, actually, but not quite, I think, right? It's 4 now, it gets 6 counters +4, it's 14, goes up to 14 power.
It's like a couple of points of damage. It's a few points of damage short.
It's just short, which is good for Sam because it means it's only 1 chump that turn. Yeah, okay, that's a nice hit.
I mean, Sam is hard pressed for chump blocking.
But this is really nice, right? Because you haven't played a land yet, so you can actually play the Outcaster straight up.
Yeah, he can. It looks like he's building a big board of his own. But I am worried about the implications of this Ouroboros here.
Oh, and but like if he survives this turn, he has the Onslaught. So next turn he's going to be able to make an Onslaught for like 1,000 million. Yeah, it's not on Railway Brawler, but with the Temur Battlecryer and all these 4/4s in play, plus the mana from the Esper Origins, he's going to make a really big Onslaught on something. Which perhaps is going to be good enough to just take Francis out in one fell swoop. Yeah, he's at 14 only. Sounds plausible.
Francis is at 14. Francis is at 14 right now. He has the option to just cast an Onslaught right now for X = 2.
Oh, he has of course, because he has the extra mana from the Trailblazer.
On the Trailblazer, and he's just going to restock his hand immediately. I don't think that's lethal, but
I guess you have pretty decent chances of drawing stuff here because you get so many Trailblazer triggers here, yeah? You draw what?
Trailblazers sees each other 3 times. That's going to be 6 draws.
6 cards. And there's Railway Brawler and another Onslaught, right? So you actually have this combo set up for next turn, I think.
So this game is actually probably over.
Yeah, well, it depends a bit on if Francis can find some way of interacting. If he has Into the Flood Maw, does he have it in his deck? If he has a way of interacting with the Brawler, then you can't do the Brawler. Basically, if you have an interaction for the target of the Onslaught, you can just bounce it and it's fine. Although he might just not have the card. Let's have a look. He has
Francis does not currently.
No, he
Francis
doesn't.
does
Yeah, he
not
doesn't
have
have it
any
in his deck.
targeted removal. He has unable to scream.
Yeah, that's not going to be helpful.
And Flood Pit's Drowner can tap things down.
Repulsive
Other than
Mutation, I suppose, depending on slightly how big Sam goes, but Sam could theoretically play around it. to some
Yeah, he
degree.
has Stacker Direction, but he doesn't really have a means of making a board. I think it's mostly just relying on Ouroboros as a way to scale beyond what the boards your opponents can make. We see Railway Brawlers coming down now, and
Oh, of course, because these things also
he can
all
make
make
the mana.
mana.
'Cause he can make the
Oh
mana.
my god! So
Yeah.
maybe no. Is it just game now? No.
It's not game right now because he doesn't have any
'Cause he
mana anymore. But he is still going to have.
he
a
only made 2 of
spicy
them.
attack
Yeah,
here, and
right.
Francis is going to be. Francis might have to chump block. It looks
No, I
like
mean, he takes
just
8
those
here. It's
are-
just 8, right?
Just those guys are attacking. So that's 8. So Francis gets to keep an Ouroboros here. That's not nothing.
Yeah, but what do you do next turn? How do you get on top of this board? Can you
I think
win?
you really
anyway?
struggle. I think Francis is looking for some early drops and maybe
That was a huge
foregoing
turn.
the overrun
Keep
from
in mind-
Sabal's side.
Sam started this turn with what? Doc Orlok and Esper Origins and Teamer Battlecrier? Or something like this? It was
And then he just did all
a
that. Yeah,
monumental
no,
turn,
exactly.
this, yeah.
Absolutely insane board. And now Francis is in a lot of trouble. It's crunch time. What you got? I don't think he's got that much, but a couple of cheap chump blockers might be enough to stay alive. Although, actually, he's got that
Yeah,
onslaught.
if the
hasn't he?
onslaught
I
comes
think
out next turn, I think Francis is done though.
that is an onslaught.
Also,
as
he's
we
at 6, yeah. I
see.
think he might just be dead on board anyway already.
Francis deep in the tank now, thinking, right, how am I going to lose this game? He does go for the overon on Tyvar. That's going to be 6+1/+1 counters on everything.
But isn't the Esper Origins going off next turn as well with the +2/+2 on everything? So
Yeah.
for Sam's side, so that means that there's just going to be loads of trampling biggies.
I mean,
Yeah,
you've got to
okay,
go
understand.
for it, right? You've got to allow your opponent to make the mistake.
Yeah.
But
If you don't block
I
it,
don't
you
think
die.
Sam is going to make the mistake of failing to block here. So we see 2 chump blocks from 2 creatures that, maybe
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
matter that much. Francis is like, yeah, fair enough. I wasn't winning this game anyways, and I think we're going to see him concede very soon. Plays a land, taps out. Sam's going to show Francis devastating onslaught.
Oh, it's one
What is
turn before
Railway
the Esper.
Brawler?
Oh, this is a new Esper, right? He played last turn, sorry, yes. But I mean, like, he doesn't even need the onslaught yet. Francis at 6, he can just attack with whatever he has. But
You know what? Second Railway Brawler. Why not?
he's playing, yeah, exactly. He's playing for the galleries here, yeah. Okay, here we go.
Just swinging with everything.
Just take
Doesn't even need to do
17.
the onslaught. Francis going to scoop his cards. We're going to a game 3 here as Sam Price takes game 2 over Francis Tyler. Playing Teamer Battlecrier. What a cool deck. And remember, this is a win it in for the European Magic Cup. If you win, qualify for the European Magic Cup happening in February next year. And you also qualify for the Full Fire Get Your Deck Out Invitational, which is a 2K modern tournament, I believe, with £1,000 worth of prizes for the winner. You can't buy your way into this tournament. You have to qualify by doing well at one of these events. And Francis and Sam looking to punch their tickets in. Francis is going first, and we have talked about how if Francis can get a really powerful board state really quickly, and Sam maybe stumbles, then Francis can easily take over this game. Sam very much relying on Llanowar Elves early to get the job done, I think.
Yeah, we saw it here that he had it on the play. Slightly awkward with the lands early on, but did manage to, especially with that one big turn, just generate an overwhelming advantage. Francis, yeah, he just didn't have the pressure he had in some of the other games we've seen him play. Like Beastbender was nice to stall a little bit, but it wasn't dealing enough damage to threaten Sam once, yeah, he could establish some of with his big creature. So maybe it's not as horrible for Sam as we initially thought. So I do think that Francis on the play is likely to have a good chance to take it down anyway, because he has the acceleration of his own, and then if you get the Ouroboros down before Sam can set up something similar, Francis is just going to run away with it instead, but we'll see.
absolutely. And we do feel like that Francis is favored, but obviously Sam has avenues in order to take this game away from Francis. But Francis being on the play, I think, is going to be very relevant here, especially if you can open up with a Llanowar Elves or a Gene Pollinator. I think that is just exactly.
Yeah, and the fact that he has Gene Pollinator as well just means that he has literally double the amount of explosive potential to Sam, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we see Llanowar Elves into Jackal, into Llanowar Elves or Gene Pollinator, I think it's going to be very difficult for Sam to recover from that.
You do need a way to amplify them, so either Tiber or Uroboroid, but obviously you do have some time to find them as well.
Well, Sam does have access to fire magic to maybe stop Francis from getting too much of an advantage here. Let's look at Francis' hand. He's looking at it. I think I see a Gene Pollinator. I don't know what else I see, though, from him.
Sam is mulliganing?
Yeah, or Sam is taking a mulligan, going to 6.
One of the two.
Yeah. It's definitely what you want to see if you're Francis. Francis is keeping his 7, so he's got to be happy with what he's got going on here. Sam taking a multi 6. I'm not so convinced that this Team of Battlecry deck mulligans that well. I think you need to have that critical mass of cards that do your thing, and mulliganing, especially against this matchup where you can just lose so quickly. I just think it's not what you want to see from Sam's side.
On the other hand, I think on the draw specifically, you do, like we said earlier, you do need to probably have Llanowar Elves and into some of the like Outcaster or Temur Battlecryer to match the pace that Francis is gonna set, right? So you're in this bind where your deck doesn't mulligan great, but also if you don't have the Llanowar Elves, which he does on this hand, you're likely to just fall behind too much anyway. So I think
you're a one-land hand here from Sam. I think we're gonna see another mulligan.
No, I think, I don't know, but on 6 I would keep certainly, even if I have only one land with the Llanowar Elf, I think. Slightly depends on the complexion of the hand.
He might do.
I think he did. I think it's Esper Origins, so it's like Onslaught, Starting Town, Esper Origins, Llanowar Elves, and then maybe another Esper Origins, some Warlock, and another Onslaught or something. But I think, he goes down to 5?
He's shipping it. He's going down to 5, and I mean,
I think you kind of have to risk it there, but I'm not sure.
I think it's a difficult choice for Sam to make, right? I think he knows that he needs to give himself the best possible chance of having the ball state early on, because he's just going to get overrun otherwise. And you see a one-land hand, it's got Llanowar Elves, but
I guess you don't have any of the like.
I think Sam is thinking, I think it's better that I look at another 7 and go down to 5 than take a risk with this hand where I might get mana screwed and just lose on the spot.
Right, but you do have Esper Origins to set up you're probably going to hit the land. That's not as much the problem as the fact that you don't have that much of your big combo going on, right? Because the hand was otherwise going to be Onslaughts, and you didn't have Temur Battlecry or anything bigger that was going to set up
hand. I think I see
later.
2 breeding pools, I see a Starting Town, I see an Orlock.
Onslaught getting shipped.
I think I see a Battlecryer as well. So he's got 3 lands, he's got Battlecryer, he's got Orlock. It looks like he's putting the Battlecryer away. I think he's quickly decided against that. But it looks like Sam has a battlefield. Francis is opening up with a Gene Pollinator, which is a very good start. But let's see, what else has he got? Does he have the Jackal? He's going to untap and draw. I think he drew Keen-Eye Curator. Here's a Spyglass Siren for Francis. And here's a breeding pool. Going to take 2 here. Are we going to see? Here's an Azure Beastbinder. This is a very big board for Francis. This is a good start. This is what you want to see if you are Francis. Sam's going to start off with a Starting Town. Are we going to see Orlock hit the battlefield? Although Azure Beastbinder is going to make it a brick indeed. If Francis has his way.
Did he draw 2 copies of Onslaught after ditching?
He drew 2 copies of Onslaught, which is not what you want to see in this situation at all. And I think I might be wrong about him having a 3rd land row.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
This is not.
Although I think I agree with not. I would still.
Oh, Sam has an Abrade here.
Oh, he's not sure what to kill.
He's going to kill the Gene Pollinator. That's a very interesting choice.
Just trying to.
I guess it's just cutting off the mana.
Slow down.
Side. Francis are going to untap and draw. I think he drew a second copy of Breeding Pool, which isn't
Interesting.
terrible. He's only got 2 powers worth on the battlefield, though. Gonna crack the map. Targeting Spyglass Siren. What's he gonna get? We're gonna get a forest. I think he wanted to put a counter on that Spyglass.
Yeah, I think so too, but he's checking whether he can do it on his own creature.
Gonna swing for 2 now. And now we have a Keen-Eyed Curator. Now we have some power on the battlefield. We have a decent clock.
Yeah, and you're right.
Hits
There's
all
the
on the
third
battlefield
land
and
missing.
misses his 3rd land drop, and that is huge. Francis going to untap and draw. Now he can pretty much get through any attack he wants. Going to apply a lot of pressure onto Sam here. We're going to see what Francis drew. Francis is going to play Soulstone Sanctuary. Is that an Ouroboros? Yes, it is!
Oh my god. This is, yeah, I mean,
+1/+1 counter on all of these creatures, and Sam, this game is slipping away from him fast. Could
got a
Francis
feel for
be
Sam, yeah.
about to punch his ticket into the European Magic Cup? Yep, don't forget that Azure Beastbinder has Vigilance, my friend. That's a lot of power. Orlok no longer has any abilities. It's a 2/2 now. So can't plot for cheaper if he draws a Trailblazer Outcast. He cannot plot it. Esper Origins, he cannot play it and then plot. He
yeah,
cannot play
I
it
mean,
and then
plotting
flash
is
it back.
anyway not the game
He
plan
just
here.
landed another Doc Orlok. It's the worst thing you could cast. Gonna shake.
Wow.
Francis
Right.
wins this match, goes to the semi-finals, wins 2-1 against Sam Price playing Simic Ouroboros. Francis is into the European Magic Cup. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations.
He's also punching his ticket into the Invitational Tournament on January 4th. He's got a chance to win a
nice.
grand, my friend. Huge congratulations to him. He's been playing a lot of Standard this season.
And here come.
He's been fighting really hard for this, and he truly does deserve it. Sam, of course, getting his deck box, his packs, his absolutely gorgeous Emrakul promos, by the way. Look at them.
Francis is a bit jealous, yeah? He's like, I want those. Probably he'll get some later as well, but
And among his prizes are some of the only Spider-Man packs available in the UK,
incredible.
at least to open, because nobody really wants to buy that set.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, maybe you could pull a Jackal of his own.
Yeah.
And start
Well,
playing
kudos,
this Simic Ouroboros
kudos to
deck.
Sam though. Really cool deck, I think.
Really cool
We saw
deck,
it do
and
some-
we saw him navigate his game. He played his games beautifully. Unfortunately, got quite unlucky in game 3 of this match, having had to multi-5, getting mana screwed, just never drew anything to get him out of the situation he was in. Just really quite badly struggling. But Francis, a very deserved win from him. He's got to be feeling very happy with his result, and we're going to see him. We're going to see him at the European Magic Cup.
Indeed.
Can't wait.
Right. Do we have the other members of the topic, by the way?
I don't think we do. Perhaps Dave can give us some insight.
Oh, okay, right.
It looks like we do have a control mirror
Okay. In that case,
going on, and that's going to game 2. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have the semi-finals. I think, Raul,
yeah, I'm going to be heading
last
off, unfortunately, but yes, it was good to see this match come to its conclusion, and congratulations again to Francis for qualifying for all these events with it's also a sweet deck, you should say. It's a cool deck. This Ouroboros deck also can do some really, really impressive stuff, as we've seen him do a couple times on coverage. And yeah, so thanks for me for now. Good luck for the semis and finals, and
absolutely.
I'll probably
Always
be
a
watching.
pleasure to cast with you, my friend.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, same. Great to do this with you, and thank you for the opportunity, and I'll catch you all later. Bye.
See you, folks. We will be back very soon with the semi-finals. We'll find out who else has punched their ticket into the European Magic Cup. Don't go anywhere.
I have it right next to me if you want to see.
The good old fashioned just mono red aggro, all the bolts, all the burn spells, but they were talking about it on coverage today where it's way more like a big red deck. In mono red aggro or mono red burn, you're not playing Nova Hellcat, you're not playing even really Screaming Nemesis. So it is way more of a big red deck, whereas this is just pure balls to the wall, slick shot show off, Emberheart Challenger. That's where my curve goes. And from there, it's
Yeah.
just pump, 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 kill.
All the mana composition is like 1 drops, 2 drops. So
Yeah. And just one Blaze My Verge, just the misers, because sometimes you cast the Callous Sellsword and it's enough to kill them.
yeah, that's right.
Did you kill anyone with a Callous Sellsword on the weekend?
I think I hardcast 2 of them. You do get to play quite a lot of games, but 2 is pretty negligible at that point. It's also good that usually you cast a Callous Sellsword after the Burn Together part of it. So you use that card twice. You get another creature out there, and when it comes in after a Burn Together, you've sacked a creature or you've lost some creatures. So you get those +1s on it.
Yeah, I assume it's normally a case of you get them down to 3, 4, and it's just you need some random doofus to just push through for the last little bit.
Yeah. So it's almost like that. It's either the desperation or the final kill next turn. That's when it comes out.
Desperation is normally how I play these types of decks.
I love that you added the desperation there. It's like, maybe I'll stay alive if this deck actually sticks there. Scott mentioned obviously bans coming up, and yes, there's going to be definite changes. And being in a room full of Magic players today, different content people, and everyone's talked about all the different potential combinations of things that they're going to do. There's the room's consensus was, in theory, if we're going to stabilize things, that 3 things should go from the Izzet deck, that being Profts, Cauldron, and Vivi. Do you feel the same? Do you think the same? And have you got any other potential thoughts on it? Because I guess as well, if that happens, unfortunately, us red players probably won't be allowed to have Screaming Nemesis as a toy anymore.
Yeah, I do think there is a Vivi problem. I do think it thwarts the entire meta. I think that, decks like Leyline Aggro can actually deal really well with those decks, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't thwart the rest of the meta and makes it, less fun to play, doesn't really give room to those really cool decks that can come out. And that's why I think, Vivi's a good ban, in my opinion. Proft is also something that, they should really consider taking away. Because of the amount of Riddlers, we saw those card draws in a lot of my games as well, where they didn't even need that Vivi to make some monsters on the board. The banning of Cauldron, I would be kind of upset with that, just because even though people on the podcast have probably only seen me play Leyline Red, I'm a big Golgari player, so just like with the Yawgmoth, I love Soul Cauldron. I love the possibilities of it, and I'd really like to see Golgari Roots come back up in Standard. That's such a fun deck where you make those plants and you go. Even without Tyvar, I think it's still playable.
So I was gonna say, do you not think losing Tyvar was too much for that deck?
It's a big blow to it, but I think there's they could print some new cards too that can kind of replace it, and you got Dredger's Insight now, stuff like that.
I already love the fact that you were killing people on turn 2, but the thought that your comeback would be like rooting people out of the graveyard, it's sort of like the hero we want, hero we deserve kind of like comeback. I love that. And any hot takes on what you think should also go as well? Obviously, Kaito. Do you think if they make a readjustment, Kaito would be too much, or would you just be happy to say let's take the Cauldron deck, let's take the Izzet deck out of the meta and see where everything lands?
Yeah, it's hard to predict, where all the pieces land. One deck changes the meta entirely, and then new decks pop up, and they affect each other that way. It's a big domino effect. I think it would be more of like tackling Vivi itself, and maybe Proft itself. if they do tackle Proft, I think they would need to take something out of the mono red match. Maybe Screaming Nemesis. I have seen some people saying that that would be a target.
Something I said
Yeah,
a couple of
outside
weeks
of that.
ago, like something I said a couple of weeks ago, if you're hitting Vivi and Profs, then you need to hit Monorad as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I don't really know what else, and I don't think they want to shake it up too much. I think they just want to, remove some big problematic elements and then see where it all falls, and go from there.
It's one of the issues we've got with the no established like precedent for these ban windows that they've been making, where it feels like we don't really have enough of them for how many sets they're putting out into standard, but
I have it right next to me if you want to.
Maybe like squeak a win and take a draw left, right, and centre. But yeah, I'm sure they'll at least have at least reflected on everything to do with Spider-Man and how it's affected things, and how not addressing standards affected things, and hopefully apply a more regular ban window to the cadence of the Spotlight series is coming up in 2026. I've had a fun weekend here in Liverpool, and there's been lots to do, and lots of stories to tell. Have you got any nuggets of your of the top memories from Baltimore that sort of like kind of like brings together like the magic community of things, like the mates you were traveling with, or people you met along the way and would love to sort of like and can tell the tale about?
Yeah, I met some really cool people there. Almost every single one of my opponents were just absolutely fantastic and like delightful to talk to. It's we kind of created this rapport going through it, and some of us, actually made it to the top 8. And I had known or encountered some of the people as well before, and had kind of like this rivalry, especially with Namdang, who had
I was wondering
actually.
who you were gonna say, and I saw that you lost the Nam in Orlando in your last round.
That's right, exactly. So I saw him as like my tournament ender there, and going into the win and in, him beating me again after I had killed him. Looking at the clock, I had beaten him within like 2 minutes. I turned 3, killed him without the ley line because of this plotted slick shot, and burned together. And I was like, okay, this is it. The second game is going my way. He's down to, I think it was, I don't remember exactly how much life, so I'm not going to put anything there, but he was very close to death, and I needed, to draw 1 pump spell or 1 creature off of double Might of the Meek, and nothing, and then, went to lose, and then I was like, okay, maybe it's just not meant for me to make top 8. But yeah.
I
There in the end, though.
I could see the sort of like headlines. Namdang, the end boss. It's like sort of can imagine like that was playing out for you in real time.
Yeah, it's also great respect to Namdang. He faced my Leyline deck as well before, so he knew what he was going up against. And he still tapped out the first game, realized that mistake, and then kind of remembered what the plan is against this deck. And he played fantastically. Even like in the top 8 as well. I just got really lucky against him with the, double Leyline and Leyline. The double Leyline game, his bouncing of my Hard Claw, and then, kind of using his Scorching Shot, burn, and destroying, torching my creatures down. So he just destroyed my entire board by gaining more information playing these pump spells one at a time. He's just a fantastic player, and you see like his calculated way of thinking about how my deck operates without even fully, knowing it or having encountered it that much. That's, a sign of a really good player. So
Yeah,
big respect.
Nam is a Pro Tour player. He's been around the game for a long, long time. It's a name that I definitely knew. But looking at your Elo project page, you've only really been playing Premier events for the last year and a half, 2 years, that sort of thing. And now you're going to a Pro Tour yourself. So are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been wanting to go to the Pro Tour for maybe not as long as a lot of players, based on what you just said. But I've always been a big chess player. I've been playing chess since I was 3 competitively, and I've always been, a very one-track mind kind of person. So if I get into a game, I really, devote everything to it. So I've been playing Magic obsessively since then, since I got into it, and try to develop my own strategies, and test new lists constantly. And I think it's kind of like paying off. I'm super excited about the Pro Tour, especially the draft component. I love drafting. So
It's good to hear from shall we say, a new school player, not someone as old as me or who's been playing the game as long as me. But it's really nice to hear that players coming into the game in the last year or two find draft and really enjoy draft. But it's obviously you've already won. Was it $10,000? I want to say.
Yeah, 10,000 US, which is more for us Canadians.
I love that.
An extremely unique trophy. Whether you love it or hate it, it's definitely unique, and it's definitely a really cool thing to have. I know Dave was trying to walk away with the other one from Liverpool, didn't quite get there in the main, but that might be because he didn't play Leyline of Resonance.
Yes, I didn't really. I guess it was going to be a way too late pivot for me to have. Like Alex has had a year of mastering this deck, so me kind of picking it up and trying to get my one time. You have to be so artful, skillful, and I think in a way, I tried a lot of the side events on the Friday with it. People were so respectful of it because of what you had done the week before that actually ironically I felt that if I'd have just played one Leyline of Resonance and flipped it out of my sideboard and went oops but actually just played mono red stock, I would have had a much bigger edge, because as soon as they kind of sensed that's what I was doing, I just there's a massive uptick at that level of Torch the Tower into the Floodmore, and I just had very little chance of going in. And I kind of walked into a couple of like, oh, if you just played green for Snakeskin Vale, you might have got there, but I guess that's for another.
Whoa. Play green for Poison Dart Frog, thank you.
That's right.
That's very true. And I guess your thoughts about its potential. There is potential pivot, but we've got to see how it shakes up, haven't we? And we've got to see what the threats are, because there's been decks like that around for a while, a little bit in the past, and with sort of like the pump protect kind of thing going on as well.
Yeah, Gruul Leyline especially was something that really interested me too. When Hemosymbic Might came out, I just looked at that and I was like, okay, that's another turn 2 kill that you can get with 2 Hemosymbic Mites and a Wild Ride, pumped up by Leyline. That's an immediate kill, and that's such a cool kill with the synergy between just 2 of the same creatures. I kind of gave up on my attempt at a Gruul Leyline, testing a few different things, just because I found it difficult with the mana composition. You have such a tight focus, really, when you're playing these Leyline decks, that you want to get that perfect balance of creatures and pump spells. And if that doesn't match your land composition, your mana composition, it just ruins the entire deck. It's just one more thing to look out for, and one more reason why you might not be in the game. But now we have. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say that's obviously part of the composition of the deck you ended up playing, where you only have one Blazemire Verge. Is you could play 4 Blazemire Verge, but you can't afford the black untapped land on turn 1. Sometimes you draw 2 of them. It's not even starting town, none of that. Just mountains and 1 Blazemire Verge. We know what we're here for. No Soulstone Sanctuary. We're not getting to 4 mana. It's that tight on the mana, and I can tell, as you've said, like you change some of the cards around between these lists, but that's something that doesn't change.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying or thinking that maybe I could get back into trying out Gruul now that we have Multiversal Passage. I didn't have enough time to actually test it. So that's like a third option, because we have the Verge, then we have Multiversal Passage, then we have Starting Town, and then we can get our basic red lands. I think that might be enough to make it work.
Stomping
Except
Ground
for
as well, right? In Edge of Eternities, is that one of the ones that was in there? I can never
Oh yeah, that
remember.
is true. Yeah, Stomping Ground is now, and yeah.
When they're off-centered like this and it's not ally enemy, I can never keep track of what's actually in the format. Well, especially now we've got Lorwyn next year, so it's going to be on a different rotation cycle as well. So I'm fairly certain someone could just play like a Scalding Tarn against me in Standard, and I just go, yeah, I'm sure that was printed at some point.
We did
I made that mistake one.
Yeah, well, we did a flashback draft here in the house on Friday, and Yeah, there's so many cards which were like originally printed back in 2015, and we still were doing the oh, that's probably in Foundations meme with sort of everything to go with that. Obviously, we know if you listen, I won't call you out by name, but I've seen you today, and you've said I enjoy the pod. Alex is, I'm sure, and all the details are going to be in the description. Everything where you can find Alex and all about. Definitely sounds to me like a really smart head who can be part of your testing teams, get involved, and start building for like some of these next Pro Tours coming up. Just outside of the Pro Tour element, like we were obviously all based around like that you go into your local game store and getting your deck out. It is how have they taken your success? Have you taken a load of ribbon from the boys back home, or are they sort of like they thrown you a celebration party?
Actually, just last night we did go. Well, we have the Blue Jays game as well because the Blue Jays are in the World Series for Major League Baseball.
Yes.
I don't think any one of us in our playtest group is that much into baseball, but we just decided to get there. We're playtesting also for the Calgary RC that's coming up for Modern, and yeah, we just had a party, kind of like I brought the trophy with me so that they could see and we could take some pictures together and had a few drinks and then yeah, just watch the Blue Jays game.
And where's
Out the glove yet?
No. Honestly, even just touching the glove, it's mostly made of bronze. There's some gold in there. There's the Madeira citrine, but I don't know, you kind of get like this metallic kind of smell on your hands after. I would not want to risk some sort of lead poisoning off of that.
So is it going to be a special case? Are you going to like build your own? Is there going to be now a cabinet? Is it going to take pride of place?
That's actually a good point. Maybe it'll get dusty if I just keep it here, but I have it right next to me if you want to see quickly.
Yeah, there we go. Let's pull it up. Just so people don't claim that we've got an AI on the pod. There it is.
That's right.
Wonderful things.
The base is pretty heavy as well, so it just goes on there and
that's incredible.
Rotate it.
A lot of the times we talk about things Wizards do and don't, but and also with Universes Beyond, but I think it's a really special sort of tie-in that's been made. There's a wonderful like welcome to London spotlight thing, and everyone will see this in the upcoming vlogs. I saw today's trophy. I think, am I right in saying like the stones are going to all be slightly different in all of the trophies as the sort of plan? I know there's a little bit of uniqueness to each one at the different stops.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they're gonna go about it. Maybe with the next Marvel set, I think they might have a new stone.
I'd assume there's going to be one stone in every Marvel set that they do, which kind of lines us up for more than just next year, where I think it's Marvel Superheroes is the name of the set next year. So
yeah,
in that one we'll have a different stone, and then that'll be for the Spotlight series that will have that stone in it. So what I'm getting to from this, Alex, is you need to win all of them, crack the stones out of the other ones, assemble it all, and then we'll all be at your whim basically because you'll have the full inventory.
You just win the game. Like that's the you win life. You have all the stones.
I'd really like a Hobbit trophy, to be honest, but we'll see what that is.
Just a cloak and a staff, a big Hobbit staff. Yes, although that's great, and we'd love to see it, and we can't wait to keep following along. And the Run It back story is just as great of the one time story as well. But you've been doing great things behind the scenes here for a while, and again, the sort of work you've been putting in is testament to what it takes to be successful at the top level. And people would love to hear more about it. So I believe in tribute to our little companion in the sideboards, people can now be able to find you on YouTube to catch up with some of your thoughts on new deck builds and things you might be doing in that space.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be trying to post a bit more on YouTube, especially ahead. Like, there's so many events lined up for me. There's 2 RCs. There's the Spotlight series that's happening in Toronto, and of course the Pro Tour. So I'm gonna be trying to make some videos around my thought process behind my decks that I'm going to be bringing to those, and just of course I'm going to be jamming so much draft for Lorwyn Eclipse between January 16th and January 30th. I'm going to try to get to know every single card like the back of my hand and try to release my thoughts on how to draft those sets ahead of the Spotlight Series in Toronto. Maybe keep some secrets for myself for the Pro Tour though.
Of course,
with winning all these tournaments, right? Is you then have more tournaments that you have to play, and generally, when you win a tournament, you then have to travel for the next stage.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And down in the description, we'll have everywhere you can find Alex now on the socials, everywhere you can contact, and just go back and watch some of the highlights of the events. It was a pretty well told story and a just wonderful moment in time of hey, we're all complaining about X and Y, but along came Z and just took it home straight to the top. I would say we did say you're not going to be a baseball guy. I was going to say, would you trade this in for a Blue Jays World Series win? But I think I know that trophy is a little bit priceless, and that's where you'd stay.
Yeah, no, it's definitely priceless. I'm sorry to Blue Jays fans, but I would not trade this in.
Absolutely fair to say. And we'll leave you there. You've got some more partying to do, and definitely lots of preparation to do. Everybody at home, yes, go check out the Poison Dart Frog. And for the first, for anybody who follows that channel and says hello to Alex on his first post, we're going to randomly drop in some PlayPoint codes for you, partly from ourselves and Magic Online, to help also other people get started on their journey of getting their deck out and getting involved in competitive Magic. Alex,
so as well as this Leyline deck is very cheap on Magic Online. It's like 35 ticks, so it's a good starter deck.
Exactly. Alex, thank you very much for being here. Thank you everybody much for listening. There'll be more pods in the week. This is basically Spotlight Liverpool special week, and what a way to crack it off with the champion of the one previous joining us for this very special catch up. Thank you, Alex.
So much.